Chapter 1356. 2 in 1 chapter. Your Highness, we can now confirm that all the guards in the courtyard were knocked out by the sleeping gas. Because of this, they didn't notice Princess Mingda's disappearance. But when Princess Mingda was sent back, she didn't have anything on her, let alone sleeping gas. So, I guess that someone must have used the sleeping gas to steal Princess Mingda. But that group of people was very efficient and didn't leave any traces that could prove their identity. Your Highness, should we report this to the Tang Imperial Court and ask them to help us find Princess Mingda? Honglu Temple, Wei Country Embassy. The mountain-back big brother had just returned from the interrogation of the Honglu Temple when his guard came to report. The mountain-back big brother immediately shook his head and said, "We can't let the Tang Imperial Court know about the existence of Su Wuxia Mu. Otherwise, they will definitely find out that we sent a woman to Duke Yong. By then, we might be driven back to Wei Country. We don't have to look for Su Wuxia Mu. Let's just pretend that she's dead. As for this fire, let's just pretend that Yoko Ono set it herself." He wasn't stupid. Once the matter of bribing an important official of Tang was exposed, they wouldn't be able to get away with it. If the bribe was successful, it would be better because Li Zishuan would help them cover it up. But now that the bribe wasn't successful, Li Zishuan had a clear conscience. It was already good enough that he didn't take the initiative to report them. How could he help them cover up their crime? So if he still wanted to stay in Tang Empire safely, he could only swallow this loss in silence. As for Su Wuxia Mu who ran away, it didn't matter to him. She was just a woman. Wei Country never lacked women. Of course, he also suspected that Li Zishuan sent someone to steal Su Wuxia Mu. But that was only a suspicion. He didn't have any proof. Moreover, this was Tang Empire, not Wei Country. He didn't have any authority to investigate Li Zishuan. Your Highness. Although the guard didn't know what the mountain-back big brother was thinking, he still obeyed the order. Early the next morning, at the first glimmer of dawn, a carriage drove out of the marquee mansion in Yongla City and headed straight for the Yanxing Gate. When they arrived at the city gates, the gates had just opened. Pang Feiji rode his horse in front to clear the way. Because the carriage had the symbol of the marquis's mansion, and because the guards at the city gates all recognized Pang Feiji, they didn't check or question him and directly let him pass. In fact, even if the city guards checked the carriage, they would not find anything. This was because the person in the carriage had already changed into the attire of a Tang woman. There was nothing unusual about her. When the time came, Pang Feiji could just make up an identity for her and she could get away with it. After leaving Chang and City, Pang Feiji deliberately increased his speed. He brought Su Mo, Xia Mu, and his subordinates and rushed towards Cloud Mountain. Stuff. When they were about to reach the Han Manor, Pang Feiji saw two familiar faces in front of him. He quickly reined in his horse and gestured for the people behind him to stop. Then he jumped off the carriage and walked towards the two people. "Brother Lu Feng, Brother Lu Yun, does Marquis have something to tell me?" That's right, the two people were Lu Feng and Lu Yun. Although their appearance made Pang Feiji feel that he had fallen out of favor, Pang Feiji definitely did not have the intention to hate them. After all, they were all working under Li Zishuan. There was no need to treat them like enemies all the time. Moreover, Li Zishuan had already been very lenient towards him regarding Su Mo, Xia Mu. Pang Feiji felt that he owed Li Zishuan a lot. He did not have the face to fight for favor with Lu Feng and Lu Yun. He only wanted to repay Li Zishuan's kindness with all his might in his remaining years. "Brother Pang, Marquis said that you can't bring Su Mo, Xia Mu, to Cloud Mountain. He has prepared a house for you in the Han Manor. You can send Su Mo, Xia Mu over there. You will live there in the future. However, try not to let her go out for now. It won't be too late for you to get married after the rumors die down." Lu Feng said with a fist salute. Hearing this, Pang Feiji looked towards the direction of Cloud Mountain with a face full of gratitude. He then saluted Lu Feng and said, "Thank you Brother Lu for coming to pass on the message. Feiji will send Xia Mu to the Han Manor now." "You're welcome. Brother Pang, follow us." Lu Feng laughed heartily and took the initiative to lead the way in front. At this moment, Lu Yun could not help but sigh. "Brother Pang, we are all servants. As a servant, if the master wants you to go east, you can't go west. If the master wants you to catch a dog, you can't catch a chicken. When the master wants you to die for him, you can't hesitate at all. However, this is the first time in my life that I, Lu Yun, have seen a master who is willing to take the risk for the sake of a servant. Such a master, not to mention that I have never seen one before, I have never even heard of one before. Therefore, both of us are very envious of you. We are envious that you can meet such a good master so early. However, you don't have to be envious. Now that we are all working under Marquis, I wonder if His Majesty will transfer us away again in a few days. Lu Yun's sigh seemed to be a little unreasonable and inexplicable. However, as the person involved, Pang Feiji was deeply moved. He was silent for a moment and said with a determined face, "Marquis is indeed an extraordinary person. In the future, my life will belong to Marquis. In this life, as long as I, Pang Feiji, am still breathing, I will not allow anyone to harm Marquis." Brother Pang is so bold. However, when Brother Pang gets married, the two of us will have to attend the wedding banquet. Lu Feng laughed and said. Pang Feiji shook his head and said, "Right now, I am not in the mood for a happy occasion. Although I have taken away the Wei nation's princess this time, I have also caused a lot of trouble for Marquis. This is all because of me. I will take responsibility for what I have done. If I am found out and get blamed by His Majesty, I will definitely not let this matter involve Marquis. At worst, I will go to the Supreme Court and admit my guilt." Marquis. After Pang Feiji settled Su and Xiamu down, he came to the Yunshan villa. Li Zixuan had just finished practicing his swordsmanship. Pang Feiji knelt behind Li Zixuan and cupped his fists. Li Zixuan took the handkerchief from Xiao He and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Then he said lightly, "Get up. A man has gold under his knees. If you are really grateful to me, then do your job well in the future." Pang Feiji was silent for a moment. He stood up and said solemnly, "From now on, Marquis is my second parent. If Marquis orders me, even if I have to give my life, I will do my best to complete it." Pang Feiji was born in the right Marquis household. It could be said that in the past, Li Zixuan was the most important person in his heart. However, after this incident, Li Zixuan's position in his heart had directly surpassed Li Er's. Now, if Li Zixuan were to raise the flag of rebellion, Pang Feiji would definitely follow him without hesitation. Yes. Li Zixuan nodded. This time, in order to help Pang Feiji and Su with Xiamu, he would definitely bear a certain amount of risk. If it were other superiors, they would definitely not do this for their subordinates. However, Li Zixuan's soul was that of a modern person. The concept of superior and inferior was not deeply engraved in his bones. Pang Feiji had been with him for so long. He treated Pang Feiji as a friend, not a servant who could be ordered around by others. On the other hand, he did sympathize with Su with Xiamu's situation. However, even if he sympathized because of his identity, he could not personally help her. Since Pang Feiji had taken a fancy to Su with Xiamu, he might as well help them. He could use the former princess of the Wei nation to be his subordinate's wife. This was also something that would give him face, wasn't it? "Have you settled everything on your side?" Reporting to the Marquis, "Everything has been settled." Pang Feiji quickly replied. Li Zixuan asked again, "Do you have any relatives at home?" Speaking of which, as a superior, he was not considered competent. He did not even know the basic family situation of his employee. Pang Feiji replied, "Marquis, I still have an old mother at home. She lives in Yongyang Lane. I plan to take some time to bring her to the Han family manor. In the future, she will settle down in the Han family manor." "That's not bad." Li Zixuan nodded. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Xiao He beside him remind him softly, "Young master. Young master. Head steward Zhao from the palace is here." Pang Feiji's expression changed. He turned around and saw Zhao Song and a group of people walking towards them from outside the courtyard. He suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart. "Marquis, if the emperor finds out about what happened last night, I will take responsibility for what I did. I am willing to go to the Supreme Court to plead guilty." Pang Feiji hurriedly whispered to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan did not panic. He smiled and said calmly, "Don't be anxious. First of all, Big Brother Shanbei will definitely not report to the authorities because of Su Wuxiamu's disappearance. This is because his crime of secretly bribing the officials will be exposed. If the people do not report, the officials will not investigate. I guess the emperor might have misunderstood that I was greedy for Miss Xiamu's beauty and sent people to kidnap her. That is why he asked Zhao Song to summon me to the palace." In fact, when Li Zixuan made the decision to let Pang Feiji go to Honglu Temple to steal Xiamu, Li Zixuan had already considered the possible consequences. Among them, the biggest possibility was that Big Brother Shanbei himself would suffer this loss. Su Xiamu was just an abandoned pawn. Big Brother Shanbei would not give up the opportunity to continue hiding in the Tang Empire because of her. "Marquis, if His Majesty really blames me for this, you must push this subordinate out. After all, this happened because of me. Even if Feiji dies, I cannot implicate Marquis." After a moment of silence, Pang Feiji bowed and said. Li Zixuan did not reply, because Zhao Song had already walked to the entrance of the courtyard. He smiled and went up to greet him, clasping his hands. "Head Steward Zhao, what wind blew you here? Servants, quickly prepare some tea." Zhao Song hurriedly waved his hands. "Oh my market. Look at the situation now, and you still have the mood to drink tea. Quickly, come with me to the palace. The emperor has summoned you to the palace." Li Zixuan's expression became serious, and he said crisply, "All right. Please wait for a moment, Butler Zhao. Let me change my clothes, then I will follow you to the palace." After a while, Li Zixuan changed into his court attire, rode on Big White, and left Yun Mountain with Zhao Song. On the way, Zhao Song saw that there was no one around, so he deliberately slowed down the speed of his horse. He whispered to Li Zixuan, "Marquis, let me say something that I shouldn't say. With your current status, what kind of girl can't you marry? Why do you have to marry a Japanese girl and make the emperor unhappy? In my opinion, you should release the Japanese girl that you kidnapped last night as soon as possible." As the emperor's trusted aide, the fact that Zhao Song could speak to this extent proved that he really did not treat Li Zixuan as an outsider. Li Zixuan heard the sincerity in Zhao Song's words, so he treated him with sincerity. "Steward Zhao, since you've put it this way, then I won't hide it anymore. To be honest, yesterday afternoon, the big brother on the mountain back sent a Japanese girl. After I heard about it, I immediately sent the Japanese girl back. Since then, there has been no Japanese girl on Yun Mountain. And I, Li Zixuan, will not have anything to do with any foreign girl, whether it is in the past, present, or future, let alone marry a Japanese girl." Hearing Li Zixuan's solemn vow, Zhao Song did not doubt him and chose to believe him. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "With your words, Marquis, then I can rest assured." After a quarter of an hour, Li Zixuan arrived at the palace. At this time, Li Er had not finished the morning assembly, so he waited quietly alone in the Ganlu Hall. After waiting for about half an hour, there was finally a sound of footsteps outside the hall. Li Zixuan straightened his clothes. When Li Er came in, he quickly bowed and saluted. "Your Majesty! You allowed your subordinates to set fire to the Honglu Temple and tried to marry a Japanese girl in private. Do you still have me, the emperor, in your eyes?" Li Er's cold and ruthless voice came from above. It was obvious that Li Er was very angry. Of course, he was angry because Li Zixuan wanted to marry a neon woman, not because the post house where the neon people lived had been burned down. He didn't care about the neon people's lives at all. What he cared about was that after Li Zixuan married a neon woman, he might leak his magical engineering knowledge to the neon people. Through the conversation with Zhao Song on the way here, Li Zixuan had already understood Li Er's anger in advance. At this moment, he did not beat around the bush and directly explained. "Your Majesty, why do you say that? Japan is an inferior country. As a subject of the Tang Empire, how can I marry a girl from an inferior country? Not only now, but also in the future. I dare to point to the heavens and swear." Hearing this, Li Er's expression became slightly better. In the eyes of the Tang Empire, Japan was indeed an inferior country. Not only did the Tang Empire think so, but even the Japanese themselves thought so. Therefore, the Japanese often borrowed seeds from the Tang Empire's merchants who passed by on the sea. Then the arson and kidnapping incident last night at the Honglu Temple really had nothing to do with you? Although Li Er felt a little in his heart, he was still somewhat puzzled. He did not believe that last night's incident had nothing to do with Li Zishuan. Your Majesty, of course this incident had something to do with me. Li Zishuan's words almost made old Li go berserk. Then he heard Li Zishuan continue, "Don't worry. The big brother king of the mountain back is coveting the knowledge of the Yanhuang Academy. I have long noticed this. This time, this bastard is even more outrageous. He wants to use his beauty to bribe me. If I don't teach him a lesson, won't he forget himself? So, after I sent someone to send the woman back yesterday, I asked someone to snatch her back. Then, I directly rewarded the Wanatian woman to a servant. The Wanatians' diplomatic missions suffered a double loss. It can be considered a lesson to them." Chapter 1357. In the Ganlu Palace. When Li Er saw Li Zishuan say these words so confidently, he was really angry. His face was as cold as frost as he said, "Humph! You burned down the Honglu post house, and you still dare to talk to me like this? Do you still have any respect for the law?" However, although he looked very angry, there was only anger in his words, not coldness. Li Zishuan had made it very clear that the kidnapping of the Neon woman was just to teach the Neon delegation a lesson and to reward the woman to his subordinates. As long as Li Zishuan didn't marry the Neon woman, it was enough. According to the previous plan, once Li Zishuan wanted to marry the Neon woman, even if Li Er was reluctant, he would imprison Li Zishuan or kill him directly. After all, the engineering knowledge in Li Zishuan's head was too terrifying. Once it spread to other countries, it would bring immeasurable losses to the Tang Empire. As the supreme ruler of the Tang Empire, Li Er would never allow this to happen. There were some things that he couldn't have, and he couldn't let other countries have either. Now that the truth was out, Li Er naturally didn't have to worry about whether to kill Li Zishuan or not. Li Zishuan smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, I only asked my subordinates to steal the woman, but I didn't ask them to set the house on fire. I think the fire was accidentally set by the Neon people, and it has nothing to do with me." Since Big Brother Shanbei did not report the disappearance of Shimu to the authorities, then he would definitely take responsibility for the fire at the post house. Therefore, Li Zishuan simply pushed the boat with the current and threw the blame to Big Brother Shanbei. When Li Er heard this, he was instantly speechless. During the morning court session, the current minister of the Honglu Temple reported to him the investigation of the burning of the Neon delegation's post house last night. The Neon people admitted that they had accidentally burned down the woodshed and were willing to pay for the loss of the post house. Of course, Li Er was skeptical about the Japanese's statement, so he just asked Li Zishuan to see if he could get a different answer from Li Zishuan. He didn't expect the result to be the same. Li Er said crossly, "Humph! Even if the fire was not set by your people, as a marquis, you actually sent people to sneak into the Honglu Temple to kidnap people. You are breaking the law knowingly. I see that you are getting bolder and bolder." Li Zishuan knew that he was in the wrong, and he also understood that Li Er was not really angry, so he said, "Your Majesty, I was indeed thoughtless this time. At that time, I only wanted to teach the Neon delegation a lesson, but I forgot my identity and acted a little extreme. Please punish me, Your Majesty." This was retreating in order to advance. Anyway, Old Li didn't care about the lives of the Neon people at all. Even if he admitted his mistake, he wouldn't be punished much. Li Er raised his eyebrows and asked, "Did you really give that Neon woman to a servant?" It turned out that Old Li was still worried. He was afraid that Li Zishuan would have something to do with the Neon people. Li Zishuan hurriedly promised, "Your Majesty, this is absolutely true. I plan to let that Neon woman marry my subordinate as soon as this matter is over. And Your Majesty, you may not know that the Neon woman has a special identity. She is the daughter of the Suo family, a top family in Neon. However, the Suo family was destroyed last year, and the Neon Crown Prince suppressed the old, weak, women and children of the Suo family. Therefore, that Neon Woman was sent to the Tang Empire as a pawn to bribe officials. Now that woman has a deep hatred for the Neon Empress and the Neon Crown Prince. When the Tang Empire's army attacks Neon in the future, she can lead the way for us. Li Er nodded thoughtfully, and then felt that something was wrong. He frowned and said, Neon is a barren land overseas. I have nothing to do. Why would I send troops to attack it? Finally, the topic was changed. Li Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Your Majesty, you are wrong. Neon is rich in copper and silver mines. If we can conquer Neon, the Tang Empire will not lack silver and copper in the future. Hearing this, Li Er couldn't help but be moved. He frowned and asked, How do you know that Neon is rich in copper and silver mines? Li Zishuan's face froze. After a moment, he hurriedly said, Your Majesty, my master went to Neon before he died and said that Neon was full of copper and silver. Last year, Commandery Prince Hejian also went to Neon, so he must know about this. On the other hand, Neon sent so much silver and copper to the Tang Empire last year and this year, which is enough to prove that the land is rich in silver and copper. Duping Li Er into becoming interested in Neon. After the Turks and Tufan were destroyed, the Tang Empire would be able to attack Neon. This way, Li Er wouldn't turn his attention to Goguryeo too early. To be honest, Goguryeo was a tough nut to crack. The four emperors of the Sui and Tang dynasties had all sent troops to attack Goguryeo, and countless Han Chinese soldiers had died in Goguryeo. Many historians believed that Li Shimin's 3 campaigns against Goguryeo was a big failure in his life. He had made the same mistake as Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty. Therefore, using Neon as a training ground for Li Er was a very good choice. If the mountain-back Big Brother knew about Li Zishuan's sinister intentions, he would probably send out all the ninjas and assassins in Neon to kill Li Zishuan. Sure enough, old Li's expression changed. He pondered for a moment and said, But now, the Tang Empire has started to promote the use of paper Tang Yuan. The demand for copper is not as big as before. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, Your Majesty, copper is not only used for coins. There are many things that require copper in engineering. For example, the telegraph machine requires a lot of copper because copper conducts electricity better than iron. In the future, there will be more and more places that require copper. The corner of Li Er's mouth twitched. Only now did he know that Li Zishuan's telegraph machine required a lot of copper. It was really extravagant. This was mainly because in the eyes of the ancient people, copper basically meant money. However, for something like the telegraph machine, no matter how expensive it was, the more the better. Therefore, Li Er thought for a moment and said, Forget it. We will remember this matter for now. You brat, go back and reflect on yourself. The next time you do something like this, we will teach you a lesson. Li Zishuan knew that he had already planted a seed in Li Er's heart. He hurriedly cupped his hands and replied, Yes. Your Majesty, I will reflect on myself in the coming days. After a moment of silence, Li Er said, Since the envoys are so restless and dare to blatantly bribe the courtiers, we will order all of them to go back in a few days. Li Zishuan hesitated and said, Your Majesty, now that the woman has been taken away by my men, there is no evidence for the bribery. Was now a vassal state of the Tang Empire. Your Majesty previously agreed to let them stay in Chang and city for half a year. If you change your mind this time, I think the courtiers will not agree. Li Er pondered for a moment and nodded. What you said is not without reason. In that case, let them stay for a few more days. However, you have to prevent the people from going to Yanhuang College to steal the technology related to the telegraph machine, the fairy lamp, and the telescope. The Yanhuang College confidentiality regulations you formulated this time is very good. In the future, Yanhuang College will implement a comprehensive confidentiality management according to the regulations you listed in it. Through the previous rebellion, Li Er saw the role of the telegraph machine, the fairy lamp, and the telescope in war. At the same time, he also realized that these technologies should be kept strictly confidential. Otherwise, it would be the Tang Empire's turn to have a headache if other countries also had them. Li Zishuan was naturally very happy that Li Er could realize this. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, please rest assured that I will not let the small foreign countries covet the magical weapons of the Tang Empire." "Good. With your words, I am relieved." Li Er nodded. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to Li Zishuan and asked, "I also heard that you have a 100 trump cards project in the college? What is the meaning of this? Come and tell me." It had to be said that Li Er was quite concerned about Yanhuang College. At this moment, he had probably forgotten that he had called Li Zishuan over to denounce him. "Your Majesty, this trump cards project is a project that I specially set up to encourage the students to create some magical weapons that will benefit the world." Hearing Li Er mention the trump cards project, Li Zishuan explained in detail the contents of the project that he had introduced to the students and teachers of the college. "Your Majesty intends to start the first trump cards project, which is the Ba River hydropower station. Currently, the Ba River Dam is only the first step. After the dam is completed, Your Majesty will use the dam as the foundation to build a hydropower station and usher in the era of electricity for the Tang Empire." At the end, Li Zishuan revealed his first trump cards project. Li Er had heard Li Zishuan talk about the Ba River Dam before, so he was not very surprised. However, he was very interested in the concept of the trump cards project that Li Zishuan proposed. After thinking for a moment, Li Er opened his mouth and said, "This 100 trump cards project can't only be funded by the college alone. The imperial court will also transfer a portion of money to support it every year. In addition, as long as the participants make outstanding contributions, I will not be stingy with money and official rewards." This basically raised the trump cards project to the level of a country. Li Zishuan was naturally very happy. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I thank you in advance on behalf of those students for your reward." Li Er said happily, "Kid, you are getting more and more glib-tongued. When the college has really made some great achievements, it won't be too late for you to thank me. All right. Since you have asked what you wanted to ask, you can leave." "Yes, Your Majesty, I will leave." Li Zishuan cupped his hands in acknowledgement and slowly left the Sweet Dew Hall. After leaving the palace, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief and said, "Phew. This can be considered a blessing in disguise, right?" He had been angrily called into the palace by Li Er, but not only had he not been punished, but the trump cards project had also received old Li's full support. Wasn't this a blessing in disguise? Chapter 1358. Bastard, I summoned him to the palace to punish him, but why did I let him leave the palace safely? After Li Zishuan left, Li Er came back to his senses after a long while. He was a little angry and helpless. Zhao Song, who was beside him, almost laughed out loud. He thought to himself, in the entire Tang Empire, only one official like Li Zishuan could make Li Er so mad. "Marquis, are you okay?" Pang Feiji asked worriedly as he came back to Yunshan. Li Zishuan had been in the palace for so long that he was even prepared to go to the Supreme Court to plead guilty. Fortunately, Li Zishuan had finally returned. "If something had happened to me, would I have been able to come back safely? His Majesty only admonished me." Li Zishuan smiled with a relaxed face and said as he walked, "One nation is just a small country. Who in the imperial court would care about losing a person? In a month, you will marry that Shimu of the Sui Empire. When the time comes, I will also go to the wedding." What he said was true. One nation was weak at the moment. Whether it was the Tang Empire, the Qin, Han, the Three Kingdoms, or the Sui Empire, none of them took One nation seriously. To put it bluntly, in the hearts of the Tang Empire's officials, One nation's status was even lower than those small Nanyang countries. This was because the Department of Commerce had tasted great benefits from trading with those small Nanyang countries last year. "I will never forget Marquis's kindness. From now on, I am willing to go through water and tread on fire for Marquis." Although Li Zishuan made it sound easy, Pang Feiji could imagine the danger involved in Li Zishuan's visit to the palace. As a lord, it was definitely unprecedented for him to do this for his subordinate. Therefore, Pang Feiji was very touched and cupped his fists. Li Zishuan turned around and looked at Pang Feiji. He said seriously, "You don't have to thank me. But I have to say this first. Since my Shimu is married to you, she will be a citizen of the Tang Empire. Her heart must be with the Tang Empire. If I find that she is still thinking about Wa and betraying the country, then don't blame me for being ruthless and killing you too." This was a forewarning for Pang Feiji. He had planted a seed in Li Er's heart today, and it was very likely that the Tang Empire would attack Japan in the future. At that time, Su Wuxia's position would be a problem. Pang Feiji's expression became serious. He cupped his fists and said, "My Feiji has not reached the point of being blinded by lust. I can still distinguish between right and wrong. When the time comes, I will do it myself, even without Marquis's help." The national honor of the Tang Empire was not to be violated. Moreover, in Pang Feiji's mind, when it came to marriage, a woman should follow the chicken or dog. Since Su Wuxia was married to him, she naturally had to consider the problem from his point of view. "It's good that you know. But I hope that that kind of thing will never happen. She now has a deep hatred for Wa. You'd better let her acknowledge the Tang Empire from the bottom of her heart and think that she is a citizen of the Tang Empire." This depends on your ability," Li Zishuan said with a smile. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said yes. Li Zishuan waved his hand and motioned for him to leave. At this moment, Han Yushi had already come out to welcome him. "Husband, you are back? Did His Majesty make things difficult for you?" After lunch, Li Zishuan came to the academy. Taking advantage of the students' lunch break, he gathered all the teachers of the academy and held a meeting on confidentiality. These days, everyone should have read the Yanhuang College confidentiality regulations. Then, I announce that from today onwards, the academy will officially set up a confidentiality work leading group. I will be the leader, and Mr. Wenji will be the deputy leader. Within the academy, all the books, materials, manuscripts, and drawings will be classified according to their importance. Some laboratories and reference rooms in the academy also had to be classified as secret places based on their importance. Moreover, the internal personnel of the academy will also be classified according to the nature and importance of their work. From the lowest to the highest, they will be classified as ordinary personnel, important personnel, and core personnel. These classified carriers, places, and personnel must be completed within a week, and all of them must be recorded. In the future, they must be managed according to the Yanhuang College confidentiality regulations. Confidentiality is no small matter. Although these confidentiality regulations are complicated, and there will be many difficulties in implementing them, we must do things according to the regulations, because some of the secrets in Yanhuang College are not only the Academy's secrets, but also the secrets of the entire Tang Empire. His Majesty is also very concerned about the confidentiality of our Academy. Therefore, the leaders of the various academic departments must mobilize the teachers of their respective departments to take action and not let the Yanhuang Academy's confidentiality ordinance become a piece of paper. Understand? At the meeting, Li Zishuan emphasized the importance of the Academy's confidentiality management and urged all the teachers of the various departments to carry out the work as soon as possible. Yes, Yamacho. All the teachers in the meeting room hurriedly cupped their hands in obeisance. Li Zishuan continued, "Recently, I will be in the academy to urge these matters to be carried out faster. In addition, regarding the 100 Trump Cards project of the academy, this project has received high praise from His Majesty. Every year, the Imperial Court will transfer a portion of the funds to support the Academy's Trump Cards project. This is good news for us. Therefore, all the departments must begin to collect the practical and useful projects proposed by the students and summarize them to me. Then, the Academy will discuss which projects can be included in the 100 Trump Cards project. This is a long-term and very meaningful task, so please keep it in mind." "Yes, Yamacho." When they heard Li Zishuan say that the Imperial Court would vigorously support the Academy's Trump Cards project, the teachers present couldn't help but cheer. After all, this meant that they would be working for the Imperial Court in the future. Li Zishuan nodded and continued, "In addition to collecting the good ideas proposed by the students, you can also propose or participate in some of the Trump Cards projects. Not only will you be rewarded by the Academy, but you will also have a lot of bonus points in the future professional title evaluation. In addition, I announced the first trump card project of the Academy, the Ba River Hydropower Project. At present, the dam of the Ba River is steadily being built. After the dam is completed, a generator will be installed on the dam. This is a very good opportunity for the teachers of the physics department of Yanhuang College to gain experience. After all, you have all learned about electricity from textbooks and have never used it in practice. Therefore, this time, the Ba River Hydropower Project, the students and teachers of the physics department of the Academy must try their best to participate in it. Yamacho is right. The teachers and students of the Academy must seize this opportunity to practice it. Mo Huai nodded in agreement. The other teachers of the Academy also nodded thoughtfully. To put it bluntly, among the 5 departments of Yanhuang College, except for the economics department, the knowledge taught in the other 4 departments was forcibly instilled by Li Zishuan. There were many things that they didn't have the time or the conditions to verify in person. Therefore, the future of Yanhuang College was very long. Marquis, the owner of the Misty Rain Villa in Jiang'an, Jing-Inhong, requests to see you. After a busy afternoon in the academy, Li Zishuan returned to the courtyard in the evening. Pang Feiji came to report to him. Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Zheng Yinhong? Zheng Yinhong, the behind-the-scenes boss of the Wind and Thunder team? Oh, right, if this Marquis remembers correctly, he was the one who bought the first Great Celestial Mirror, right? When the Immortal Mirror was first launched last year, it swept the entire Chang'an city. In order to buy an Immortal Mirror to please girls, Xiao Yu's grandson even asked Xiao Yu to personally write a letter to Li Zishuan to open a back door for him. At that time, the Strange Taste Pavilion mainly sold small immortal mirrors, but it would launch an immortal mirror that was as tall as a person from time to time. The price was 8,888 strings of coins, which was not affordable for ordinary people. At that time, the first 2 immortal mirrors were launched. One was bought by Chao Wendong, and the other was bought by Zheng Yinhong. Of course, what Li Zishuan was most interested in was Zheng Yinhong's other identity, the boss behind the scenes of the Wind and Thunder team. It was already April. In the ranking competition in Lantian County, the Wind and Thunder team had advanced to the knockout round with the highest points in Group A, and their strength could be said to be superior to all other heroes. Next, they would compete for the Tang Empire's League 1 team in the knockout round. However, in Li Zishuan's opinion, the Wind and Thunder team would definitely win the title of League 1 team. Yes, Marquis, the boss of the Wind and Thunder team, Zheng Yinhong. He said that he has admired you for a long time, and specially came to visit you today. Pang Feiji bowed and said, invite him to the main hall and let someone serve him tea. As the saying goes, one does not visit a temple without a cause. Li Zishuan wanted to see what Zheng Yinhong was here for today. Yes. Pang Feiji took the order and left. After a while, Zheng Yinhong was brought to the main hall. Pang Feiji asked him to sit there for a while. As soon as Zheng Yinhong entered the house, he was shocked by the luxurious, bright, and modern decor of the house. It's just a humble house, please don't laugh at it. At this moment, Li Zishuan came out of the study and saw Zheng Yinhong looking at the decor in the house in shock. He laughed and said, Zheng Yinhong came back to his senses and quickly said, you must be joking. If this is still a humble house, there won't be any luxurious houses in the world. In the past, this Zheng's Misty Rain Villa prided itself on its grandeur and grandeur. But compared to the Marquis Villa and the Yanhuang Academy on the Cloud Mountain, it's just a rural farm. Li Zishuan laughed and said, you're exaggerating, Villa Master Zheng. This Cloud Mountain Villa is just a little new in style, but it's not grand and magnificent. You're too modest, Marquis. Zheng Yinhong cupped his hands and suddenly got up and said, I've admired Marquis for a long time. I hope Marquis won't blame me for my sudden visit. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, it's okay. I've heard of Villa Master Zheng's reputation. Misty Rain Villa has monopolized the grain, porcelain, and silk business in the entire Jiangnan circuit. Villa Master Zheng is really good at making money. Zheng Yinhong quickly said, Marquis, you flatter me. Compared to Marquis, My ability is like a firefly competing with the sun and moon. Oh, right, I've brought some specialties from Jiangnan Circuit for Marquis. I hope Marquis will kindly accept it. Qianjun, quickly take it out. At this point, Zheng Yinhong instructed the young man behind him. Seeing Li Zishuan looking at the young man behind him, Zheng Yinhong quickly introduced him. Oh, Marquis, this is my son. He's been ignorant since he was young, but his character is not bad. This time, I brought the Wind and Thunder team to Chang, and to participate in the competition, so I brought him with me to let him broaden his horizons. Qianjun, why don't you quickly greet Marquis? Zheng Qianjun, who was holding a delicate wooden box, quickly bowed to Li Zishuan and said, Greetings, Marquis. Li Zishuan, who was the son of a rich businessman, became a marquis within a year. He was Zheng Qianjuan's idol. Zheng Qianjun, who was also the son of a rich businessman, dreamed more than once that he could be like Li Zishuan and become a marquis and prime minister one day. Zheng Qianjun? Hee, there's no need to be so polite. When Li Zishuan heard the young man's name, he suddenly remembered that a person named Zheng Qianjun had tipped Celestial Bane 5,000 Tang Yuan a while ago. In that case, the father and son in front of him were Li Zishuan's regular customers. Li Zishuan felt that it was quite interesting. Thank you, Marquis. Zheng Qianjun straightened his body, then raised the wooden box in his hand and said to Li Zishuan, Marquis, this is the fresh spring tea that my father sent from Jiangnan 800 miles away from Hangzhou to deliver for you. This spring tea was personally picked from the back mountain of Lingyin Temple. It's fresh and tender and is my father's favorite. Please accept it, Marquis. Tea leaves. The father and son of the Zheng family were here to deliver tea leaves. When Pang Feiji saw this, he could not help but mourn for the father and son of the Zheng family. That was because almost everyone around Li Zishuan knew that Li Zishuan did not like to drink tea. Usually, even if there were guests, Li Zishuan would rather drink plain water than tea. Therefore, Pang Feiji felt that the father and son of the Zheng family had failed in their gift delivery this time. Zheng Yinhong continued Zheng Qianjuan's words, I've heard people say that Marquis does not like to drink tea. He usually only drinks water. However, I feel that it's not that Marquis doesn't like to drink tea. It's just that he hasn't come across tea leaves that suit his taste. In the past, my situation was similar to that of Marquis. However, ever since I tasted the tea leaves from the back mountain of the Lingyin Temple, I can't live without them. Therefore, I specially brought a batch of tea leaves to give to Marquis. Oh, because I don't like to drink tea leaves that have been dried and crushed. I like to drink tea leaves that have just been picked. Therefore, the tea leaves that I've brought to Marquis this time are also freshly picked. If Marquis thinks that it's inappropriate, he can ask the servants to dry them. Pang Feiji was a little confused. Since Zheng Yinhong knew that Li Zishuan did not like to drink tea, why did he still bring tea to him? Wasn't he looking for trouble? Unexpectedly, Li Zishuan took the wooden box from Zheng Qianjuan's hand with a happy face and said with a smile, Thank you for coming here. Hangzhou spring tea? That's great. The water quality in Hangzhou is excellent. The spring tea produced by the spring rain must be of the highest quality. Heights Lord Zheng is right. The reason why I don't like to drink tea is that I haven't come across tea leaves that suit my taste. I must taste the spring tea that Heights Lord Zheng has brought to me. I just don't know if Heights Lord Zheng has any more Hangzhou spring tea leaves. Freshly picked Hangzhou spring tea leaves. Li Zishuan was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Finally, he didn't have to drink tasteless water anymore. It was just that the tea leaves that old Zheng gave him were a little too little. But yes. If Marquis likes it, I'll send a few more boxes to Marquis later. Zheng Yinhong was a little confused at first, but then he replied excitedly. Chapter 1359. 2 in 1 chapter. How did the people of the Tang dynasty drink tea? First, the tea leaves were ground into powder, then the water was boiled. After the first boiling, salt was added. After the second boiling, the ground tea could be poured in and boiled. After the third boiling, the tea was divided into teacups. That was not enough. According to personal taste, scallions, ginger, dates, orange peel, dogwood, mint, and other things could be added. Spices and other things could also be added. The taste was simply too sour. In any case, after Li Zixuan tasted it once, he could not wait to avoid all the teas of this era. Because how could this be tea? It tasted worse than Chinese medicine. In fact, China's ancient tea ceremony probably started in the Tang dynasty and flourished in the Song dynasty. After the invasion of the grassland tribes in the Yuan dynasty, China's tea ceremony gradually declined. In the Ming dynasty, it showed a different scene. Generally speaking, the Tang dynasty boiled tea, the Song dynasty boiled tea, and the Song dynasty boiled tea. Whether it was boiling tea or boiling tea, people used crushed tea leaves as the raw material. However, this method was completely changed in the Ming dynasty. According to legend, Zhu Yuanzhang, the founder of the Ming dynasty, once visited the common people and saw that they were laboriously making dragon phoenix tea as a tribute to the palace. It was very difficult. If there was a slight flaw, they had to make it again. It wasted a lot of time and a lot of good materials. Therefore, in the 24th year of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang issued an edict to abolish dragon phoenix tea and change it to dragon phoenix tea, loose tea. From then on, Tang dynasty boiled tea and Song dynasty boiled tea. When Li Zixuan first transmigrated, he regretted that he did not transmigrate to the Ming dynasty. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. Since the Tang dynasty was popular to boil tea leaves and not stir-fry tea, then he would lead the trend. However, since the beginning of spring this year, too many things had happened. Li Zixuan did not have time to search for good spring tea leaves to stir-fry. In the end, Jing Yinhong took the initiative to send a batch of good, fresh, and uncrushed spring tea leaves from Hangzhou. How could he waste it? Moreover, this was spring tea from the Lingyin Temple. The Lingyin Temple, also known as the Yunlin Temple, was built in the first year of the Eastern Jin dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, the famous tea sage Lu Yu wrote the world's first monograph on tea, the Classic of Tea. There was a record of the tea produced by the Lingyin Temple in Hangzhou. This tea was actually the predecessor of the West Lake Longjing tea. The spring tea that Jing Yinhong brought could also be called the Dragon Well tea after the rain. Therefore, when Li Zixuan heard that the tea leaves in the wooden box were produced in the Lingyin Temple in Hangzhou, it was not surprising that he became so excited. This marquis has always heard that Hangzhou is a beautiful place. The north peak of the Hidden Spirit Temple is even more beautiful, with clear hills and clear waters. The tea leaves produced in that place must taste very good. To tell you the truth, this marquis doesn't like to crush the tea leaves before drinking them. This is because it deviates from the original taste of the tea leaves. Brewing the tea leaves in boiling water will allow one to appreciate the true taste of the tea. Li Zixuan let Pang Feiji take the tea leaves, then looked at Jing Yinhong and said with a face full of praise, "Marquis is really wise." I deeply agree. When I was in Jiangnan, I heard that Marquis was a master of both literature and martial arts. I didn't expect that Marquis would have such a unique understanding of tea. Marquis is really my soulmate. Zheng Yinhong secretly let out a sigh of relief, then said with a face full of joy. Li Zixuan was also in a good mood after receiving the first-rate Dragon Well tea. He laughed and said, This marquis also regretted that we didn't meet earlier. When this marquis has finished brewing this spring tea after the rain, I will definitely invite Manor Master Zheng to Yunshan to taste it. I hope Manor Master Zheng will be free then. It is my fortune to be invited by Marquis. When the time comes, I will definitely be there on time. What's more, although this Marquis was far away in Jiangnan, I know that Marquis is a master of fine food and wine. This Hangzhou spring tea after the rain will definitely be even more fragrant after going through Marquis' hands. When the time comes, I will be in for a treat. Zheng Yinhong laughed and cupped his hands, then looked at the sky outside the window. He stood up and said, It's getting late, so I won't disturb Marquis any longer. Goodbye. Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. He secretly thought that this Zheng Yinhong was a little interesting. Usually, people who came to give gifts would have a request after giving them. However, this old man directly left after giving the gift, as if he was really just here to visit him. How interesting. As a mature adult, Li Zixuan naturally wouldn't be so stupid to think that Zheng Yinhong was just admiring his reputation and had simply come to see him. However, since Zheng Yinhong didn't say anything, Li Zishuan didn't need to take the initiative to ask. In any case, he had only received a box of tea leaves. If he had any excessive requests in the future, he could just refuse. But then again, he saw that this old man surnamed Zheng wasn't the kind of person who didn't know how to adapt to circumstances. He probably wouldn't make any excessive requests. In that case, this marquis won't keep manner, Master Zheng. Take care. Li Zishuan stood up and cupped his hands to send the guest off. He take care. Goodbye. After Zheng Yinhong finished speaking, he took his son out of the door. It was really as if he didn't take away a single cloud with him when he waved his sleeves. It was extremely natural and unrestrained. My husband, why are you interested in tea leaves? Didn't you used to hate tea the most? After Zheng Yinhong and his son left, Han Yushi came out of the side hall and walked to Li Zishuan's side. She blinked and asked curiously. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Hey, that's because I didn't come across good tea leaves and didn't use the correct method of making tea. After these tea leaves are dried, I'll make a pot of good tea for you, my wife. At that time, my wife, you'll understand why your husband didn't drink those teas before." Father, are we leaving just like that? On the cement road at the foot of Cloud Mountain, the Zheng family's horse carriage galloped steadily. The smooth cement road caused the horse carriage to not jolt at all. In the horse carriage, Zheng Qianjun looked at his father puzzledly and asked. Zheng Yinhong leaned against the couch in the horse carriage and replied calmly, "Why? The sky is already dark and we're still not leaving. Don't tell me you want the marquis to keep you for dinner on Cloud Mountain?" Finishing, Zheng Yinhong closed his eyes and planned to rest. Zheng Qianjun said helplessly, "No, father. I'm saying that you came to Cloud Mountain today just to deliver tea to the marquis?" Zheng Yinhong opened his eyes and said unhappily, "Why? Don't I look like it? Do you want me to use these tea leaves to exchange for some benefits with the marquis? If I do that, I dare to guarantee that both of us will be chased out. This time the marquis liked the tea leaves that we sent is already a great piece of news to us. If we insist on other things, it will only make the marquis feel that we're just unscrupulous merchants and not worth befriending. At the very least, we've formed a good relationship with the marquis, and this is something that many people can't even dream of. As for other matters, when our relationship reaches a certain level, even if we don't mention it, the marquis will also give us a few ways to get rich. Take a look at Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and the others who followed the Marquis of Yong. Aren't they all doing better now? So, Qianjun, you still need to practice your shrewdness. When befriending a gentleman, you must not be too unscrupulous." Zheng Qianjun nodded his head thoughtfully and said, "Yes, father. I understand. But father, this time you sent the tea leaves to the marquis is really too risky. But luckily you sent it right. The marquis actually really likes fresh tea leaves. We're really lucky." "Lucky?" Zheng Yinhong smiled, then sighed and said, "Before I came here, I spent a lot of effort to send people to gather information about the Marquis of Yong and's likes and dislikes, and I was thinking about what I should give him. But in the end, I realized that nothing I gave him was appropriate. Because the Marquis of Yong and doesn't lack money, power, good food and wine, and it seems like he doesn't lack women. After thinking about it over and over again, father could only make such a risky move. I never expected that the marquis would actually be just like father and like father to like fresh tea leaves and not tea leaves to make soup. Now that I think about it, we're really lucky. It's mainly because of father's courage. If it was anyone else, they would definitely not dare to take such a risk." Zheng Qianjun couldn't help but compliment, and then he changed the topic and sighed with emotion. "My horizons were broadened when I saw Yanhuang College and the courtyard on Cloud Mountain. Everyone says that the marquis is a disciple of the gods, and now I believe it." Zheng Qianjun looked at his son with a smile that didn't look like a smile, and said, "You're about the same age as the marquis. If you're as capable as the marquis, father can die in peace. It's said that when you see a worthy person, you should emulate him. When you return this time, Qianjun, you have to study hard. Our Zheng family can't be a family of merchants for generations." "Yes, father." The next day, there were no clouds in the sky, and it was clear that it was a sunny day. Li Zishuan instructed Xiao He and Xiao Shi to dry the spring tea that Zheng Yinhong had sent over. Early in the morning, 2 servants of the Zheng family delivered 10 boxes of spring tea to Li Zishuan. That's right, 10 boxes. Zheng Yinhong probably moved all of his stock over to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was delighted when he saw this. Anyway, he didn't mind having too much, so he let Xiao He and the rest dry it together. This process usually took about half a day. The purpose was to reduce the smell of grass in the tea leaves, so that the water content reached the requirements of stir-frying, and at the same time, to prevent the new tea from becoming lumpy when stir-frying. After making the arrangements, Li Zishuan went to Yanhuang College. Recently, there were a lot of things to do at the college. As the head of the Yamacho, he naturally couldn't get away. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan had just finished his lunch. When he saw that the tea leaves in the backyard were almost dried, he was excited and asked someone to bring the tea leaves to the kitchen. He wanted to personally cook the tea leaves. "Husband, how can these tea leaves be stir-fried? Are you sure you didn't remember wrongly?" When Han Yushi heard that Li Zishuan wanted to stir-fry the tea leaves, she immediately followed him into the kitchen and asked. Li Zishuan smiled confidently and said, "Of course I didn't remember wrongly. Back then, my master drank stir-fried tea leaves, not tea powder." "What's so good about tea powder?" "Hey, wife, you came at the right time. I haven't cooked for a long time, and my cooking skills have regressed. You can cook and I'll teach you from the side." Speaking of which, before getting married, Li Zishuan's culinary skills were still considered decent in the Li family. But after getting married, he basically entered a state of eating and waiting to die. Han Yushi made delicious food for him every day in a variety of ways. If he hadn't persisted in practicing his sword every morning, he would probably have become as fat as a horse long ago. As a result, he basically didn't know how to cook now. He had become a king of mouths, through and through. "Since husband insists on stir-frying the tea, then I'll help you stir-fry it." Han Yushi nodded, and then asked someone to help her find the apron that Li Zishuan invented. After tying it, she walked to the stove. She would never refuse Li Zishuan's request. Some people said that Li Zishuan doted on his wife, but it was better to say that Han Yushi doted on her husband. "Wife, the whole process of stir-frying tea is divided into 3 stages: green pot, rejuvenation, and bright pot. The so-called green pot is to initially shape the tea leaves into a flat shape within a quarter of an hour. The tea leaves are stir-fried until they are 70 to 80% dry. Next is rejuvenation. After the green pot step, the tea leaves are spread flat in the bamboo sieve and rejuvenated. It takes about an hour. The last is bright pot. After the rejuvenated tea leaves are added to the pot and stir-fried until they are dry, reducing the moisture to about 5% and further shaping. This process takes about a quarter of an hour. After the bright pot, the tea leaves will be the finished product when they are cooled. They can be brewed with boiling water directly for drinking. Li Zishuan came to Han Yushi's side and roughly explained the steps of stir-frying tea. These were all things that he had seen on TV before. In terms of practice, he had never stir-fried it himself. Just now, when Li Zishuan was talking, Han Yushi was memorizing and thinking about the specific operation of each step in her mind. At this moment, after Li Zishuan finished speaking, she nodded thoughtfully and said, "Husband, I should understand now. Let me try." Li Zishuan said with a smile, "Hee. Wife, you can try as much as you want. We still have a lot of tea leaves at home. It doesn't matter if you spoil it. Oh, come, let me help you with the fire. Isn't it tiring to work together with a man and a woman?" Han Yushi had long been accustomed to her husband's unconventional behavior. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes at Li Zishuan and said, "Husband, don't you need to go to the academy in the afternoon? I heard that there are a lot of things going on at the academy recently. You'd better go quickly. It's enough to have me and Xiao He here." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "It's okay. I'll go after I'm done. At most, I'll stay at the academy for a while at night." Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Han Yushi could only let Li Zishuan be. On the other side, Li Zishuan had already started burning firewood. Speaking of which, in this era, there was no gas, no natural gas, and no induction cooker. For stir-frying, they could only rely on firewood. Xiao He had already helped Han Yushi clean the pot. When Han Yushi saw that the fire was almost ready, She poured the tea leaves that Xiaoxi handed over into the pot and began to stir-fry tea for the first time in her life. Chapter 1360. Yunshan Residence, Back Kitchen. All right. Husband, what do you think of the color? Can we get it out of the pot? After working for nearly 2 hours, Han Yushi estimated the time, looked at the color of the tea leaves in the pot, and asked Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan stood up and looked into the pot. What he saw were pieces of flat, smooth, sharp and tender green tea leaves. He looked at his wife in surprise and praised her. These stir-fried tea leaves are straight and sharp. They are flat and handsome. They are smooth and even. The color of the tea leaves is yellow and green. It is very tempting. It is really the best. Wife, you are really good at cooking. The control of the fire is just right. I am impressed. He was not bragging. The tea leaves that Han Yushi stir-fried were comparable to the top-grade Longjing tea that was sold in the tea shops in his previous life. Li Zishuan felt that marrying this wife was really a treasure. She could stir-fry tea to such a high standard for her first time. Han Yushi was happy in her heart, but she said embarrassedly, "Husband, you are talking nonsense again. I was just lucky. How can it be as good as you say?" Although she said that, the 2 little dimples on her cheeks betrayed her. Li Zishuan laughed and could not help but touch Han Yushi's white jade-like cheeks. He said, Wife, don't be so modest. Let me make a cup of tea for you. Xiaohi, you help me with the fire. Xiaoxi, have you boiled the water that I asked you to boil? Young master. Yes. Young master, it is boiling. Xiaohi and Xiaoxi replied. Good. Today, I will make a cup of tea for each of you. The best Hangzhou spring tea. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, he went out of the kitchen and personally went to get the teacups. Half an hour later, the 4 cups of tea were brewed. The green and clear tea was steaming, bringing the unique fragrance of the tea leaves into the air. Han Yushi, Xiaohi, and Xiaoxi could not help but sniff. Their faces were filled with intoxication. Husband, after the tea leaves are brewed like this, it does seem to be 100 times more fragrant than the tea we brewed before. After Han Yushi looked at the tender green and clear tea in front of her, she couldn't help but say with joy. Not to mention the taste, just by looking at the color and the aroma, the freshly brewed tea in front of him was 100 times better than the tea powder soup in the past. The tea brewed by young master looks good just by looking at it. It will definitely taste good when drunk. Xiaohi blinked her eyes and said excitedly. Li Zishuan laughed and said, Whether it tastes good or not, we will only know after we drink it. Wife Xiaoxi, quickly try it. Oh, be careful, don't burn yourself. Thank you, husband. Thank you, young master. Xiaohi and Xiaoxi were flattered. After all, this was tea brewed by Li Zishuan himself. At this time, Li Zishuan also picked up the teacup. He first put it in front of his nose and took a light sniff, then closed his eyes with a face full of enjoyment. Speaking of which, he hadn't smelled such a pure tea fragrance for more than a year, right? After sighing with emotion, Li Zishuan gently blew on the hot tea in the cup. After a moment, he took a shallow sip. There was a faint bitter taste in the mouth, and then a burst of rich tea aroma exploded in the mouth, leaving a rich aftertaste. On the other side, Han Yushi also took a sip. Then her eyes widened and she exclaimed, Husband, this tea tastes very special. The texture is smooth, and it leaves a fragrance in the mouth after drinking it. It's simply amazing. Although Xiaohi can't tell how it tastes good, I just feel that it is 10,000 times better than the tea we brewed in the past. Then, young master, this tea is slightly bitter, but after savoring it carefully, it is full of fragrance. This feeling is just like life. Listening to the praise of the 3 beauties in the room, Li Zishuan smiled and said, Xiaoxi is right. Sometimes, drinking tea is like tasting life. There is contemplation in the tea, enlightenment in the contemplation, reminiscence, and life. Wife, take your time to enjoy it. I will bring some tea leaves to the academy to reward the teachers. Drinking tea is like tasting life? Han Yushi couldn't help but be startled. Then she smiled and said, Husband, you can go now. As for the remaining tea leaves, I will help you with Xiaohi and the rest. Thank you for your hard work, my wife. Li Zishuan nodded, then took a small box of freshly brewed tea leaves and went out in the direction of Yanhuang College. Mo Zhong asked the canteen to boil 2 pots of water and bring them to the meeting room. Also, bring some teacups. When he arrived at the academy, Li Zishuan directly called Mo Zhong and ordered. Yamacho. Mo Zhong was a little confused, but he still followed the order. Hey, Yamacho, you came at the right time. This is the list of secret carriers and secret places listed by our physics department. Please take a look. After Mo Zhong left, Li Zishuan had just walked into Guanghua Building when he met Mo Chue. Mo Chue was holding a pile of files. When he saw Li Zishuan coming to the academy, he quickly walked over and said. Li Zishuan glanced at the files in Mo Chue's hands, but he didn't take them. Instead, he said, I'll look at this later. Everyone has been working hard these past 2 days. Rest for a while. I brought you something good. Li Zishuan said as he led Mo Chue to the big meeting room on the first floor. It was Saturday, and the students had gone home for the holidays. Only the teachers were still busy, working overtime, in the meeting room. Arriving at the conference room, Li Zishuan cleared his throat and said to the busy teachers of the academy, Thank you for your hard work, gentlemen. Put down the things at hand and rest for a while. Today, I brought you something good that can lift your spirits and reduce fatigue. Everyone have a good taste. The teachers in the meeting room immediately looked at Li Zishuan. Li Gang stroked his beard and asked curiously, Yamacho, what is it that can be so magical? Could it be some kind of medicine? No, Yamacho, you let us taste it, which means it's not medicine. Brother Wenji's analysis is correct. It seems that the thing Yamacho is talking about is a new kind of delicacy? Then this old man wants to have a good taste. Yen Sil followed Li Gang and echoed. Hearing him say this, everyone in the room couldn't help but swallow. Delicacy, and it was brought by Li Zishuan himself. How could the taste be bad? Who in the Tang Empire didn't know that Li Zishuan was a veritable food king? Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan showed the wooden box of tea leaves in his hand and said with amusement, Haha, you don't have to guess anymore. Here it's it. Today, I've brought you a new way to drink tea. Yamacho, here's the boiled water you asked for. At this moment, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun came in with 2 pots of steaming boiled water. Behind them were 10 or so waiters from the canteen, each carrying a tray of teacups. Give each gentleman a teacup. Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, you 2 carry the kettles and come with me. Li Zishuan gave a simple order, and the waiters in the canteen took the lead and got to work. Li Zishuan led Mo Zhong and Mo Yun to stand behind Li Gang. The old gentleman cooperatively stepped aside. Li Zishuan opened the tea box, and immediately, a fragrant smell wafted out. Li Gang raised his eyebrows in surprise and couldn't help but close his eyes, greedily breathing in the tea fragrance coming from the tea box. Li Zishuan added a small pinch of tea leaves into the old gentleman's teacup, and then had Mo Zhong pour boiling water into it. The tea leaves first floated on the surface of the water, but they quickly sank. The clear water in the teacup had already turned a tender green color, and it was extremely tempting. Moreover, the rich tea fragrance coming from the teacup made the people nearby salivate. Gulp. What tea leaves are these? Why are whole leaves used instead of tea powder? Also, why are these tea leaves giving off such a rich tea fragrance just by soaking them in boiling water? Yen Silu said with a shocked expression. The Yen family had a long history of learning. What kind of tea had Yen Silu not tasted in his life? However, he had never seen a tea drinking method like Li Zishuan, where the tea leaves were directly soaked in boiling water. Moreover, the tea made with this method had a clear color and a rich aroma, which made him even more puzzled. That's right. Yamacho, why is your tea drinking method completely different from the way we used to drink tea? Ma Zhou also said with a puzzled expression. Li Zishuan added tea leaves into Yen Silu's cup next to him and said with a smile, I said at the very beginning that today I'm bringing a brand new tea drinking method to all of you. Don't worry, everyone, there's a share for everyone. After that, he personally placed the tea leaves in the cups of the leaders of the 5 academic departments. At this time, Mo Zhong said very perceptively, Yamacho, let me do it. I remember the amount of tea leaves you put in each cup just now. There were more than 70 teachers in this room. Li Zishuan naturally couldn't put tea leaves in every one of them. Hearing that, he went with the flow and said, "That's fine. But be careful, don't burn others, and don't burn yourselves." "Okay, Yamacho, don't worry." Mo Zhong responded, then took the tea box and began to pour tea for the teachers in the room. After half an hour, everyone in the room was given a cup of tea. The entire conference room was suddenly filled with the fragrance of tea. At this moment, even someone with a weak nose would be intoxicated by the tea fragrance. This tea is definitely not ordinary. I, Wang Wugong, have drunk wine all my life and don't like to drink tea. However, after smelling this tea today, I'm actually a little hungry. Everyone please, I'll first taste this fragrant tea and see how it tastes. Wang Ji picked up the teacup and sniffed it hard. Then, he eagerly put it to his mouth and blew on it fiercely. When he felt that the tea wasn't so hot anymore, he directly took a big sip. Slurp. The sound of this old drunkard drinking tea was like slurping noodles. It really made people speechless. The texture is smooth and it's slightly bitter. However, after tasting it carefully, one can feel the rich tea fragrance and even a hint of sweetness. Wonderful. Too wonderful. This elegant sweetness moistens my throat. I can't even bear to rinse my mouth for 3 days. This tea should only exist in heaven. It's rare to taste it in the human world. Wang Ji closed his eyes and savored it carefully. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and laughed loudly like a drunkard. Chapter 1361. In the large conference room on the first floor of the Guanghua building of Yanhuang College. The teachers sitting in the room heard Wang Ji praise the tea as if it was the only tea in heaven and the only tea on earth. They couldn't help but pick up their teacups and blow on it. Then, they began to taste it carefully. For a moment, the conference room was filled with the sound of blowing and sipping. Yes, Mr. Wang is right. This tea should only be found in heaven. It's bitter at first and sweet at last. The taste is mellow and refreshing. After drinking it, the taste lingers on the teeth and cheeks. After drinking this cup of tea, you can recollect your whole life. The realm of life is like tea. The taste of tea reveals one's nature. Yamacho's tea leaves and the method of making tea are really wonderful. It was the first time for everyone in the room to drink this kind of brewed tea. They all closed their eyes and savored it carefully. After a long time, Li Gang was the first to open his eyes. The old man had a face full of surprise as he sighed with emotion. The realm of life is like tea. The tea tastes life. Brother Wenji, you're right. A cup of tea can make people recall the joys and sorrows of life. Maybe this tea is the immortal tea? Yen Silu stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. Only the immortal tea in heaven can have such a taste. Wonderful. Wonderful. This tea is so fragrant. It's sweet and fragrant like orchids. It's quiet but not cold. It seems to be tasteless. After drinking it, I feel a kind of chi between the teeth and cheeks. It's tasteless and even tasteless. The color, fragrance, and taste are perfect. This tea is comparable to a supreme delicacy. Su Hongji, Xiaodin, Ma Zhou, and the other teachers in the room all sighed and praised the tea. Quick. Give me another cup of water. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't make such good tea 10 or 8 times? Wang Ji, the old drunkard, didn't have the time to sigh. He quickly downed a cup of tea and asked Mo Zhong for water. Li Zishuan was speechless. Generally, tea leaves were only soaked 3 times. The first time the tea leaves were infused with 50% of the soluble matter. The second to fourth soaking was 30%, 10%, and 1% to 3% respectively. 80% of the vitamins and amino acids in the tea leaves could be extracted in the first soak, and more than 95% of the vitamins and amino acids in the tea leaves would be extracted in the second soak. Therefore, if Wang Ji wanted to use the same cup of tea to brew it for 10 or 8 times, it was completely nonsense. If that really happened, he probably wouldn't be able to drink it himself. This old man does seem a little more spirited. It seems like this tea really has the miraculous effect of boosting one's spirit. At this time, Li Gang suddenly felt his mind become clearer. He didn't know if it was an illusion, so he hesitantly said. As soon as this was said, it immediately received the approval of many people. Yen Silu was pleasantly surprised. It seemed to be the case. Yamacho, not only can your tea taste life, but it can also boost one's spirit. It's really amazing. Majo said, whether it's color, taste, or effect, this tea is far from comparable to the tea I've drunk before. Wang Ji nodded repeatedly and said, yes, yes. That's right. Yamacho, where did you get this tea? Where can I buy it? After drinking this kind of tea, how can other teas still taste good? That's right. Yamacho, where can I buy this tea? Hearing Wang Ji's question, the rest of the people came to their senses. As the saying goes, comparisons are odious. Now that they had drunk this kind of immortal tea, how could they still be interested in the other ordinary things of the mortal world? Therefore, they had to quickly ask Li Zishuan where they could buy it. Otherwise, wouldn't they have no tea to drink in the future? The teachers of Yanhuang College didn't have a low monthly salary. Moreover, they usually devoted themselves to teaching and studying in Yunshan, so they didn't spend much in their daily lives. Therefore, most people felt that as long as there was a place to buy this tea, they could more or less afford it. But it was a pity, hee. I obtained this tea by chance from a friend. Then I used 18 processing techniques, such as shaking, putting, pressing, spreading, swinging, sticking, grasping, pressing, grinding, and so on. Currently, in the entire Tang dynasty, or even the entire world, there are no other places that sell this tea except for the tea in my hands. Li Zishuan replied proudly. Wang Ji was speechless. He only wanted to know where to buy these magical tea leaves. He didn't care how the tea leaves were processed. At this moment, seeing Li Zishuan's smug face showing off, to be honest, although Wang Ji was usually very respectful of Li Zishuan, he suddenly wanted to punch Li Zishuan's smug face. Yamacho, aren't you tricking us? You let us taste such good tea once, but then you tell us that there's no place to sell it. You're leaving us with no water to drink in the future. The old drunkard looked at Li Zishuan with a bitter face and said. He had planned to buy some of this tea to replace alcohol. After all, Li Zishuan had told him before that excessive drinking was harmful to the body, especially for an old man like him. Yes. Yamacho, you gave us such good tea. How can we drink other tea in the future? Aren't you torturing us? Yamacho, can you get Wonderful Taste Pavilion or Drunken Immortal House to find a way to sell this tea? After Wang Ji's voice fell, the other teachers in the room began to complain, ask. Li Zishuan's face was full of helplessness. He didn't even have much of this high-quality Hangzhou spring tea. If he had known, he wouldn't have taken it out to show off. What a sin! He thought for a moment, then suddenly rolled his eyes and said loudly, Ahem! Everyone, although this tea is not sold elsewhere, I'll leave a box with Mr. Wenji. Whenever you want to drink it, you can ask Mr. Wenji for it. Okay, the tea has been tasted. Everyone, let's do your work. Mo Chue, didn't you have something to show me earlier? Bring it to my office. After giving his instructions, Li Zishuan hurriedly slipped away as if there was oil under his feet. The main thing was that more than 70 men were looking at you with bitter eyes. No one could stand it. Mo Chue hurriedly held the file and chased after Li Zishuan. Oh, this guy also took away his unfinished tea. He was probably afraid that someone would steal it after he left. Everyone in the room turned their gazes to Li Gang at this moment. In their eyes, some were eager to try, some were timid and hesitant, and some were drooling. Li Gang, who was innocently implicated, twitched the corner of his mouth at this moment. Yamacho, you're tricking me. Aren't you passing on your hatred? But when he thought of the wonderful taste of the tea, Li Gang instantly felt that if he was tricked, then so be it. This was a trap worth jumping into. Ahem. Continue with your work. As for the tea given by Yamacho, I won't keep it to myself. Li Gang straightened his face and said to everyone with a serious face. Hearing this, many of the new teachers couldn't help but feel bitter in their hearts. They thought to themselves, you are so respected. When the time comes, even if we want to drink some immortal tea, how would we dare to frequently ask you for it? Li Zishuan left a box of tea leaves for Li Gang and then sent someone to deliver a small box to Sun Simiao. This could be considered a small benefit for the medical school. After some thought, he also sent someone to deliver a large box of tea leaves to the palace. He even included the brewing method and effects of the tea leaves. This was considered a public bribe to Li Er. Logically speaking, the reason why he could live so well in the Tang Empire was inseparable from Li Er's appreciation and tolerance. Take the incident with the Japanese princess as an example. What he had done could be big or small. If it was a big matter, he would be demoted and stripped of his title. If it was a small matter, he would be reduced to a small matter. In the end, Li Zishuan forgave him because of his outstanding contributions to Yanhuang College and the Tang Empire. This made Li Zishuan feel grateful from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, he decided that from now on he would be a bootlicker. Once there was something good like tea leaves, he would send a portion to Old Li and Empress Xianxia. This way, when he made a mistake in the future, Li Er might be lenient on account of their old friendship. Even if Old Li couldn't do it, Empress Xianxia would definitely plead for him. It was said that a bootlicker would eventually have nothing, but a bootlicker of the emperor would eventually have everything. At the same time, Li Zishuan also sent someone to inform Zheng Yinhong, Zheng Qianjun, Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and the other members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce to come to Yun Mountain tomorrow afternoon to participate in the tea tasting conference. He guessed that the reason why Zheng Yinhong came to visit him yesterday was probably because he was interested in the business of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. It just so happened that the land of Jiangnan was an undeveloped land for Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan also had the intention to expand his business to Jiangnan. At night in the palace. Servant Guanyin, you came at the right time. Li Zishuan sent someone to deliver a box of tea leaves. Come and have a taste. In the Sweet Dew Palace, Li Er saw Empress Xianxia walk in with a bowl of white fungus soup. He immediately smiled. Tea leaves? If I remember correctly, didn't that child always dislike tea leaves? Why did he send a box to the emperor? Empress Xianxia put the white fungus soup on the dragon table and then said with a strange expression, I am also wondering what this kid is up to. But his tea leaves are definitely not as good as Servant Guanyin's white fungus soup. Let me finish this white fungus soup first. Li Er smiled and inwardly flattered Empress Xianxia. Then he picked up the white fungus soup on the dragon table and began to drink it. Empress Xianxia glanced at Li Er with her beautiful eyes, then picked up the wooden box that Li Er had placed to the side. She examined it carefully for a while, then opened the lid of the wooden box. Immediately, a burst of tea fragrance rushed out. She then saw the flat, smooth, sharp and tender green tea leaves in the wooden box. She immediately opened her small mouth in surprise, saying, "What are you talking about?" "Your Majesty! These are complete tea leaves and not tea powder. Also, these tea leaves can actually emit such a strong tea fragrance. They are definitely not ordinary." There was a note on it. Take a small amount of tea leaves and put it in a cup. Brew it with boiling water. When the water temperature is not too hot, you can drink it. Drinking it can raise one's spirits, reduce fatigue, help digestion, and delay aging. Could it be that these tea leaves are immortal tea? It doesn't need to be cooked and only needs to be brewed with boiling water. Moreover, it has so many effects on the human body. Is Mark Yong and joking with us? Oh? Reduce fatigue and delay aging? These tea leaves have such effects? Hearing this, Li Er raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, "Let someone brew 2 cups. Won't we know once we taste it? If this kid is bragging, I will teach him a lesson." Empress Xianxia covered her mouth and smiled. "Yes. Your Majesty." Then she ordered the servants to boil a pot of water in the imperial kitchen and bring it over. Nowadays, honeycomb coal and coal stoves were widely used. Of course, the imperial palace also had these. Therefore, it didn't take much time to boil a pot of water. In less than a quarter of an hour, an eunuch came in with a pot of water. Empress Xianxia personally took it and then said with a slight smile, "Your Majesty is always busy with state affairs and has to deal with a myriad of affairs every day. Let me make a cup of tea for your Majesty." Let's see if these tea leaves have the effect of reducing fatigue. Saying this, she took out a small handful of tea leaves from the wooden box and threw it into the jade-white teacup. Then she lifted the pot and carefully poured the boiling water into the teacup. Trickles of water flowed down from the opening of the pot and formed a small whirlpool in the teacup. The tea leaves flowed with the flow and spun on the surface of the water happily. However, they quickly sank and the color of the tea instantly turned into a tender yellow and clear color. It was extremely tempting. Li Er originally did not pay much attention to Li Zishuan's tea leaves. However, at this moment, his expression finally became serious. Smelling the tea fragrance in the air and looking at the clear and tender yellow tea, Li Er could not help but say, "This tea has both color and fragrance. It's really special. Let me have a taste and see how it tastes." Saying this, he lifted the teacup and blew on it. Then he took a sip and closed his eyes to taste it carefully. It's slightly bitter when it enters the mouth, but after tasting it carefully, I can feel that there is a hint of fruity or faint floral fragrance in the tea. This feeling reminds me of my early military years. Yes, the taste is fresh, refreshing, and sweet. The tea leaves that had been boiled before cannot be compared to this tea. Furthermore, after I drank it, I did become more energetic. These tea leaves are really magical. Maid Guanyin, you should also try it. After a long while, Li Er opened his eyes and said with a bright light in his eyes, "For this tea to be praised by your majesty, this concubine must try it no matter what." Empress Xianxia nodded. At this time, a palace maid had already poured her a cup of tea. Empress Xianxia placed the cup by her mouth and took a sip. A moment later, her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly blossomed with infinite brilliance. She swallowed the tea and then repeatedly exclaimed in admiration, "Green color, rich fragrance, sweet taste, and beautiful shape. Your Majesty, in this concubine's opinion, the tea leaves that Marquillon and offered are unmatched in these 4 aspects. They can be called the 4 best." Hearing this, Li Er clapped and laughed. "Ha, good. Maid Guanyin summed it up well. These tea leaves can indeed be called the 4 best. At least that brat Li Zishuan has some conscience. He knows to give me a portion of the good stuff when he gets it. Now that I have drunk this tea, I will not be able to drink any other tea in the future." Zhao Song, pass down the decree to Li Zishuan. In the future, he will be responsible for the palace's tribute tea. This old servant obeys the decree. Zhao Song did not know that Li Zishuan did not have many tea leaves. Hearing this, he agreed and planned to send someone to pass down the decree to Li Zishuan tomorrow. Chapter 1362. Father, I heard that Duke Yong and invited us to the Cloud Mountain for the tea tasting conference. East of Chang and City, Zheng family's mansion in the capital. Zheng Qianjun came to the study and asked Zheng Yinhong. Zheng Yinhong nodded and smiled. "That's right. But this time, Qianjun, you don't have to go." Zheng Qianjun said unhappily, "Why? Father? I won't ruin your plans." To be honest, he quite liked going to the Cloud Mountain, especially the tall and majestic cement building of Yanhuang College. Even though the Zheng family was rich in Jiangnan, they didn't have such a luxurious house as the one on the Cloud Mountain. Zheng Yinhong shook his head and said, "I've received news that those who are attending the tea tasting conference are the major members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. They should be there to discuss business matters. Qianjun, aren't you not interested in these things? Besides, the Wind Thunder team has a match tomorrow. Someone has to watch the field. You should go to the field tomorrow." "Father." Zheng Qianjun hesitated for a moment and nodded. Then his eyes suddenly lit up and he asked, "Father, Marquis invited the members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Does he want to take some of our business? It seems that Marquis likes the tea you gave him yesterday." Zheng Yinhong chuckled as he stroked his beard and said, "Ha, no matter what, it's good for our family. Let's see what Duke Yong and will do tomorrow." The next day, in the Cloud Mountain residence, Li Zishuan had just finished his breakfast when a servant from the palace came to the Cloud Mountain and told him that Li Er had listed the tea he offered yesterday as a tribute. He would be responsible for the tea in the palace in the future. Li Zishuan was instantly dumbfounded. because he didn't have any of these tea leaves in stock. Chang'an City was located in the northwest of China. The climate was dry, but the growth of tea trees had higher requirements for sunshine, temperature, moisture, wind, and air humidity. Tea trees liked diffuse light. Generally, tea trees that grew in high mountains, forests, or clouds had better quality. Therefore, since ancient times, there had been many large-scale tea production bases in the south of China, which were world-renowned and well-known. The famous tea in China was basically produced in the south, while the north was relatively unknown in comparison. Now that Li Er had asked him to be in charge of the tea supply for the palace, wasn't this a waste? Where would he get so many tea leaves? After thinking about it, he could only let Jing Yinhong do it. He was sure that the old man would be very happy. At 7 in the morning, Jing Yinhong, Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and the others arrived on time. Zheng Yinhong and Chao Wendong had crossed paths before, and because of the storm team, Zheng Yinhong's name was already widely known by the people of Chang'an. Therefore, when they arrived at the Cloud Mountain residence, Zheng Yinhong had already gotten along well with Lin Wenyuan, Feng Zhihua, and the other members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. "Greetings, Marquis." After being informed by the servants, the group came to the front yard. Li Zishuan had already set up the teacups under the pavilion in the front yard. There was also a stove beside him, boiling hot water. Jing Yinhong, Chao Wendong, and the others quickly bowed to Li Zishuan. Everyone, don't be so polite. Have a seat." Li Zishuan smiled and gestured for everyone to take a seat. At this time he ordered, "Shao He, pour the tea." "Young master." Shao He bowed and poured the water into the teacups on the stone table. Instantly, the aroma of tea filled the courtyard. Everyone was naturally amazed by this novel tea brewing technique and the color of the tea soup. Compared to the previous method of boiling tea powder and various seasonings in a pot, this kind of tea soup brewed with boiling water had a more clear and attractive color. Just from the appearance alone, it was better by a notch. However, what was even more amazing was the taste of the tea. It was bitter at first, then sweet, and left a lingering fragrance in everyone's mouth. Zheng Yinhong exclaimed, "Marquis, the taste of this tea is really unique. There's sweetness in the bitterness, and there's a fragrance in the sweetness. Especially when you swallow the tea, the fragrance suddenly explodes, and you feel like your organs are filled with the tea's fragrance. In the past, I didn't like to drink tea made with crushed tea powder. I used fresh tea leaves that were picked and boiled over a small fire before drinking. The taste was very delicious, so before this, I thought that I had created an amazing method of brewing tea. However, compared to Marquis tea today, I really feel that all the tea I drank before was wasted. However, I'm a little curious. Are these tea leaves really the tea leaves that I sent to Marquis the day before yesterday? Why is the taste so different?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but secretly smile. He thought to himself that Jing Yinhong was quite knowledgeable in the way of tea. He actually knew to give up on using tea powder and use whole tea leaves. However, he used raw tea leaves, so the taste was much worse. As far as he knew, fresh tea leaves could indeed be brewed with boiling water directly. However, the tea that was brewed would have a strong grassy taste. After all, tea leaves that weren't fried were the most primitive and most natural state of tea leaves. The tea tree was also a type of herb. Of course, these tea leaves are the ones that Villa Master Zheng sent over the day before yesterday. Otherwise, where would I get so many tea leaves in such a short time? Li Zishuan looked at Jing Yinhong and smiled. However, the tea leaves that Villa Master Zheng sent over, I used a special method to process them. That's why the fragrance is even stronger. Everyone, please take a look at the shape of the tea leaves after the processing." As he spoke, Li Zishuan asked Shao Shi to bring over a box of fried tea leaves and handed it to Zheng Yinhong. "Thank you very much, Marit." Zheng Yinhong received the box with both hands and opened it. He was instantly shocked because the tea leaves in the box had not been brewed with boiling water, yet they were emitting a strong tea fragrance. To him, this was simply unbelievable. Zheng Yinhong had been doing business all his life. He even managed such a big stall like Misty Rain Villa. Naturally, he knew how to conduct himself. He poured out 3 to 4 tea leaves from the wooden box and poured them into his hands. Then, he handed the wooden box to Chao Wendong and said, "Come, Brother Chao, let's take a look." Chao Wendong nodded gratefully at Jing Yinhong and said, "All right. Just nice, let's broaden our horizons." Soon, everyone was given a few pieces of tea leaves and began to observe them carefully. TSK. These processed tea leaves are all flat and smooth, sharp, tender and green, even and heavy. This is simply amazing. Zheng Yinhong had done quite a bit of research on the way of tea. After a careful observation, he first clicked his tongue in wonder and sighed. Then, he asked somewhat uncertainly, "Marquis, have these tea leaves been fried in a pot?" Li Zishuan nodded and praised, Heights Lord Jing really has good eyesight. These tea leaves are indeed fried." Zheng Yinhong exclaimed, "To be able to fry the tea leaves into such a flat, smooth, sharp and uniform shape, it's really not easy. The person who fried the tea leaves has exquisite skills. It's simply uncanny workmanship. I'm really impressed." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "To be honest, the person who fried the tea leaves is my wife." The ancients usually addressed their wives as lowly wives to outsiders, but Li Zishuan was not used to it. Everyone was shocked. They quickly stood up and cupped their fists. To be able to taste Marquis's wife's culinary skills is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. "Thank you, Marquis, for your hospitality today." "Hee. You don't have to be so polite," Li Zishuan said with a smile as he stretched out his hand. Only then did everyone sit down again. At this time, Chao Wendong asked, "Marquis, these tea leaves are so fragrant and elegant. It's so special that it should have a name. I wonder if Marquis has a suitable name in mind?" "How can such an immortal tea not have a nice name? Marquis, why don't you give this tea a name today?" Zheng Yinhong quickly agreed. Li Zishuan heard this and pinched his chin. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Since everyone thinks that this is an immortal tea, why don't we call it the Immortal Tea?" Although he wanted to directly name it West Lake Longjing, at this time, West Lake had not been born yet. Moreover, he did not know if there was a Longjing village in this era. If he named it West Lake Longjing, no one would know what it meant. The predecessor of West Lake was originally the intersection of the hills and the East Sea. In the Tang dynasty, Bai Ji served as the magistrate of Hangzhou. In order to improve the drinking conditions of the people of Hangzhou, he organized artificial dredging of West Lake, so that West Lake evolved from a purely natural lake to a semi-natural and semi-artificial lake. Later, in the Northern Song dynasty, when Su Dongpa served as the Zhizhou of Hangzhou, he organized the dredging of West Lake and piled it up into a long dike. Later generations named it Su Dike in commemoration. It was precisely because of historical figures like Bai Juyi, Su Dongpa, and other historical figures that not only regulated West Lake, but also praised West Lake with their own flower-making magic pen. The beauty of West Lake slowly began to be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But in Tang Chu's moment, if you told people about West Lake, they would probably be confused and not know what you were talking about. Immortal tea? That's a good name. First there was the immortal drunken wine, then the immortal mirror, then the immortal lamp, and now the immortal tea. Good name. Zheng Yinhong was stunned, then clapped his hands and laughed. The rest of the people also felt that the 3 words, immortal tea, were quite appropriate, and it could echo the name of Li Zishuan's previous products, so they spoke out to express their appreciation. "I just don't know if Marquis has any intention of doing a tea business?" With the unique stir-frying method of the immortal tea, the novel and simple brewing method, as well as its sweet and refreshing taste and texture, this Zheng dares to guarantee that as long as Marquis is willing to sell it, it will definitely become popular all over the world. Zheng Yinhong suddenly looked at Li Zishuan and said. Hearing this, everyone came back to their senses, and they all cast their gazes towards Li Zishuan, because this was a very big cake. Li Zishuan was happy. He was waiting for Zheng Yinhong to say this, so he smiled and said, Of course I want to do this tea business, but I need everyone to cooperate with me. Chapter 1363. 2-in-1 chapter. Oh? Marquis, if you have any orders, I will do my best to cooperate with you. Yunshan Residence. Hearing that Li Zishuan wanted to start a tea business and needed everyone's help, Zheng Yinhong's expression changed. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "We are also willing to lend Marquis a helping hand." Chao Wendong and the others also cupped their hands and said. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Good. With everyone's help, this Marquis has even more confidence in doing this tea business. First, we have to solve the problem of the source of the tea. The weather in the north is dry and not suitable for tea trees to grow, so the tea leaves must be picked from the south." Speaking of this, Li Zishuan looked at Zheng Yinhong and said, "I sent the tea leaves to the palace yesterday. After His Majesty tasted it, he liked it very much and decided to list the immortal tea as a tribute tea. So, in the future, the tea leaves that the palace needs will be collected in the Jiangnan area." Tribute tea? Everyone was shocked and their hearts were in turmoil. However, Zheng Yinhong's expression changed and he said, "Marquis, the immortal tea being listed as a tribute tea shows that its quality is unparalleled in the world. But once it is listed as a tribute tea, it should not be sold casually among the people." Hearing this, everyone came to their senses. Chao Wendong nodded and said, "Marquis, what manner head Zheng said is reasonable. Once the immortal tea is listed as a tribute tea, how can the people enjoy it casually?" Li Zishuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "You can't say that. His Majesty loves the people like his children and likes to enjoy with them. Besides, we can make a batch of top-grade immortal tea and supply it to the palace. As for the lower-grade ones, we can sell them to the people. When the time comes, the immortal tea will borrow the reputation of the tribute tea and sell it to the people." In the Tang dynasty, there were no strict restrictions on the tributes to the palace. Every place only needed to deliver the tributes to the court on time. It did not mean that once something was listed as a tribute, it could not be sold among the people. For example, cucumbers had always been a tribute before the Tang dynasty and during the Tang dynasty, but could the people not eat it? Obviously not. As long as you have the money, you can definitely buy it. As for the imperial tribute tea, there had never been a precedent before. Zheng Yinhong and the others were only worried because they wanted to be absolutely sure. Marquis' move is brilliant. However, can this immortal tea also be divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades? Feng Jihua stroked his beard and asked doubtfully. The tea leaves they used to drink were all crushed tea leaves mixed with seasonings. How could there be any concept of grading tea leaves? Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course, tea leaves can be divided into different grades. Generally speaking, for fresh tea leaves, the shorter the buds and leaves, the more tender they are, and the smaller the angle between the buds and leaves, the better the quality of the tea leaves. Therefore, top-grade fresh tea leaves must have a bud and a leaf that have just bloomed. The angle of the bud and leaf should be small, the bud should be longer than the leaf, the bud and leaf should be uniform and fat, and the bud and leaf should not be more than an inch long. In addition, the stir-frying method should also be particular. In my opinion, after stir-frying, the tea leaves should be flat and smooth, delicate and sharp, tender and green, uniform and heavy, and the bud peak should be visible. In this way, the top-grade fresh tea leaves, coupled with the top-grade stir-frying method, will naturally become the top-grade immortal tea. Using this top-grade immortal tea as a tribute and selling the slightly inferior ones will not only save the emperor's face, but also let the world taste the delicious immortal tea. It can be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Hearing this, everyone nodded and thought that this plan was very appropriate. Zheng Yinhong was even more convinced. He cupped his hands and said, "Marquis' research and attainments in the way of tea can be said to be a master of a generation. I used to think that I had done a lot of research in the way of tea, but after listening to Marquis' words today, I realized that I was just a frog at the bottom of a well." "Heights, Lord Zheng, you don't have to say that. In fact, I learned these things from my master. They are not my own skills." Li Zishuan smiled and then said, "Heights, Lord Zheng, I want to build a tea garden in the Jiangnan area, but I have been in Chang and for many years and have no time to manage the tea garden, so, as long as Marquis trusts me, I am willing to manage the tea garden for Marquis." As soon as Li Zishuan finished his words, Zheng Yinhong immediately said. Chao Wendong and the others were silent at this moment. Although they had business dealings with the south, they were not southerners after all. They were not like Zheng Yinhong, who had a large foundation and a wide network in the south. They wanted to help Li Zishuan build a tea garden in the south, but they did not have the ability to do so. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "I appreciate Heights Lord Zheng's kindness. It's not that I don't trust you, but I will feel sorry for troubling Heights Lord Zheng. Therefore, I want to open a tea garden with Heights Lord Zheng, specializing in picking and frying immortal tea. I am also willing to share the frying method of the immortal tea. Together, we can build the largest, most famous, and best tea garden." As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. No one expected that Li Zishuan would be willing to share the frying method of the immortal tea. It should be known that with the reputation of the tribute tea and the excellent taste of the immortal tea, as long as Li Zishuan solved the problem of the source of the tea leaves, he could rely on the tea leaves to make endless wealth. After all, in the whole Tang Empire, no tea merchant could produce tea leaves that could compete with the immortal tea. Naturally, there was no way to compete with Li Zishuan. Zheng Yinhong was well known in the Jiangnan market. He was not a person who had not seen the world. But at this moment, he could not help but be moved. He quickly bowed and said, "How can I open a tea garden with you, Marquis? If Marquis needs anything, I am willing to help Marquis with all my strength. I dare not covet Marquis's frying method." Zheng Yinhong was indeed a person who had seen a big scene. In the face of huge benefits, he still kept his heart at the critical moment. He was not stupid. Although he was a powerful businessman in Jiangnan, Li Zishuan was a noble marquis. If he wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing an ant. After all, the social hierarchy of scholars, farmers, businessmen, and businessmen was not a joke. Therefore, he thought quickly and seriously considered it, but still rejected this tempting proposal. Li Zishuan couldn't help but nod in his heart when he saw this. After that, he looked at Zheng Yinhong with a spurious smile and said, "Manor Lord Zheng, you're a businessman. We're talking about business right now. Fairness is the most important thing in business. Helping me build a tea garden for free isn't the way to do business. You should know that I am not short of money, and I don't like to use my power to oppress others. So, if you are willing to help, I will give you 40% of the shares. In the future, you will get 40% of the profits of the tea garden. If you are not willing to help, it doesn't matter. I will find someone else." In the face of Li Zishuan's generous offer, everyone present felt a rush of excitement. Chao Wendong and the others all looked at Zheng Yinhong enviously. Zheng Yinhong frowned and did not speak. From his frown and serious expression, one could see that he was struggling fiercely in his heart. After a long silence, Zheng Yinhong finally opened his mouth. He bowed to Li Zishuan and said, "Marquis is upright and righteous, benevolent and kind. This Zheng admires you greatly. Since Marquis treats me with sincerity, I, Zheng Yinhong, swear here today that I will do my best to manage the tea garden for Marquis for generations to come. If there is any betrayal, I am willing to let the men of my Zheng family be slaves and the women be prostitutes for generations." He understood that after obtaining Li Zishuan's secret method of frying tea, he had to be loyal to Li Zishuan and make Li Zishuan completely believe in him. Therefore, he made such a heavy oath. Everyone was moved. Li Zishuan's expression also couldn't help but change slightly. It should be known that the ancient people attached great importance to oaths. No one dared to casually swear, and no one would be like Zheng Yinhong, directly swearing on their descendants. Li Zishuan hurriedly helped Zheng Yinhong up and said, "Master Zheng, you don't have to do this. The Zheng family has been doing business in Jiangnan for generations and is very trustworthy. Who doesn't know Master Zheng's trustworthiness? Who doesn't believe you?" To be honest, there were two main reasons why he shared the secret method of frying tea so easily. First, his method of frying tea was actually not difficult to learn. Once the immortal tea was launched, all the tea merchants in the world would definitely be able to figure out his method of frying tea within a year. Instead of keeping the secret method of frying tea a secret, it was better to monopolize all the high-quality tea gardens in Jiangnan while the tea market was still blank. In this way, Zheng Yinhong, the local snake, would definitely be inseparable. Second, Li Zishuan actually didn't plan to do the tea business at first. At most, he wanted to make a small batch of tea for himself and for the people around him to drink. Moreover, he was now devoted to promoting the basic technology of the Tang Empire and didn't want to spend time making money from the tea business. He didn't lack money. However, Li Er listed the Immortal tea as a tribute tea and let him be responsible for the tea supply of the palace. Since he decided yesterday to be a bootlicker, he could only bootlicker to the end. Since he didn't have time, he could only delegate to Zheng Yinhong and the others. Anyway, he was confident that with his current status, Zheng Yinhong wouldn't dare to betray him. He believed that Zheng Yinhong was a smart person. Now that Zheng Yinhong had made such a solemn vow, he was even more certain that his judgment was correct. Chao Wendong, who was at the side, also nodded at this moment and said, "The Zheng family is famous in Jiangnan. They are the most trustworthy in the business world. This is indeed known by everyone." Zheng Yinhong looked at Chao Wendong gratefully, then clasped his hands at Li Zishuan and said, "Marquis is so sincere, but I can't refuse. I can only take 30% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden. If Marquis is unwilling, then I can only accept it. However, I have a presumptuous request, and I hope that Marquis can agree to it." "Owner Zheng, please speak." Li Zishuan's expression changed slightly, and he was a little curious. Zheng Yinhong said in a low voice, "I know that Marquis has established the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce, and I have always been fascinated. I wonder if Marquis can let me join the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce? 10% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden in exchange for a membership in the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce." In the long run, he was still losing out. After all, the future potential of the Immortal Tea Garden was limitless. However, the reason why he made this suggestion was mainly because he felt that 40% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden was too hot. Giving out 10% in exchange for a membership in the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce would not only protect himself, but also open up a path for the Zheng family. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "I have no objections, but I have an idea. I will give you 10% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden. Boss Chao, Boss Lin, Boss Feng, you all can discuss and give 10% of the original shares of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce to owner Zheng. As a reward, this 10% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden will be divided equally according to the corresponding ratio. How about it?" Back then, the first batch of members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce was determined through an auction. The shares that each person held were determined according to the ratio of the money that they paid. And the amount of goods that they received from the workshop in the future was directly related to the shares that they held in the Chamber of Commerce. To put it simply, Li Zishuan was now using the 10% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden that Zheng Yinhong gave up to exchange for 10% of the shares of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce with Chao Wendong and the rest. In any case, he would definitely not lose out in this exchange. He still held 60% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden. Chao Wendong and the rest looked at each other and nodded. They all said, "We are willing to follow Marquis' arrangements." They were not stupid. The goods that Zheng Yinhong received from the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop were to be shipped to Jiangnan to be sold. It did not clash with their business at all. On the contrary, with 10% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden, they would be able to get involved in the tea business. And originally, they would not have been able to get the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden, because with their connections, they would not be able to help Li Zishuan set up the Immortal Tea Garden. But now that Li Zishuan had given them the opportunity, how could they not seize it? Li Zishuan nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "In this way, everyone is happy. In a while, I will mark a few of the best locations for the Immortal Tea Garden on the map. When the time comes, Manor Head Zheng can help to set up the Immortal Tea Garden in these places. As for the cost of setting up the Immortal Tea Garden, we will share it." Zheng Yinhong clasped his hands and said, "Yes." Li Zishuan smiled, then raised his teacup and said, "Come, everyone, let's use tea as wine to celebrate the addition of a new member to our flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce today." After settling the matters of the Immortal Tea Garden, Zheng Yinhong took the map that Li Zishuan had given him and set off for Jiangnan in the afternoon. In Chang'an City, he left Zheng Qianjun to look after the team. On the map that Li Zishuan had given him, the best locations for the Immortal Tea Garden were marked. These locations were almost all places that produced Longjing tea in his previous life, such as Lion Peak Mountain, Longjing Mountain, Chessboard Mountain, Shangtianzhu, Wengjia Mountain, Waxberry Ridge, Manjualong, White Crane Peak, and dozens of other mountain peaks. Li Zishuan wanted to use the memory of his previous life to quickly monopolize the production areas of these high-quality tea leaves. Even if someone later found a way to make high-quality tea, the quality of the tea leaves would be far inferior to the immortal tea. Of course, other than the task of setting up the immortal tea garden, Zheng Yinhong's top priority in returning to Jiangnan this time was to go to the existing tea mountains and send people to pick a batch of fresh tea leaves as soon as possible to make tribute tea. As for the immortal tea garden, it was estimated that they would have to wait until next year to produce tea. After all, they still had to transplant the tea trees. Chapter 1364. The reason why Zheng Yinhong was willing to fully assist Li Zishuan in opening up the tea plantation, other than being driven by profit, was because he felt Li Zishuan's sincerity. He had interacted with many officials in Jiangnan and Chang, but Li Zishuan was the first official to talk business with him as an equal. This moved Zheng Yinhong and gave him a good impression of Li Zishuan. Looking at Chao Wendong and the others' attitude towards Li Zishuan, it wasn't hard to understand why Zheng Yinhong swore loyalty to Li Zishuan and would never betray Li Zishuan. If the ruler treats me like a country knight, I will repay him like a country knight. The scholar officials were willing to die for those who knew them well. Zheng Yinhong, who had always kept his promises, was also willing to pledge his loyalty to Li Zishuan, who treated him like a national scholar. It was true that businessmen valued profit, but the businessmen of this era also yearned for recognition. Li Zishuan's sincerity and Li Zishuan's equal treatment were the most important factors that moved Zheng Yinhong. To be loyal to such a superior, Zheng Yinhong felt that as long as Li Zishuan didn't fall, the Zheng family would prosper forever. At the same time, the news that Li Zishuan had a magical tea leaf and a magical tea brewing method silently spread. After all, there was no such thing as a wall that didn't have a crack. Some of the civil and military officials close to Li Zishuan took a break from their busy lives and went to Yunshan to find Li Zishuan to drink tea. Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Qin Qiong, Qing Yaojin, Li Jing, Li Ji Yuqi Jingde, and the others were basically in groups of 3 to 5. They said they were visiting Yanhuang College, but their real purpose was to drink tea. In the end, when Mr. Li Gang saw that his tea leaves were getting less and less, he couldn't help but reprimand this group of shameless old men. Only then did the wave of civil and military officials visit Yunshan was slightly reduced. However, Li Zishuan was bleeding profusely. After those old fellows tasted the deliciousness of the celestial tea, they all asked him for tea leaves. However, he didn't have much in stock. But these old officials treated him well, so he couldn't refuse. In the end, he could only send a small box of tea leaves from door to door. Yes, it was a small box. Li Zishuan custom-made a small wooden box. One box could be drunk about 10 times. Although it was a little stingy, it was the limit of what he could do. If he had to blame something, he could only blame the taste of the immortal tea. Think about it. Even old drunkards like Wang Ji and Qing Yaojin liked to drink tea. How could the taste be bad? It was a pity that Wei Zheng was far away in Hunan province. Otherwise, this old troll would definitely come to ask for tea leaves. Li Zishuan, who didn't have much in stock, only hoped that Zheng Yinhong could quickly send a batch of stir-fried immortal tea to Chang. Yes, he also taught Zheng Yinhong how to stir-fry the immortal tea. Jiangnan province was nearly 1,000 miles away from Chang. If fresh tea leaves were to be transported to Chang and then processed, the transportation cost would be too high. Therefore, Li Zishuan asked Zheng Yinhong to pick, stir-fry, and process the tea leaves on the spot. When the time came, the finished product would be directly sent to Chang. Early in the morning, Li Zishuan had just finished his sword practice and was about to go to Yanhuang College. However, at the gate of the college, he met someone he didn't expect to see. San Bao. Li Zishuan looked at the disheveled, dirty, and ragged beggar in front of him. Seeing that the beggar's face was very familiar, Li Zishuan thought seriously for a moment before he suddenly cried out in surprise. "Young master! San Bao is back! San Bao is finally back! Woo-woo!" San Bao looked at Li Zishuan in a daze. Seeing that Li Zishuan recognized him, he immediately knelt on the ground and hugged Li Zishuan's thigh, crying and wailing. The few soldiers behind him also quickly knelt down. These people were sent by Li Zishuan to follow San Bao to search for ores. Get up quickly. What happened to you? Didn't I send you to Sichuan to search for ores? Why are you in such a sorry state? San Bao's miserable cries alarmed the people in the courtyard. Han Yushi and Lan came out one after another. The guards outside the courtyard, Pang Feiji, Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and the other guards also looked over. Li Zishuan quickly pulled San Bao up from the ground and asked. It would have been better if he didn't ask. The moment he asked, San Bao cried even harder. With snot and tears, he said, "Young master, San Bao is back." San Bao almost couldn't make it back, but San Bao found a vanadium mine for you. Li Zishuan could feel the sadness from San Bao's words, so he quickly asked, "Why did you almost not make it back? Did someone in Sichuan make things difficult for you?" At this point, Li Zishuan's tone became very unfriendly. Someone actually dared to bully the people he sent out. Wasn't this a slap to his face? San Bao slightly controlled his emotions and replied, "Young master, we found the vanadium mine on a mountain in Feng province, but we were caught by a group of people from the Chang tribe. They said that we offended their sacred mountain and wanted to kill us. Later, we revealed our identities and met the leader of the Chang tribe. He asked us why we were digging for ores on the sacred mountain. I told him the truth and said that I was helping you find the vanadium mine, but he didn't believe me. He said that he had never heard of a vanadium mine on the mountain and wanted to kill us. Later, the local county magistrate came with people in time and saved our lives. However, the Chang tribe didn't allow us to take the ore away from the mountain. Later, we took advantage of the darkness to steal a few pieces of ore, but we were discovered by the Chang tribe. They sent people to chase us all the way until we left Yeyang County. At that time, we completely got rid of them, but at that time, we lost all our travel expenses and fishing talismans. We could only beg along the way and relied on the help of a few kind-hearted people to finally make it back." Li Zishuan was silent for a while after hearing this. He had expected that there might be some twists and turns in this trip. Although the Sichuan region had long been included in the political system of the Central Plains dynasty due to the geographical isolation and distance from the political center, and the fact that there were many Di, Chang, Man, Liao, and other ethnic groups in the Sichuan region and around the basin, the land of Sichuan had become the border of the dynasty. There were many noble clans and tribes, and the various forces were also tangled and complicated. Therefore, he had previously told San Bao to try his best not to have any conflicts with the local forces. However, he didn't expect San Bao to be in such a miserable state, almost starving to death on the way. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan patted San Bao's shoulder and said, "San Bao, you've suffered. Don't worry, I'll help you get back at the Chang tribe for all the grievances you've suffered." San Bao nodded vigorously, then he scratched his head and said, Young master, is there anything to eat? San Bao is hungry." The few soldiers behind him also rubbed their stomachs and looked at Li Zishuan with an embarrassed expression. Li Zishuan hurriedly ordered, "Xiao He, quick! Go get some food and drinks for San Bao and the others." "Young master." Xiao He hurriedly ran into the house. Li Zishuan said to San Bao, "San Bao and the rest of you, come in and sit down to eat and drink slowly. You've all worked hard along the way." "Yes, young master." After a while, Xiao He and Xiao Shi brought in a bowl of freshly cooked noodles and a large bowl of chopped green onion and egg soup. This was commonly known as minced meat noodles. Each of them had a bowl of noodles and some minced meat on top. San Bao and the rest sat on the stone table in the courtyard and wolfed down the noodles. "San Bao, eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. Don't choke." It was Lan Er's first time seeing someone wolfing down food like that. She was shocked and hurriedly tried to persuade him, which was rare of her. "Thank you for your concern, San Bao won't choke." San Bao replied to Lan as he ate. In his heart, he was thinking that it was better to choke to death than starve to death. He hadn't eaten such delicious noodles in a long time. "Lan, don't disturb them. Li Zishuan patted Lan's head and said softly. Although he had many questions to ask San Bao, he knew that now was not the time to ask. It was more important to let San Bao and the rest eat their fill first. Oh. Lan nodded and stood for a while before going out to play. This little girl wasn't the type to stay idle. After more than 15 minutes, San Bao and the rest finally put down their bowls and chopsticks. The few of them had actually finished the bowl of noodles and minced meat. They were like reincarnated hungry ghosts. Burp. San Bao and the rest burped and stood up from the stone bench. They bowed to Li Zishuan and said, "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, Marquis." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "All of you can go back. Wash up and have a good rest. I will reward you later." San Bao said. The few soldiers quickly bowed and said, "Yes." With that, they left. Li Zishuan looked at San Bao and asked, "San Bao, you said that the local Chang people see the mine as a sacred mountain. Why is that?" San Bao thought for a while and replied, "Young master, I think I heard a farmer mention this before. That mountain is called the Lan family volcano. It is said that this mountain can attract soldiers from all over the world. As long as someone passes by it with a sword, he or she will feel that the sword is being pulled by some kind of force. Later on, people think that this mountain has the power of the gods and won't let anyone go up it." Lan family volcano? Li Zishuan frowned. He suddenly felt that this name was somewhat familiar. He quickly searched for relevant information in his mind. A moment later, his eyes widened as he said in disbelief, "You're saying that the mountain is called the Lan clan's volcano? Is there a mountain called the Sharp Mountain next to it?" San Bao was stunned and looked at Li Zishuan as if he was looking at a god. She said, "Young master, how did you know that there is a sharp mountain next to it? You are really amazing. There is indeed a sharp mountain next to the Lan family volcano, but San Bao hasn't gone up there yet." Li Zishuan's face was filled with excitement. He said, "That's great. That's great." He could basically conclude that the place that San Bao and the rest went to was the modern-day Sichuan Panzihua. The Lan family volcano and the Sharp Mountain were the largest natural vanadium titanium magnetite mine in the modern day. In the 21st century, other than the United States, which extracted vanadium from potassium, vanadium, and uranium, or the other major vanadium-producing countries extracted vanadium from vanadium titanium magnetite. San Bao and the rest had really found a treasure this time. The local Chang people mistook this mountain for a divine mountain. Li Zishuan thought that this was ridiculous because the magnetite in vanadium titanium magnetite was very strong. It was normal for it to attract iron swords. It had nothing to do with divine force at all. "All right. Young master, these are the ores that we stole from there. We dropped a lot of them when we were running for our lives. There are only 2 left." San Bao took out 2 fist-sized dark gray stones from his clothes and handed them to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan took the stones. From their appearance, they looked like iron ores. However, upon closer inspection, the color of the stones was slightly lighter than iron ores. They were also slightly lighter than iron ores. After observing for a while, Li Zishuan looked at San Bao and said, "If I let you lead the way, can you still remember the way?" San Bao nodded and said, "Yes." "Young master, don't worry. San Bao definitely knows the way." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Then you can go and rest first. You did a good job this time. I will definitely reward you handsomely." San Bao revealed his bootlicker nature and said, "Hee. It is San Bao's honor to be able to help young master. San Bao doesn't dare to ask for a reward." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Oh? If that's the case, then I will fulfill your wish and not reward you." The smile on San Bao's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced with a sad face. He said pitifully, "Young master?" San Bao just, "All right. You should go back and rest. As for the reward you deserve, this young master will definitely not give you a single copper coin less." Li Zishuan laughed and said. Han Yushi and the rest also smiled. San Bao scratched his head and realized that Li Zishuan was just teasing him. He was not angry. Instead, he smiled and bowed. "San Bao thanks young master." Li Zishuan nodded and said something to his wife before leaving with the vanadium titanium magnetite. Mr. Wang, please come with me for a while. After arriving at the academy, Li Zishuan went to the chemistry department's office and found Wang Ji. Oh, Yamacho. I'll be right there. Wang Ji was memorizing the Yanhuang College's confidentiality regulations. When he heard Wang Ji, he quickly put down the booklet and followed Li Zishuan out of the office. Speaking of which, whether it was the students or the teachers in the academy, they would take out the academy's confidentiality regulations and madly memorize them whenever they were free. After all, this week's confidentiality examination was of great importance to everyone, and no one would not take it lightly. Yamacho, why are you looking for me? Wang Ji followed Li Zishuan into the meeting room and asked eagerly. He was in a hurry. Li Zishuan took out the vanadium titanium magnetite and smiled. Mr. Wang, the people I sent out have found the vanadium titanium magnetite. The most important thing now is to verify if there is vanadium in it. What? Found the vanadium titanium magnetite? Then what are we waiting for, Yamacho? Let's go straight to the workshop. Wang Ji was pleasantly surprised. Li Zishuan had told him that vanadium pentoxide was an important catalyst in the process of producing sulfuric acid. Now that they had the vanadium titanium ore, it meant that the workshop could finally produce sulfuric acid on a large scale. Chapter 1365. Yanhuang College. In the meeting room of Guanghua Building, Wang Ji's face was full of excitement. He pulled Li Zishuan to the workshop, completely forgetting that he wanted to deal with Li Zishuan as soon as possible so that he could go back and memorize the confidentiality regulations. As the leader of the chemistry department, Wang Ji had the most thorough understanding of the chemistry textbooks compiled by Li Zishuan. No one understood the important role of sulfuric acid better than him. It could be said that in the chemistry textbooks written by Li Zishuan, a considerable number of chemical reactions were directly or indirectly related to sulfuric acid. As early as last year, Wang Ji had experimented by himself and used green alum to produce dilute sulfuric acid. However, that method could produce dilute sulfuric acid in small amounts, but it was obviously impossible to produce sulfuric acid or concentrated sulfuric acid in large amounts. Later, Li Zishuan introduced him to the method of using sulfur dioxide and vanadium pentoxide as a catalyst, heating it in the air to produce sulfur trioxide, and then producing concentrated sulfuric acid. He had been looking forward to Li Zishuan quickly finding the legendary vanadium mine, but he didn't expect to wait for 4 months. Now that the vanadium mine had finally arrived, how could he not be excited? Under Wang Ji's urging, the two quickly arrived at the ironworks of the workshop. But at this time, Wang Ji was a little confused, because he didn't know how to extract vanadium from vanadium titanomagnetite. Wang Ji looked at Li Zishuan and asked, Yamacho, how do we refine this or to extract the vanadium from it? In fact, Li Zishuan had been thinking about this problem on the way here. Hearing this, he replied in a deep voice. When he heard this, he replied, the vanadium titanomagnetite mainly contains metal oxides such as iron, vanadium, titanium, chromium, cobalt, and other metals. We can put it in the blast furnace and mix it with soda ash for roasting. Under the action of high temperature and sodium salt as an additive, the silicon oxide tetrahedron and silicon oxide tetrahedron containing vanadium in the vanadium titanomagnetite will be destroyed, exposing the vanadium and transforming it into pentavalent vanadium. After that, the sodium ions in the soda ash would react with it. The resulting sodium vanadate salt would be soluble in water, but the residues of the other impurities would not be soluble in water. Therefore, we can use the method of soaking in water to hydrolyze the crude vanadium, then filter out the impurities, and precipitate the refined vanadium salt from the solution. After the refined vanadium salt is precipitated and calcined, we can obtain the catalyst we need, vanadium pentoxide. The method Li Zishuan was talking about was called the process of extracting vanadium by roasting with salt. It was a relatively primitive method of extracting vanadium. The sodium salt could be used as the choice of soda ash, sodium carbonate, sodium sulfate, or table salt, sodium chloride. Comparatively speaking, the roasting effect of sodium chloride was the best, but sodium chloride would undergo a redox reaction at high temperatures to produce chlorine gas, which would seriously pollute the atmosphere. Therefore, Li Zishuan did not choose this method. In addition, the main advantage of adding sodium carbonate for roasting was that the equipment needed was simple and the raw materials needed were readily available. For example, soda ash. Although no one in ancient times could synthesize it artificially, there was a lot of soda ash in nature. However, the drawback of this method was also obvious, and that was waste. Because the main product of this method was vanadium pentoxide, the other metal components such as iron, titanium, chromium, cobalt, and so on were directly filtered out as residues, especially iron. It should be known that the iron content of vanadium titanomagnetite was as high as 20% to 30%, but the vanadium content was less than 2%. Therefore, this method of extracting vanadium was a great waste for iron. However, Li Zishuan did not care about this now. What he needed was vanadium, not iron. Wang Ji now had a good foundation in chemistry, but after listening to Li Zishuan's theory of the vanadium extraction process, he still could not quite catch up. He stood there for a long time before he finally reacted. Then he nodded and said, "Since Yamacho has a method, then I will do it. However, I still need Yamacho's guidance from the side." An old man in his 40s or 50s asking for guidance from a young man in his teens. This scene was strange no matter how one looked at it. However, when Wang Ji said this, his tone was natural and there was no awkwardness at all. He admitted that he was far inferior to Li Zishuan in chemistry. Good. Then let's begin. Li Zishuan nodded and said. While Li Zishuan was immersed in scientific research in Chang and City, in the palace, old Li, who had just finished the morning court, was enjoying tea with his family in the garden of the West Court. He was now completely in love with the taste of the immortal tea. If someone were to bring him a cup of the same tea as before, he would definitely ask someone to pour it away. Because compared to this immortal tea, the old tea was simply rubbish. In addition, old Li clearly remembered that when Li Zishuan delivered the divine tea to him that day, he also gave him a note. On the note, it was clearly written, "Drinking it can refresh one's spirit, reduce fatigue, aid digestion, and slow down aging." Yes, that was what he valued the most about the slow down aging part. Last year, when Li Er asked Li Zishuan if there was a way to live forever in the world, Li Zishuan mercilessly refuted him. Therefore, he could not ask Li Zishuan if the immortal tea could really slow down aging. However, he believed that Li Zishuan would definitely not say such things, so he chose to believe him. What's more, the immortal tea itself tasted so good. What reason did he have not to like drinking it? In fact, drinking tea could slow down aging. This Li Zishuan really did not lie to Li Er. This was because the tea polyphenol in the tea had an inhibitory effect on various oxidative enzymes and could efficiently eliminate free radicals. It was the fastest antioxidant pathway. At the same time, it could inhibit the production of free radicals and activate the body's antioxidant enzyme system. Research showed that the antioxidant effect of tea polyphenol was significantly better than vitamin E, and the anti-aging effect was 18 times stronger than vitamin E, and it had a synergistic effect with vitamin C and E. However, if he wanted to rely on tea to live forever, then Li Zishuan could only say to old Li, "You think too much." If the tea was really so amazing, then wouldn't the people who sold tea in the modern era all become rich? Guanyin maid, you say Li Zishuan really has a big mouth. He actually named this tea as the immortal tea? Li Er took a sip of tea and said contentedly. Empress Zhangsun smiled and said, "The tea brewed from the tea leaves has a clear color and a smooth taste. When drunk, the tea fragrance is endless. Moreover, drinking this tea can reduce fatigue and slow down aging. Just based on these, I think it is not an exaggeration to call it the immortal tea." Li Er smiled and did not deny it. However, the eyes of Consort Yin, who was sitting opposite him, lit up. She hurriedly asked Empress Zhangsun, "Sister, can this immortal tea really slow down aging?" Women loved beauty, especially the women in the imperial harem. Who didn't want to be able to stay young forever? Empress Zhangsun smiled faintly and said, "This is only what I heard from the Marquis of Yong. Whether or not younger sister believes it is up to you." Consort Yin smiled and said, "The Marquis of Yong and is so young, yet he is proficient in both the pen and the sword. Since he said so, it must be true. I just don't know when he can supply large amounts of this immortal tea to the imperial harem." Changel, who was at the side, smiled and said, "After Brother Xiao Xian supplies the immortal tea to the imperial harem, Changel will definitely drink tea every day." Li Chengqian was speechless and said, "Changel, how old are you? You're already thinking of slowing down aging?" Li Er also looked at his daughter with a face full of amusement and adoration. Changel smiled sweetly and said, "Changel doesn't want to grow up. This way, I can always accompany Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, and Imperial Brother Crown Prince." As soon as these words were said, it immediately caused laughter everywhere. For a moment, the garden was very warm. After a while, Zhao Song walked over and whispered a few words into Li Er's ear. Li Er's eyes flashed, and then he stood up and said, "I have some matters to deal with. Changel, Chengqian, accompany your mother to drink tea." Imperial Father. Changel and Li Chengqian hurriedly stood up and acknowledged. Li Er nodded and led Zhao Song out of the West Court. "Li Zishuan's servants came back from the land of Sichuan, right? You said they looked very miserable?" After exiting the West Court, Li Er asked as he walked. Zhao Song bowed slightly and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. At the beginning of the year, the Marquis of Yong and sent his servants to Sichuan to search for ores. Many people knew about this matter. This morning, his servants returned to Lantian with a few soldiers. Their clothes were tattered and they looked very miserable." Li Er frowned and said, "Did they encounter bandits on the way? Or did they encounter an accident in Sichuan? But they have Li Zishuan's fish talismans. What kind of accident could they encounter in Sichuan? Could it be that the situation in Sichuan has changed?" Thinking of this, Li Er's expression became incomparably grim. After all, the Tang Empire had just experienced a rebellion. He had to be cautious. Zhao Song's face darkened, and he did not dare to reply. Li Er continued to ask, "Where is Li Zishuan now? His subordinates have suffered such grievances. How can he sit still?" Zhao Song replied, "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and is currently in the workshop. He must be refining the ores that his servants brought back." Li Er could not help but heave a sigh of relief. This was because if there was really a situation in Sichuan, Li Zishuan should have come to the palace to report to him immediately and not go to the workshop to refine ores. Li Zishuan was a person who knew his priorities. "All right, you can leave. That kid will definitely enter the palace to look for me." Li Er waved his hand and smiled. On the other side, after nearly 6 hours of painstaking refining, Li Zishuan finally obtained a grayish-black flake of vanadium pentoxide. "Yamacho, is this the catalyst that we need, the vanadium pentoxide?" At this time, Li Zishuan and Wang Ji had already put on their masks. Wang Ji pointed at the grayish-black flake and asked. Li Zishuan grabbed Wang Ji's hand and said, "Don't touch it with your hands. This thing is not only harmful to the respiratory tract, it is also harmful to the skin. Go put on a pair of rubber gloves and put it into a bottle. This thing is basically confirmed to be the vanadium pentoxide that we need. The rest of the experiments can be done later. I have to go to the palace now." Chapter 1366. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and requests an audience. In the afternoon, in the Sweet Dew Hall, a servant came in and bowed. Speaking of which, Li Zishuan didn't even have time to eat lunch after leaving the workshop and came to the palace to look for Li Er. He was quite hardworking. "Let him in." Li Er smiled faintly and said. After a while, Li Zishuan walked in from outside and bowed to Li Er. "Your subject greets your Majesty." "Rise." Li Er nodded and said, "You have been holed up in the Cloud Mountain all day. How come you have the time to come to the palace to see me today?" This was asking the obvious. However, he had to ask the obvious. If he directly said the purpose of Li Zishuan's visit, Li Zishuan would definitely think that he was being monitored, and there would be hostility between the ruler and his subject. Old Li wasn't that stupid. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, your subject is here today to ask for the mining rights of an ore vein." "Your Majesty, please grant me. A while ago, when Guan City was breached and the Cui family's rebel army was annihilated, Li Er not only promoted Li Zishuan to an official position, but also rewarded Li Zishuan with the mining rights of 3 mineral veins. However, at that time, Li Zishuan did not specify which 3 mineral veins they were. It was basically equivalent to old Li giving him a blank check that he could fill in at will. Today, Li Zishuan wanted to write the name of the Lan family's volcano mineral vein on this check. When Li Er heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He said, "Yo, are you here to collect a debt from me? Tell me, what vein do you want? Gold mine, silver mine, or copper mine?" Li Zishuan bowed and said, "Your Majesty, your subject doesn't want gold, silver, or copper mines. Your subject only wants a vanadium titanium magnetite or vein in Jianan province. Your Majesty, please grant me this." After the Qin dynasty destroyed Ba and Shu, they implemented the county system in Sichuan and established Ba County and Shu County in the former Ba and Shu regions. In the first year of Xinguan, Li Er abolished the state and county system and changed Yi province to Jianan province. Jianan Dao was one of the 10 Daos under the heavens. It mainly referred to the 30-plus prefectures and hundreds of counties in the Sichuan region. Li Er was puzzled. Vanadium titanium magnetite? What kind of mine is this? What was its use? Why have I never heard of it? Although he had heard from Zhao Song that Li Zishuan had sent people to Sichuan to look for ores, he did not know what kind of ores Li Zishuan was looking for, let alone what vanadium titanomagnetite was. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, your humble servant's workshop needs a catalyst called vanadium pentoxide. With it, your humble servant's workshop can mass-produce sulfuric acid. As one of the 3 acids and 2 bases in engineering, sulfuric acid has a wide range of uses. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the cornerstone of Great Tang's industrial industry. And the catalyst can be extracted from vanadium titanium magnetite." Although Li Er had not done any in-depth research on chemistry, this was the first time he had seen Li Zishuan introduce something to him so seriously. Thus, he could not help but pay more attention to this vanadium titanomagnetite. "Your Majesty does not know much about engineering. Can you tell me what the sulfuric acid is used for? And that vanadium mine, other than producing sulfuric acid, what else can it be used for?" Asking questions when he did not understand was what made Li Er different from other monarchs. In terms of magnanimity, there were very few monarchs who could compare to him. Furthermore, in the Sichuan region, there were many noble clans and tribes. The various powers were tangled and complicated. Old Li had to get a clear understanding of the matter so that he could weigh whether the vanadium mine in Sichuan was worth mining or not. Li Zishuan thought for a while and picked out some things that Li Er could understand. He answered, "Your Majesty, sulfuric acid has a wide range of uses. In the future, it can be used to make more powerful gunpowder, extract stone paint, and make fertilizer that can increase the yield of crops. In the future, sulfuric acid can be used to refine copper and increase the purity of copper. In the future, the generators in the Ba River hydropower station will require refined copper. Furthermore, with sulfuric acid, your humble servant can also make batteries." As for the stone paint, it was petroleum. Before Xinqua's Dream Creek writings, there were records of petroleum in the book of the former Han. Hearing this, Li Er's face was filled with shock. He muttered, "More powerful gunpowder? There is more powerful gunpowder in this world? Fertilizer that can increase the yield of crops? Also, what are the batteries that you mentioned just now?" The things that Li Zishuan said were all inconceivable to Li Er. He couldn't help but be shocked. Li Zishuan smiled and replied, "Your Majesty, the gunpowder that your humble servant offered earlier was the most primitive, simplest, and of course, the weakest type of gunpowder. The gunpowder that your humble servant mentioned just now is more than 10 times more powerful. Just 100 caddies is enough to destroy half a city. As for the fertilizer that can increase the yield of crops, it can increase the yield of crops by 30 to 40%. However, sulfuric acid alone is unable to produce powerful gunpowder and fertilizer. The industrial foundation of the workshop is still needed. As for the batteries, once we have sulfuric acid, we can immediately start making them. Your Majesty should know that your humble servant made a battery for the telegraph machine. Compared to the previous battery, this battery has more power. When marching to war with the battery, it can ensure that the telegraph machine can maintain communication with the rear for a long time. When Li Er heard this, he couldn't help but be moved. Whether it was powerful gunpowder or batteries, he wanted them both. Thus he smiled and said, "Good. This battery must be made as soon as possible. As for the powerful gunpowder you mentioned, there's no need to rush. Another type of gunpowder is enough. Besides, I'm still very confident in the combat power of the Tang army." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty is wise. Your humble servant also believes that with your Majesty's wisdom and martial prowess, the Tang army will be able to sweep the 4 directions and dominate the 4 seas. In addition, other than making sulfuric acid, the vanadium ore can also be used to forge divine weapons." Divine weapons? What divine weapons? Li Er was immediately puzzled. Li Zishuan replied, "Your Majesty, currently the workshop can already mass-produce high-quality steel. If steel is a tiger, then vanadium is a wing. Adding vanadium in steel is like adding wings to a tiger. Adding a few % of vanadium in steel can greatly increase the elasticity and strength of the steel. It also has better resistance to wear and tear, and can resist both high temperature and extreme cold. If this vanadium steel is used to forge swords, although it can't be said to be able to cut through iron like mud, it's not far from it." Good. What a divine weapon! Li Er was immediately fascinated by the vanadium ore. He said excitedly, "I have previously promised you the mining rights of the 3 ore veins. Since this vanadium ore is so important to you, there's no harm in giving it to you. Furthermore, I see that you have a card up your sleeve today. Could it be that you have found the vanadium ore you want in Fengzhou of Jianan circuits?" Upon hearing this, Li Zishuan was overjoyed and quickly replied, "Your Majesty, at the beginning of this year, your humble servant sent a servant to the Shu lands to search for vanadium ore. Fortunately, your humble servant did not fail his mission and found a large amount of vanadium titanium magnetite ore on a mountain in Fengzhou. With this ore, the Tang Empire will definitely need it for hundreds of years." However, Li Er smiled in his heart. He thought that they had finally come to the main topic. He smiled faintly and said, "However, what?" Li Zishuan bowed and said, "Your Majesty, according to your humble servant, this mountain was mistaken by the local Chang people as a divine mountain. They do not allow outsiders to invade the divine mountain, let alone mine from it." Li Er frowned and said, "Divine mountain? Is there a reason behind this?" "In reply to your Majesty, this is nothing but nonsense. The local Chang people found that the mountain was very attractive to the soldiers and thought that there was a divine force behind it. However, it was just the strong magnetic force of the vanadium titanium magnetite ore in the mountain. However, the Shu lands are isolated and most of the locals believe in the power of ghosts and gods. Therefore, it would not be easy to explain to them clearly. For this reason, your humble servant and general were almost killed by the local Chang people. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for your humble servant." Li Zishuan bowed and said in a deep voice, "The Chang people." Li Er's face gradually darkened. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Back then, when the heroes were fighting for supremacy in the Central Plains, the noble families and other local powers in Shu lands colluded with the officials of the counties to protect themselves and watch the situation change. After my imperial father took control of Shu lands, he sent letters to the various counties. From Shanglua in the east to Shu lands in the south, the county officials, bandit commanders, and the chiefs of the Dichang tribes fought for their descendants to submit. There were hundreds of replies every day. In the face of strong military pressure, the noble families of Shu lands all submitted to the Great Tang. Towards these local tyrants who surrendered, the imperial court mainly adopted a policy of using both kindness and coercion. On one hand, it was to prevent them from becoming too powerful in the future, and on the other hand, it was to prevent them from rebelling out of anger. A few hundred years ago, Liu Bang rose to power in Shu lands. During the Chu and Han wars, Shu lands not only provided the Han army with an endless supply of soldiers, It also provided a strong logistical support for the war. Wherever the Han army was, there would be military supplies provided by Shu lands. 5 years later, during the Battle of Wuxia, Xianxia committed suicide in the Wu River and Liu Bang ascended to the throne. This started the 400 years of history of the two Han dynasties. Bashu contributed all of its energy to Liu Bang's empire, supporting the war for many years with its own strength. It made an indelible contribution to the founding of the great Han dynasty. Hence, Bashu could be said to be the place where the Han dynasty rose. Thus, after Liu Bang ascended to the throne, he placed a lot of importance on Shu lands. He treated Chuanzhong as the territory of the imperial court, and the great Han dynasty would rule it directly. He would never give the vassals in the Shu lands. In fact, Imperial Father and I have always paid great attention to the governance of Sichuan. In order to balance out the various powers in Sichuan and to maintain the stability of Sichuan, I have recruited the children of the leaders of Sichuan and given them to them. I have also sent them to the outside to promote them. On the other hand, I have sent the Empress's uncle to Sichuan to serve as the chief clerk of Yi Province's Governor-General's office. I have asked him to help me govern Sichuan and let the people of Sichuan return to Great Tang as soon as possible. In addition, I plan to give Ke the title of King of Shu and give him the title of Governor of Yi Province. He will be in charge of Yi Province, Mian Province, Jian Province, Jia Province, Ling Province, Yi Province, Mei Province, Meng Province, Jian Province, and Chang Province. He will also be in charge of Jiao Province, Nanning Province, and Hui Province, a total of 36 provinces. When he is a few years older, I will send him to Shu lands to show the importance I place on Shu lands. Now that there is such an important mine in the Shu lands, I will issue a decree for the governor of Yi Province to personally negotiate with the Chang people on your behalf. Once the negotiations are completed, you can send people there to mine the mine. The uncle of Empress Zhang's son and the governor of Yi Province that Li Er mentioned was Gao Shilian, who later became the prime minister of the Great Tang. After listening to old Li Zishuan talk for so long, Li Zishuan had a rough understanding of the current situation in Shu lands. Of course, he did not expect Li Er to change Li Ku's title from King of Han to King of Shu under such circumstances. However, according to the official history, even if he did not appear, Li Er would have made Li Ku the king of Shu this year. Sometimes, history was shockingly similar. At this moment, Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, when negotiating with the Chang people, it is better to be soft than hard. If Governor Gao is blocked in the negotiation, this subject can give him some advice." Li Er could not help but laugh. "What kind of good plan do you have?" Li Zishuan bowed and said, "The Chang people mistake the mine as a sacred mountain. This subject will send people to explain it to them when the time comes. Once this mine is mined, it will bring endless benefits to the local Chang people. The most obvious benefit is that they will earn more money every year. Although the Chang people live in tribes, I believe that they all like money and the exquisite products of the Central Plains, right?" Li Er finally understood. Li Zishuan was planning to use a mine to feed the surrounding people. It was indeed a good idea. This is also good. We will send an order to the Empress uncle in a moment and have him deal with this matter at his discretion. When necessary, we will ask you for advice." Li Er nodded and smiled. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Zishuan clasped his hands in satisfaction. After leaving the palace, Li Zishuan went straight back to Yunshan. When he passed by Yanhuang College, he thought for a moment, then turned around and walked in. He called Li Zishuan out of the classroom and brought him to his office. Li Zishuan sat on the sofa and smiled. "Little Ku, you should have learned most of the financial management knowledge that I taught you, right?" Li Ku clasped his hands and said, "I have not learned much of Yamacho's knowledge. How can I say that I have learned most of it?" Li Zishuan could not help but laugh. You brat, you are still being modest. All right, I called you here today because I have something important to discuss with you." "Yamacho, please speak." Li Ku sat up straight and looked at Li Zishuan. He was all ears. Li Zishuan nodded and said in a deep voice, "I went to the palace today. According to His Majesty, he intends to change your title to Prince of Shu and give you the position of Governor of Yi Province. You will be in charge of the affairs of Shu Province's 36 provinces. You need to be mentally prepared. Li Ku was shocked when he heard this. He panicked and said, Yamacho, does this mean that His Majesty is going to send me to Shu Province? He was now learning from Li Zishuan at Yanhuang College. He had never heard of financial management knowledge before. He was very happy and fulfilled. He did not want to leave so soon. Chapter 1367. Little Ku, you don't have to panic. Based on His Majesty's intentions, he will let you go to Shu lands after a few years when you are older. In the next few years, you will still be in Chang and as the Viceroy of Izhou. Therefore, before you go to your fief, you should study hard and enrich yourself so that you can become a virtuous king and guard a region for His Majesty. In the Yamacho's office in Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan looked at Li Ku and earnestly instructed. Li Zishuan was very satisfied with Li Ku as his student. Li Ku was very talented and could learn everything with just one lesson. He was proficient in both the pen and the sword and had the demeanor of a gentleman. Li Zishuan had high hopes for Li Ku. In the future, Li Ku would definitely be one of the students who would bring Yanhuang College to greater heights. Li Ku stood up and bowed respectfully to Li Zishuan. I will follow Yamacho's teachings and never forget them. Li Zishuan nodded and asked, Little Ku, do you not want to go to Shu lands? Li Ku was stunned when he heard this. After a moment, he shook his head and said softly, So what if I want to go? So what if I don't want to go? As a prince of Great Tang, there will be a day when I have to leave the capital, leave my father, mother, teachers, and classmates, and go to a faraway fief to guard a region for Great Tang. This is my mission. Everyone could hear the helplessness and sadness in his words. Li Zishuan stood up and patted Li Ku's shoulder. Then, he walked to the bedside with his hands behind his back and looked out the window at the Cloud Mountain and the village at the foot of the Cloud Mountain. He sighed and said, Little Ku, as a member of the imperial family, there will be many helplessness. However, how many people can truly do as they wish and be unrestrained in this world? Every single one of us is born with our own mission. While you are lamenting the helplessness of fate, you don't know how many people in the world are envious of you. They are envious that you are a member of the royal family. Once you reach adulthood, you will be able to rush to your fief and become a free and unfettered prince. Life is like a city surrounded by many cities. The people outside the city want to come in, but the people inside the city want to come out. Therefore, in my opinion, instead of running around, it is better to accept reality, accept one's identity, and complete one's mission to prove one's value in the world. The land of Sichuan was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and there were many rich families and tribes there. If the management was not careful, it would cause internal strife. The lives of the people in Shu are relatively closed and poor. In the future, you will bring what you have learned from Yanhuang College and His Majesty's decree to Shu to take charge of the noble families and tribes there. You will make the people in Shu as rich as the people in Chang. His Majesty and Her Majesty will definitely be very pleased, and I will also be very pleased. This was an inheritance of hope that wasn't limited by space or region. Moreover, don't you think that this kind of life is more meaningful? At this point, Li Zishuan turned around and looked at Li Ku with a burning gaze. In fact, he understood Li Ku's feelings very well. Anyone who was chased out of their hometown by their parents at a young age to a strange place would feel helpless. Li Ku was a member of the royal family. Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel sad when he knew that he would have to go to Sichuan in a few years. Li Ku's eyes gradually became clear. He bowed deeply and said, Thank you Yamacho for your guidance. Ku will definitely bring the knowledge from Yamacho to the people of Shu. Ku, I won't blame the heavens or accuse others anymore. When he was at a loss, Li Zishuan helped him see the fog and pointed out the direction. He was really grateful to Li Zishuan. Hearing this, Li Zishuan smiled and said, That's good. Then from today onwards, you can take some time to practice at Yanhuang Bank. The things I taught you are only limited to theory. Little Ku, you have to combine theory and practice. In the future, if you use these economic methods in Shu, you will definitely reap miraculous results. Yamacho. Li Ku nodded. Suddenly, he asked curiously, May I know why Yamacho came to the palace to see my father? Oh, your master is here to ask His Majesty for a mine in Sichuan. It's like this. Hearing Li Ku's question, Li Zishuan briefly explained the matter of the vanadium titanium magnetite mine in Feng province. Hearing this, Li Ku cupped his hands and said, Mountain Elder, don't worry. When I go to Shu lands to take up my post, I will definitely take care of the people there so that Mountain Elder can mine in Shu lands without worries. Li Zishuan laughed and said, Then your master will thank your Highness King of Shu first. Sure enough, in the afternoon, a group of soldiers brought Li Er's imperial edict out of Chang and city and headed toward Sichuan. In the evening, a few eunuchs came to Yunshan and invited Li Ku back to Chang and from Yanhuang College. They said that Li Ku had to attend the morning assembly tomorrow. Li Zishuan guessed that tomorrow morning, Old Li would definitely announce that Li Ku was going to be the king of Shu. At night, in the palace. In the Ganlu Palace, Li Er looked at the map of Sichuan on the dragon table and was in a daze. At this moment, Zhao Song walked in from outside and stood beside Li Er. He whispered, Your Majesty, the spy sent to Jiangnan Yuezhou a few days ago has returned. Hearing this, Li Er could not help but be shocked. He quickly recovered and asked, How was it? Did you find Li Yu's biological father and mother? Zhao Song bowed slightly and answered, Your Majesty, according to the spy's report, Miss Li Yu's father is called Fu Lingyan and her mother is called Lu Yixue. It is said that Fu Lingyan was originally a rich family in Taiyuan. In the 3rd year of the Sui dynasty's day, the world was in chaos and Taiyuan was also affected. In order to avoid the war, Fu Lingyan brought his wife and daughter and fled to Chuyun village in Yuezhou. They stayed there for more than 10 years. However, Fu Lingyan and Lu Yixue passed away last year. Miss Li Yu came to Chang, and from Yuezhou alone. By chance, she met Meng Wenhao. After that, she became friends with the Marquis of Yong, and became a reporter in Datang Daily's editorial department. 3 years of day. Li Er frowned and seemed to have thought of something. Then he asked doubtfully, She is just a young girl. After losing her parents, why would she come all the way to Chang? Zhao Song bowed and said, I heard from an old woman in Chuyun village that Li Yu is not Fu Lingyan and Lu Yixue's biological daughter. She is an adopted daughter. Li Yu must have come all the way to Chang, and to find her biological father and mother. However, the other villagers in Chuyun village do not know about this. Only the old woman said so. No one knows if it is true or not. Not biological. She is definitely not biological. Li Er stood up and began to pace back and forth with his hands behind his back. After a while, Li Er waved his hand and said, All right, I know everything. You may leave first. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Song bowed and left. In the hall, only Li Er's soft sigh was left. Li Yu, are you related to him or not? On Yunshan Mountain, Li Zishuan was thinking about making light bulbs. Previously, when Mo Lingwei had made the microscope, Li Zishuan had said that he wanted to make a light source that was more convenient and stable than the sun. He was talking about light bulbs. Otherwise, relying solely on the reflected sunlight to provide illumination for the microscope would greatly limit the application of the microscope. Therefore, Li Zishuan planned to start making light bulbs. It just so happened that the hydropower station would be completed in a few months. At that time, the first electrical appliance would definitely be light bulbs. After all, it was easier to make these things. Li Zishuan quickly fell asleep as he pondered over the method to make light bulbs in his heart. The next day, early morning, Li Zishuan woke up from his sleep and found that Han Yushi had woken up earlier than him. What are you planting in this flower pot? Han Yushi was using a small shovel to loosen the soil for the flower pot. Li Zishuan was curious and quickly went forward to ask, Husband, you're up? When Han Yushi heard the sound, she quickly turned around and replied with a smile, Husband, I'm planting Baidizi. In our yard, there are orchids, peonies, and azaleas, but only Baidizi is missing. I asked someone to buy this flower seed from a merchant in Shi City. It's already April now, so it's just right to plant this. Baidizi? What flower is this? When Li Zishuan heard this, he was puzzled and couldn't help but walk forward. Husband, don't you know about Baidizi? The Baidizi flower is snow white and looks like a silkworm cocoon. The silk in the cocoon is as fine as silk. It's especially beautiful when it blooms. Han Yushi looked up at Li Zixuan and said with a smile. It's snow white and looks like a silkworm cocoon? Wife, let your husband take a look at this Baidizi seed. Li Zixuan still didn't understand what Baidizi flower was. He went forward and asked Han Yushi for some Baidizi flower seeds. He put them in his hand and examined them carefully. He saw that the seed coat of the seeds was black and there was a layer of white hair on the seed coat. When he peeled off the seed coat, there was a layer of milky white membrane-like endosperm attached to the seed coat. Seeing this, Li Zixuan suddenly exclaimed, "Cotton? Baidizi is actually cotton?" In his previous life, he wasn't a spoiled rich second generation who lived in seclusion. He was a village boy through and through. Of course, he had seen cotton seeds before, which was why he was able to recognize it at a glance. In addition, he had long known that cotton was an ornamental flower in the Tang dynasty, but he didn't know that the white dye Z was actually cotton. "Husband, what is cotton? What does Baidizi have to do with cotton?" Han Yushi asked curiously. Li Zixuan shook his head and said excitedly, "Wife, you just said that Baidizi flower seeds were bought from the Western barbarian merchants. Is it true? How many seeds do they have?" It was no wonder that he was excited. Cotton was too important for people in this era. Before cotton was planted on a large scale in ancient China, people could only rely on white clothes and coarse cloth to keep warm in winter. If it weren't for the honeycomb coal and coal stove made by Li Zixuan last winter, many people near Chang'an City would have frozen to death like in previous years. Han Yushi replied with a smile, "Husband, Baidizi flower seeds were indeed bought from the Western barbarian merchants. They should have a lot of seeds. Husband, how many do you need? I'll ask someone to buy some for you." "Of course, I want as many as you have." "Wife, to tell you the truth, this Baidizi flower seed can be used to make cotton-padded clothes. It has an excellent cold resistance effect. As long as we can plant Baidizi on a large scale in the future, people won't have to suffer in winter anymore," Li Zixuan said with a smile. Han Yushi was shocked and said, "Husband, you want to use Baidizi to make clothes? Isn't that too extravagant? Even if it's made, I'm afraid ordinary people can't afford it." Li Zixuan asked curiously, "Why? Is this Baidizi flower very expensive?" Han Yushi nodded and said, "Of course it's expensive, husband. This Baidizi flower costs at least a few dozen copper coins. If it's used to make clothes, how many Baidizi flowers would it cost?" There were such clothes among the commoners, but they were only worn by wealthy merchants who were worth a lot of money. "I heard from mother and father that we used to have clothes made of Baidizi in our residence, but we didn't take them out last winter because we had heating in our house." It was generally believed that cotton spread to the Central Plains from the north and south. The South Road was the earliest Asian cotton from India. It spread to Hainan Island and Guangdong and Guangxi through Southeast Asia. According to historical records, it spread to Fujian, Guangdong, Sichuan, and other regions at least during the Qin and Han dynasties. The second route was from India to Yunnan through Myanmar. It was around the Qin and Han dynasties. The third route was from Africa to Xinjiang and Hushi corridor through West Asia. It was around the northern and southern dynasties. The North Road was the western region, in ancient books. During the Song and Yuan dynasties, cotton spread to the Yangtze River and Yellow River valleys. By the 13th century, cotton from the North Road had spread to the Wei River valleys in Shaanxi. In fact, as early as the Warring States period, according to Shangshu, some tribes in the South China Sea region began to offer cotton as tribute to the Central Plains. During the Emperor Wu's era, the Yu tribe in Hainan Island had skilled cotton weaving techniques. In China during the Tang dynasty, cotton cultivation began to be popularized, but at that time, it was still regarded as a precious flower. The Baidizi clothes made of cotton were exclusive to officials and nobles. It was still far from being able to wear clothes to keep out the cold for ordinary people. Therefore, although cotton had already spread to China before the Ming dynasty, it only entered millions of households in the later part of the Ming dynasty. Before that, the terrifying "no cotton in winter" thing was the real suffering of the ancient people in China. So expensive? Li Zishuan heard and frowned. According to Han Yushi, cotton in this era was as precious as orchids and peonies. It was no wonder that no one used it to make clothes. No matter how expensive it is, we have to buy it. Wife, how many baidizi seeds can we buy from the merchants in the western region? Li Zishuan gritted his teeth and said, the reason why cotton was expensive now was that it had not been widely planted. Once it was planted on a large scale and then bred, he would definitely have a lot of cotton in 2 to 3 years. The price of cotton would also be quickly suppressed by him. Chapter 1368. Husband, you want to plant a large number of white dye seeds? In the Yunshan residence, Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan and asked with a smile. Li Zishuan smiled and said, yes. Wife, you're right. I want Lantian County to be filled with white dye seeds. So many? I'm afraid the Hu merchants don't have enough seeds, right? However, other than the Hu merchants, the Nanyang Sea merchants will also have seeds. As the right commissioner of the Department of Shipping, you can ask someone. Han Yushi was shocked when she heard that. She frowned and said, Nanyang Sea merchants. That's right. Wife, if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have thought of it. You're really my lucky star. Ha. Li Zishuan scratched Han Yushi's nose and laughed. After breakfast, Li Zishuan immediately sent someone to invite Feng Jihua. At 5 in the morning, Feng Jihua arrived at Yunshan. Marquis, you summoned me here today. Do you have something important to instruct me? Feng Jihua cupped his hands respectfully and said, although he was originally a wealthy merchant in Chang and City, and his family was rich and did not have to worry about food and drink, it was precisely because of Li Zishuan that his wealth had risen to another level. Not only did he have money now, but he also had a status, the title of Righteous Merchant of the World, given by the imperial court. Even if he met the local officials, he did not have to be as humble as before. Feng Jihua knew in his heart who had given him all this, so he had always been grateful and respectful to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Boss Feng, please take a seat first. Shao He quickly served Boss Feng tea. Young master. Shao He received the order and left. Feng Jihua was instantly flattered and said, Hey, Marquis, you don't have to do this. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said with a smile, Ha, Boss Feng, you don't have to be so courteous. You're a guest from afar. Besides, this Marquis called you here because I have something to ask of you. Feng Jihua said seriously, this Feng's glory, splendor, and wealth were all bestowed upon me by Marquis. If Marquis has any orders, this Feng will definitely do his best. Ha, Mr. Feng is so righteous. Come on, have some tea first. Li Zishuan nodded to himself. At this moment, Shao He brought 2 cups of immortal tea, so he greeted her with a smile. Thank you, Marquis. After you, Marquis. Feng Jihua extended his hand and said politely, Ha, there's no need to be so particular about that. Please, let's go together. Speaking of immortal tea, only Li Zishuan or officials close to Li Zishuan in the vicinity of Chang and City had some. It was not easy to get a cup. Although Feng Jihua held shares in the immortal tea garden, he had already finished the stock. Now that he came to Cloud Mountain to discuss matters with Li Zishuan, he could freeload a cup of immortal tea to drink. The two of them drank a few sips of tea. Li Zishuan went straight to the point and said, Boss Feng, this time I'm looking for you to ask if you can get a batch of white stackflower seeds from the Nanyang Sea merchants as soon as possible. Feng Jihua looked puzzled and asked, Marquis, if you want white stackflower seeds, the barbarian merchants in Chang and City West have them. Why do you have to buy them from the Nanyang Sea merchants? Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Of course I know that the barbarian merchants have them. But the amount of white stackflower seeds I need is too large. The barbarian merchants can't satisfy me, so I want to buy more from the small Nanyang Sea countries. Currently, the Department of Shipping is in charge of the trade between the small Nanyang Sea countries and the Tang Empire. Coincidentally, I also have the position of Secretary of the Department of Shipping. I believe it will be more convenient. Feng Jihua asked carefully, May I ask Marquis, how many white stackflower seeds do you need? Li Zishuan calculated in his heart and said, Naturally, the more the better. I don't think it's too much even if it's a few thousand or 10,000 caddies. Longtime County had a few 100,000 mu of fertile land. Moreover, there were many mountain ranges in Longtime County. The people could be encouraged to cultivate the barren mountains. Cotton did not need too much water to grow. It could survive in the barren mountains. According to Li Zishuan's experience in his previous life, 1 mu of land required about 1 to 2 kilograms of cotton seeds. Even if Feng Jihua bought 10,000 caddies of seeds, it could only be planted in a few thousand mu of land. There was no need for fertile land at all. A few thousand to 10,000 caddies? Feng Jihua was so shocked that his wrist trembled and he almost threw the teacup away. He could not help but exclaim, "Marvis, this is the first time I've heard of flower seeds being bought by caddies. Forgive me for asking, but Marquis, why are you buying so many white stack flower seeds? You must know that this thing is not cheap. In the Western market, 1 tael of white stack flower seeds is sold for 400 copper coins. This 1,000 caddies is 8,000 strings of cash. 10,000 caddies is 80,000 strings of cash. 1 caddy in the Tang dynasty was equal to 16 taels of silver, 80,000 strings of cash? Li Zishuan calculated in his heart. Although 80,000 strings of cash was not a small sum, it was still within the range that he could afford. Therefore, he smiled and said, "Boss Feng, I'm buying these flower seeds to grow flowers. I want Longtime County to be filled with white stack flowers." Spending 80,000 strings of cash just to grow flowers? At this moment, Feng Jihua's heart was crumbling. He was speechless. With such a rich and willful boss, what else could he say? If it was someone else, he would probably have scolded him. Seeing Feng Jihua's speechless expression, Li Zishuan did not intend to continue beating around the bush with him. Therefore, he smiled and said, "Hee. To be honest, I intend to introduce a large number of white stack flowers into Longtime County. After a few generations of cultivation and planting, Tang Dynasty's white stack flowers will no longer need to be bought from the Hu merchants or Nanyang Sea merchants. The harvested white stack flowers can be used to make cotton-padded clothes. This way, the people of Longtime County will no longer suffer from the cold during winter." When Feng Jihua heard this, his heart trembled. He never expected that Li Zishuan's purpose of buying white stack flower seeds was so that the people could wear clothes made of white stack flowers in winter. This was crazy. Marquis's benevolence, I am deeply impressed. For the people of Longtime County to be able to become Marquis's people, it is a blessing that they have cultivated for several lifetimes. I envy them from the bottom of my heart. If it weren't for the mundane affairs in Chang and City, I would also want to move to Longtime County. When the time comes, under Marquis's leadership, my family will also be able to wear clothes made of white stack flowers." Feng Jihua stood up, bowed, and said in a heartfelt manner. As for the last 2 sentences, they were both a joke and also the truth. If he was asked to come to Longtime County before he had made a name for himself, he would definitely be more than willing. "Hee. Boss Feng, stop joking." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Then about the Nanyang Sea merchants, can Boss Feng help me to contact them as soon as possible? I can give you a warrant and inform Commandery Prince Hejian to make things convenient for you." Feng Jihua clasped his hands and said, "I am willing to do anything for Marquis. Last year when I went out to sea, I did not die and got to know many sea merchants. Today, I will go back to my residence to make some arrangements. Tomorrow, I will lead the fleet down south to the Guangdong port to buy white stack flowers seeds from the sea merchants." Li Zishuan stood up and said, "In that case, thank you very much, Boss Feng. If Boss Feng can send back a batch of white stack flower seeds as soon as possible, I will definitely reward you handsomely." "I don't dare to accept your reward. It is my honor to be able to serve Marquis." Feng Jihua's eyes suddenly flashed and said, "Marquis, the amount of white stack flowers seeds you need this time is too large. I'm afraid it will be inconvenient to carry copper coins for the transaction. In my opinion, why don't you bring a batch of porcelain, colored glass, and divine mirror and other valuable items for the transaction? These items are very popular with the merchants from the small Nanyang countries. The price they offer is usually several times more expensive than what we sell in Tang Dynasty. This way, Marquis, you can also save a lot of money." Li Zixuan's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands and said, "That's right. Why didn't I think of this? How about this? I will let the workshop take out a batch of colored glass cups, and divine mirror worth 80,000 strings of coins and give them to Boss Feng to exchange for 10,000 caddies of white stack flower seeds. If it is not enough, I will make up for it. If there is any extra, it will be Boss Feng's hard work fee. Of course, no matter what, I will remember this favor from you." These glass products were worthless to Li Zixuan, but to the aristocrats of the small Nanyang countries, they were priceless treasures. This time, they could be used to exchange for cotton seeds. Li Zixuan felt that this business was really worth it. Feng Jihua wanted to reject, but Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Boss Feng, you don't have to reject. You have spent a lot of money on this trip to Guangdong. How can a businessman suffer a loss?" Although Feng Jihua took the waterway this time, the cost of the journey was not small. The maintenance of the boat and the hiring of craftsmen, laborers, and sailors all cost money. Since Li Zixuan had said so, Feng Jihua could only helplessly cup his hands and say, "All right, I will try my best to bring back more white stack flowers seeds for Marquis Chang and City Imperial Palace." In the morning court, Li Er announced a major event. He appointed Li Ku as the king of Shu and appointed him as the governor of Yi province. He would be in charge of the affairs of the 36 provinces in Jiannan province. 4 years later, he would be appointed to the Shu lands. The protectorate of Yi province, which had been empty for a long time, finally had a highest-ranking officer today. Moreover, it was a prince that Li Er doted on quite a lot. After eliminating the rebel army of Jiannan province, Li Er made this decision again. It could be said that there was a hidden meaning behind it. This was an official announcement to the world that he, Li Er, was starting to manage the land of Shu. The new workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion, which was near Plum Village in Longtime County, also started to move. Carriage after carriage of precious colored glass cups, colored glass lamps, and divine mirrors were pulled out of the workshop and headed to the pier downstream of the Ba River. The Feng family's fleet was already waiting at the pier. These shiny treasures blinded the titanium eyes of many passers-by along the way. People were naturally amazed by Li Zixuan's generosity, but Li Zixuan did not care at all. This was because these shiny things were made of sand. Using sand to exchange for cotton seeds, no matter how you looked at it, was a profit. Besides, since the workshop launched all kinds of colored glass devices last year, the high-end colored glass market in Tang Dynasty had begun to reach saturation. This saturation did not mean that every household had bought a colored glass device, but that those who could afford it had already bought it. The price of colored glass was likely to be adjusted slightly in the future, so that more people who wanted to buy colored glass could afford it. Therefore, by selling such a large batch of colored glass products to a small country in Nanyang, they could still earn a large premium. At the same time, all the white fold flower seeds in the hands of the Hu merchants in Shi City were all bought by a group of people around noon. This caused the rich ladies in Chang and City who loved white fold flower seeds but did not have the time to buy them to curse in their hearts. They did not know which bastard had bought all the white fold flower seeds. That bastard was naturally Li Zixuan. However, Li Zixuan, who had swept away all of the white fold cotton seeds, was not satisfied at all. This was because all of the cotton seeds he had sent people to Shi City to buy added up to only a little over 200 caddies. These are all white fold flower seeds? In the afternoon, Longtime County's county magistrate he was summoned by Li Zixuan to Yunshan. When he saw 4 sacks of white fold flower seeds in the front yard, county magistrate he was stunned. County magistrate he has good taste. That's right, these are all white fold flower seeds. Li Zixuan said with a smile. He had originally planned to go to the workshop to make light bulbs today. However, when it came to cotton, he could only postpone the matter of making light bulbs. He called County Magistrate He over for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wanted County Magistrate He to encourage the people to cultivate wastelands and prepare to plant cotton. Secondly, he wanted to listen to County Magistrate He's recent work report. Good taste? County Magistrate He wanted to curse. He thought to himself, do I need you to praise me for having good taste? What I want to hear is why you want to get so many white fold flower seeds, okay? Gulp. County magistrate, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and laughed dryly. Is the Marquis planning to plant the entire Cloud Mountain with white stack flowers? I didn't know that Marquis had such a refined interest. Let's talk inside. Li Zishuan did not deny it. He led County Magistrate he into the main hall and asked for 2 cups of immortal tea. County Magistrate he naturally had to praise this peerless immortal tea. After 15 minutes, Li Zishuan began to talk about the main topic. County Magistrate I invited you here today because I have something to discuss with you. County Magistrate he quickly recovered from the delicious immortal tea. He said, "Oh, please speak." Li Zishuan nodded his head and said, "This Marquis wishes to promote the planting of hoary leaf flowers in Longtime County. Soon, there will be over 10,000 caddies of hoary leaf flowers being transported over from Guangdong. Therefore, the most important thing now is for County Magistrate he to call upon the citizens of the county to open up wasteland and prepare to plant hoary leaf flowers. The people who are willing to plant them should report to the county government as soon as possible. If the wastelands can be cultivated before the seeds arrive, every household can receive 1 pound of white fold flower seeds for free. Tens of thousands of pounds of white fold flower seeds? All for free?" County Magistrate his eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. He was not someone who did not know the market price. 1 pound of white fold flower seeds was at least 7 or 8 strings of cash. Tens of thousands of pounds of white fold flower seeds would be 70 or 80,000 strings of cash. He even suspected that Li Zishuan's brain was short-circuited. When Li Zishuan heard this, he almost laughed because this sentence sounded like an advertising slogan in his previous life. When you go online, you will be given a VIP. Ingots and diamonds will all be given for free. Ahem. Li Zishuan cleared his throat and said seriously, "It is indeed free. It is indeed free of charge. Otherwise, the commoners would not be able to afford the seeds. However, the farmers who receive the seeds must sign an agreement with the county government. After the white stack seeds are fully grown, the flowers will belong to the farmers themselves. The commoners can keep them to make cotton-padded clothes or sell them. This Marquis will not interfere. However, all the flower seeds in the flowers must be picked and handed over to the county government. If anyone does not hand them over, they will be fined 10 strings of cash." Chapter 1369. Every farmer would be given a caddy of white fold flower seeds for free. Once they matured, the flowers would belong to them. They just needed to hand the seeds and the flowers to the yamen. County Magistrate he was certain that once this news spread out, the entire Longtian County citizens would go crazy. That was because this was a business that was guaranteed to be profitable without any losses. It was an extremely profitable business. Think about it, with a caddy of white fold flower seeds, how many white fold flowers could they grow? Even if they didn't mature well, they would still be able to receive 20 to 30 caddies of flowers, right? When they were sold, they would be able to sell for at least a few hundred strings of cash, right? Without any cost, just 1 mu of white fold flower seeds could earn a few hundred strings of cash. To be honest, even County Magistrate he wanted to roll up his sleeves and do it. After all, his annual salary might not even be as high as this. Gulp. After swallowing 2 mouthfuls of saliva, County Magistrate he calmed himself down and asked with difficulty, "Marquis, are you sure you want to do this? That's 70 to 80,000 strings of cash." Although the money wasn't his, he still felt the pinch for Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Money is just a worldly possession. To be able to let the citizens have enough to eat and wear is the responsibility of this Marquis and youths. Besides, it's not like this Marquis didn't gain anything. Today, this Marquis gave them 10,000 caddies of white fold flower seeds. In a few months, this Marquis will be able to get back a few 100,000 caddies. This Marquis didn't make a loss. In a single flower, the weight of the cotton wool was about 40% of the entire flower's weight, while the cotton seeds were more than 60% of the weight. That meant that if the last mu of land could harvest 20 to 30 caddies of cotton wool, then correspondingly, they could harvest 30 to 40 caddies of cotton seeds. Furthermore, this yield was estimated based on the lowest yield. Therefore, in this transaction, Li Zishuan didn't make a loss. After a year of breeding, he could let every household in Longtime County plant a few mu of cotton. When that time came, no one in Longtime County would be able to suffer from the cold during winter. Yes. Marky is right. County magistrate, he wiped the sweat off his forehead and cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan. Since that's the case, when this official returns, I will immediately send out a notice to all the villages in the county, encouraging the people to go ahead and reclaim the wasteland. It just so happens that the spring plowing and spring planting have just passed. The commoners have plenty of time. Yes, that would be the best. Li Zishuan nodded. County magistrate, he was about to get up and leave when he suddenly remembered that he had another matter to attend to. Thus, he cupped his hands and said, "That's right. Your mansion in Longtime County has basically been completed. If you have time in the near future, you can go over and see if there's any place that isn't to your liking. This official will get the craftsman to make some changes." If this was in his previous life, if someone told Li Zishuan that his house was completed in the center of the county, with its own courtyard and mountains, Li Zishuan would definitely be overjoyed. But now, Li Zishuan only raised his eyebrows. His heart didn't waver at all. He lightly said, "Yes. This marquis will go over and take a look when I have time." County magistrate, how's the situation in the county recently? Is everything all right? Although the mansion in Longtime County was the true marquis residence of Yong, and Li Zishuan didn't plan to completely move there for the time being because of Yanhuang College. At most, his father and mother would go over to oversee the mansion. Thus, Li Zishuan didn't care much about the mansion. What he cared about was the development of his fief. Hearing Li Zishuan ask about his job, County Magistrate He's face immediately turned serious. He cupped his hands and said, "Marquis, everything in Longtime County is fine. Because of the football field in the county, there have been more and more pedestrians and merchants coming to Longtime County recently. Also, because of the Drunken Immortal House, Strange Interest Pavilion, and Treasure House, these famous shops and big shops have moved in. It has indirectly increased the business of the other shops. Now, our Longtime County has become the most prosperous county within a radius of 100 miles, excluding Chang and City. If the people and gentry of the other counties in the east want to buy something, they wouldn't go to Chang and City. More and more merchants want to open a shop in Longtime County. Therefore, the prices of the shops in the county have been increasing. I predict that the business tax collected by the county government this year will be at least 3 times more than the previous years." "That's good." Li Zishuan nodded, feeling very satisfied in his heart. After all, the development of the people in Longtime County was what he cared about the most. This was his headquarters. After sending off county magistrate Li Zishuan went to the side courtyard to look for his father and mother, informing them of the news that the Marquis Yong and manor in Longtime County had been completed. Upon hearing the news, Madame Li's interest was immediately piqued. She excitedly dragged old man Li to take a look at the new manor. After all, this was the foundation that her son would pass down to his descendants. Since Li Zishuan couldn't leave because of the academy's affairs, they, as elders, had to prepare the new mansion in advance anyway. For example, furniture, decorations, potted plants, and so on. They had to buy what needed to be bought and send people to buy what needed to be bought. They couldn't leave the new mansion empty all the time, which was inauspicious. Therefore, old man Li, Madame Li Guicheng, and old lady Yi hurriedly brought a group of servants down the Cloud Mountain and rushed to Longtime County that afternoon. Li Zishuan didn't stop them. Of course, he appreciated the elders' good intentions. After sending his parents off, Li Zishuan went directly to the academy. At the door of his office, he saw Kushirqing. Obviously, this child had been waiting here for a while. "Yamacho, do you have time now? I have something to talk to you about." Seeing Li Zishuan, Kushirqing's face lit up and he quickly cupped his hands. Li Zishuan was bewildered. He didn't know why Kushirqing didn't even go to class and came to find him. But he still nodded and said, "Yes. Come in." Li Zishuan didn't rashly blame Kushirqing for skipping class. He planned to wait until Shisheng finished talking about what he wanted to say before making a decision. The two of them entered the office. Li Zishuan poured 2 cups of tea and handed one to Shisheng. Shisheng was flattered. Recently, when the teachers of the academy taught, they would usually bring a cup of tea into the classroom in advance. The fragrance of the tea made all the students in the classroom drool. He heard from Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, and the other nobles that this tea was called Immortal tea. It was created by Li Zishuan and was currently not sold outside. Shisheng didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so generous and directly give him a cup of Immortal tea. How could he not be flattered? Thank you, Yamacho. Shisheng took the tea and cupped his hands in thanks. Now you can tell me why you're looking for me. Li Zishuan's expression didn't change. He had always been very generous to his students. What was a cup of tea to him? Shisheng quickly put down the teacup and said with a serious face, Yamacho, I heard from Mr. Wang that you found a vanadium mine on the Lan family's volcano in Pengzhou. However, the local Chang people stopped you from mining it. Is this true? Li Zishuan was stunned and said with some doubt, It is true. But Shisheng, why are you asking this? Shisheng cupped his hands and said, Yamacho, I'm from Bashu. My parents left their hometown to bring me to Beijing to study. My family is also from Chang. Li Zishuan heard this and was shocked. He said with some disbelief, Shisheng, you're saying that you're from Chang? Shisheng nodded and said, That's right. I grew up in the Chang tribe. The Chang people live in poverty and rely on the mountains to survive. Due to geographical reasons, the Chang tribe has been isolated from the outside world for generations. Although everyone's life is poor, there is no oppression and no corrupt officials. The people are happy and content. However, the Chang people only pursue food and clothing for generations. No one knows how to read or study. My father is not from Chang. He was a scholar in Kaifeng. Because he was in love with my mother, he lived with her in the Chang tribe. My father taught me to read and write since I was young. He wanted me to be a scholar in the future. When I was 12 years old, I was recognized by a scholar in Bashu. He recommended me to the Imperial College. I didn't disappoint him. I passed the Imperial College's examination and entered the School of Mathematics. Later on, I met Yamacho. My parents were worried about leaving me alone in Chang, so they followed me. I know the Chang tribe that Yamacho's servant met in Bashu. Their leader is called Xiaofeng. This tribe is the largest Chang tribe in Bashu. If Yamacho wants to mine there, I can go to Shu and persuade their leader. Xiaofeng. When Li Zishuan heard the name of the Chang tribe in Bashu, he almost jumped up. He wanted to ask Shisheng if Xiaofeng knew the 18 dragons subduing palms. That's right. His name is Xiaofeng. Does Yamacho know this Chang leader? Shisheng asked curiously when he saw Li Zishuan's big reaction. Li Zishuan shook his head to get rid of the nonsensical thoughts in his head and asked, I don't know him. I don't know him. Shisheng, which Xiao and Feng is this Xiaofeng? Shisheng poured 2 drops of tea on the table and wrote, Xiaofeng on it. Yamacho. It's this Xiaofeng. Li Zishuan looked at it and realized that he had misunderstood. He straightened his face and said, Ahem. Shisheng, I'm very touched that you volunteered to go to Bashu to help me persuade the Chang people. But how is your relationship with the Chang tribe in Bashu? Will they make things difficult for you? Will they listen to you? Shisheng's volunteering made Li Zishuan feel relieved. Before this, he had been thinking about who to send to persuade the Chang people in Bashu. Even so, he had to make sure that Shisheng wouldn't be in danger. After all, San Bao and the others had almost died in the hands of the Chang people in Bashu. Chapter 1370. Yamacho, don't worry. We, the Chang people, won't hurt the Chang people. Yanhuang College, Yamacho's office. After hearing Li Zishuan's worries, Shisheng quickly explained. A few years ago, I was admitted to the Imperial College. This caused quite a stir in the Chang tribe in Sichuan. Ever since the Imperial Court started the Imperial examinations and established the Imperial College, no one in the Chang tribe has ever been admitted to the Imperial College. Therefore, if I can persuade them and explain to Chief Xiaofeng why the Lan family's volcano can attract soldiers, they will not stop you from sending people to mine. Li Zishuan couldn't help but smile. So, Shiqing, you have been the pride of your tribe since you were young. Not bad, not bad. Since you took the initiative to volunteer today, I, as the Yamacho, have no reason to refuse. However, this is an important matter. I still need to get your parents' approval. Otherwise, you still can't go to Sichuan. Ku Shiqing cupped his hands and said, Of course. Yamacho, don't worry. I will definitely be able to persuade my parents. Li Zishuan nodded and said, In the morning assembly today, His Majesty has already changed the King of Han to the King of Shu and appointed him as the governor of Yizhou. I believe you can also see His Majesty's determination to govern Shu. If you can mediate and let the Chang people and the imperial court turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk, it will be a good thing. However, just yesterday, His Majesty has already ordered the governor of Yizhou to mediate with the Chang people. If you want to go to Sichuan, you have to leave as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will send a letter to the governor of Yizhou to inform him. Ku Shiqing's eyes lit up and said, Yamacho, are you talking about Governor Gao? Li Zishuan nodded and said, Yes. It is Governor Gao. Shiqing, do you know him? Ku Shiqing nodded excitedly and said, Although I have never met him, Shiqing has heard of Governor Gao's name. In the past few years, I have been studying in Chang and have not returned to Shu County. However, I have been paying attention to the news there. The people of Shu County were frivolous. They were afraid of ghosts and hated the sick. Most of them did not personally serve their sick parents. Instead, they used sticks to pick up food and passed it to them from afar. It was said that after Chief Gao took office, due to his influence, the customs were changed. Furthermore, Elder Gao had also dug a new canal outside of the Wen River that Li Bing had dredged during the Qin dynasty, allowing the people of the Shu lands to benefit greatly. In addition, he also used his free time to organize poetry and prose meetings. He also let the Confucian scholars discuss the classics of Confucianism and encouraged the young students. As a result, the study style in Sichuan gradually became stronger. Today, Elder Gao is widely respected by the people in the Shu lands. This time, with him stepping forward to mediate, I'm sure leader Qiao Feng won't not give him face. So, it seems like there's no need to go to the Shu lands before studying. At the end, Ku Shiqing scratched his head a little embarrassedly. After all, he had skipped class to come to Li Zishuan and volunteered. But now, he realized that there was no need for him to go. No matter how he looked at it, it was a little suspicious of fishing in troubled waters. Li Zishuan smiled and did not blame him. After a moment of silence, he asked in a deep voice, Shiqing, if you were to pass the imperial examinations in the future, what would you like to do the most? Would you like to live high in the imperial court and accompany the emperor, or would you like to be an official and benefit the people? Ku Shiqing frowned and thought seriously for a long time before replying, Yamacho. If I could pass the imperial examinations, I would like to return to Shu County and become an official. Shu County is the place where I grew up. It's a beautiful place, but the people there live a poor life. Most of them have never left the Shu lands in their lives, so naturally, they don't know how wonderful the world outside the Shu lands is. I want to bring the people of the Shu lands to live a good life. I want the Shu lands to be no longer isolated. I hope that the good things in Chang and city can also be found in the Shu lands, such as the carriages, bicycles, and the Celestial Mirror of Wonders Pavilion. Although these things have been sold to all the states and counties in the world, I believe that these things are rare in the Shu lands now. As the people of the Tang Empire, I think that the people of the Shu lands are no different from the people of Chang. They should also live a good life and use the advanced engineering products created by Yamacho. If there's a chance, I will definitely benefit the people of my hometown in the future. Li Zishuan stood up and patted Ku Shiqing's shoulder. He laughed and said, Good. The most important thing is to not forget your roots. Shiqing, I'm very pleased that you have such thoughts. The Shu lands have been isolated for many years. This is true. This time, I'm mining the vanadium mine in Feng Province. I've thought of using the mine to help the people in the surrounding areas become rich. When the time comes, I'll pay for them to build roads and bridges. If they're willing to help, they'll be able to get a good salary. So, if your parents agree, I still hope that you can make a trip to Shu lands. As a local, you should know the customs of the people there the best. If you can get the tribal power there to be understood, I can even let the people of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce open a shop there and bring all the fine goods from Chang and city over. This way, the communication between the Shu lands and the Central Plains will become more frequent, and the lives of the people will become better. What? Yamacho, are you serious? Ku Shiqing was pleasantly surprised. If that was the case, then more than half of his dreams had been realized by Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "A gentleman's promise is worth 1,000 gold. What I said, of course, is true." That's great. That's great. Thank you, Yamacho. I'll go back and discuss with my parents. Tomorrow, I'll leave for the Shu lands. When the time comes, I'll definitely pass on Yamacho's goodwill to Chief Xiaofeng. I'm sure he won't refuse. Ku Shiqing was extremely excited as he cupped his hands towards Li Zixuan. Then, he suddenly thought of something and his face darkened. He said, I don't seem to be able to leave for Shu lands recently. Previously, the headmaster said that for the next 4 weeks, there will be a secret exam every Friday. Those who fail 4 times will be expelled from the academy. No matter what, the students have to wait until the exam ends this Friday before they can leave. Li Zixuan heard this and secretly praised this child's meticulousness. He thought for a while and asked, Shiqing, how's your memorization of the secret exam from the school? If I let you take the exam now, are you confident? Ku Shiqing frowned and thought for a moment. He gritted his teeth and cupped his hands. Return to Yamacho, I'm confident. Li Zixuan smiled and said, That's good. There's still some time before school ends. You can start the exam now. I'll grade your exam tonight. If you pass, you can go home tomorrow and persuade your parents. If you don't pass, then you don't have to go to Shu lands this time. Although he wanted Ku Shiqing to go back and discuss with his parents tonight, he had emphasized the importance of confidentiality in front of all the teachers and students of the school last week. As the one who set the rules, how could he open the back door for Ku Shiqing at this time? Ku Shiqing nodded heavily and said, Yes. Yamacho. Li Zixuan turned around and took out a sealed document from the drawer. After opening it, he took out a test paper. Then he took a pencil from the pen holder on the table and handed it to Ku Shiqing. He said, Find a place in this office and start the exam. The exam will last for an hour. He had already prepared the exam papers for the Academy's confidentiality exam. He even prepared 4 sets. It just so happened that there was 1 set per week. Ku Shiqing should be the first person other than him to see the exam papers. Ku Shiqing took the test paper and nodded. Okay, Yamacho. Husband, aren't you going to sleep yet? After dinner, Li Zixuan went straight to the study. Han Yushi glanced into the study when she passed by and asked, Wife, you go to sleep first. I'll go to sleep after I finish grading this exam. Li Zixuan looked up and said softly. This exam paper was naturally the confidential exam paper that Ku Shiqing had just finished in the afternoon. Then husband, don't stay up too late. Han Yushi nodded and went upstairs to sleep. Li Zixuan's gaze returned to the exam paper. He gently stroked the red pen on every part of the exam paper. Fill in the blanks, multiple choice questions, decision questions, short answer questions. He read 10 lines at a glance and finished grading in about 10 minutes. 99 points. Not bad, not bad. This Ku Shiqing's foundation is really good. No wonder before I went to the Imperial College, he was the best in the school of mathematics. He is a good seedling. Looking at the bright red 99 points on the exam paper, Li Zixuan praised. In this way, Ku Shiqing could leave the academy tomorrow and go home to discuss the trip to Sichuan with his parents. In fact, letting Ku Shiqing go to Sichuan was not Li Zixuan's plan. It was just added at the last minute. Ku Shiqing had the ability and the dream. As a Yamacho, Li Zixuan naturally had to give his student a stage to realize his dream. What was Li Zixuan's dream when he had just transmigrated? Li Zixuan would definitely answer that he wanted to be a carefree marquis and then rely on his wealth to live a life of luxury with his wife. But now, he was a marquis and a yamacho of the academy. His dream was to help his student realize his dream. He wanted to be a dream godfather and let his student become the most outstanding person no matter where he went. He wanted to have students all over the world. When that time came, he would become the most powerful person in the world. Because by then, any student would be able to hold their own. The next morning, Li Zixuan arrived at Yanhuang College. Coincidentally, Ku Shiqing was waiting for him in front of Guanghua Building. It was time for the students to have their breakfast. Yamacho! When Ku Shiqing saw Li Zixuan walking towards him, he hurriedly went up and greeted him nervously. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Hee, but are you worried that you didn't pass the exam?" Ku Shiqing nodded and said, "Although I checked my answers last night when I returned to the dormitory, I still feel a little nervous. After all, I really want to go to Sichuan." Li Zixuan patted Ku Shiqing's shoulder and laughed. "Ha! Don't worry. You scored 99 points this time. According to the rules of the academy, you have passed. I will give you special permission not to participate in the next few exams. But I can't give you the exam papers now. After all, the other students haven't taken the exam yet. You can go back and discuss with your parents about the trip to Sichuan. If your parents agree, you can ask someone to send a message to me and then go directly to Sichuan. As for the academy, I will give you some time off. When you return, you can go and study by yourself. Just like Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg, who went to war with the army. As for Chief Gao, I will write a letter to him today. When you are there, he will take care of you." Ku Shiqing said gratefully, "Thank you, Yamacho. Then I will take my leave. Yamacho, take care." Li Zixuan nodded and said, If you are going to Sichuan, you take care too." After the academy helped Ku Shiqing with his request for leave and handed his secret exam results to Yen Silu, Li Zixuan went down Yunshan and rowed towards the pier at the lower reaches of the Ba River. At the pier, 5 large merchant ships of the Feng family were ready to set off. Because they did not buy a lot of seeds in Guangdong, only a little more than 10,000 jin, Feng Jihua only sent out 5 merchant ships. "Why you here?" Feng Jihua, who was directing the loading of goods at the pier, inadvertently saw Li Zixuan riding over. He quickly went up and greeted him. Li Zixuan dismounted from his horse and said with a smile, "Boss Feng has acted righteously this time and personally helped this marquis go to Guangdong to purchase the white stackflower seeds. This marquis has to send Boss Feng off no matter what." Feng Jihua was flattered and said, "Thank you, Mari, for sending me off." "Ha! It's my pleasure, it's my pleasure." Li Zixuan waved his hand and took out a piece of paper and a painted letter. He handed it to Feng Jihua and said, "Here. This is this marquis's order and this marquis's personal letter to Jun Wangyi." Thinking that sending someone to deliver the letter would not be as fast as sending it by sea, I will have to trouble Boss Feng to personally deliver this letter to Jun Wangyi. When the royal prince sees this letter, he will definitely make it convenient for you. The convenience he was talking about was not asking Li Xiaogong to open a back door for Feng Jihua. Li Zixuan was not someone who liked special treatment. For this sea trade, he would not let Feng Jihua pay any less of the taxes that should be paid in Guangdong. The reason why he still needed to write a letter was because he wanted to borrow the power of the Department of Commerce to get the small countries in Nanyang to ship more white stack flowers to Guangdong to sell. Feng Jihua took the warrant and the letter with both hands and said, "Marquis, don't worry. I will personally deliver this letter to the royal prince of Hejian." Coincidentally, at this time, all the goods on the dock had been loaded. A red sun jumped out of the horizon and shone on the surface of the Ba River, reflecting the clear and crystalline waves. Feng Jihua cupped his fists and said, "Marquis, the time has come, the fleet should set sail. This Feng will bid farewell here. This time, I will definitely bring back as many white stack flowers as possible for the Marquis. Marquis, may we meet again." Li Zixuan also cupped his fist and said, "See you later." Feng Jihua nodded and then turned to walk towards the big ship. "Raise the anchor, raise the sails, set sail." A moment later, the sailors on the big ship shouted and the fleet of 5 big ships finally set sail towards the east. Chapter 1371. After watching the fleet leave, Li Zixuan went straight to the workshop. His family had bought over 200 caddies of cotton seeds from the Hu people yesterday. These few days, he had to start making arrangements for the servants in the residence to start growing the seeds. And growing the seeds required a type of machine, a nutrient bowl manufacturing machine. If the cotton seeds were directly scattered in the ground, a large portion of them would not germinate. The survival rate was extremely low. In his previous life, Li Zishuan was also a villager. He had experienced the entire process of growing cotton. He remembered that when his family was growing cotton, they had to first plant the cotton seeds in a nutrient bowl. After the seeds germinated, the seedlings would be transplanted into the ground. The so-called nutrition bowl was to load the loose, fertile soil that was easy to retain water and fertilizer, germ-free, and seedless into the machine for making nutrition bowls. Through the machine, cup-shaped nutrition bowls with a diameter of 11 centimeters and a height of 10 to 12 centimeters were manufactured. The cotton seeds were pressed into the nutrition bowls, and the nutrition bowls were covered with a thin film until they sprouted. After the cotton seeds germinated, they would be transplanted into the ground along with the nutrient bowl and the job would be done. The greatest benefit of this method was that it could greatly increase the survival rate of the cotton seeds. Compared to sowing directly, this nutrient bowl sowing method could save at least 3 times the amount of seeds. If the people of Longtime County were to use this nutrient bowl sowing method in the future, then the amount of cotton seeds they would need to plant per mu of land would not even be 1 caddy. In the modern era, the South used the nutrient bowl sowing method to plant cotton in 1 mu of land. It required about 0.7 caddies of seeds. In the North, the direct sowing method required about 3 to 6 caddies of seeds per mu of land. Therefore, the nutrient bowl sowing method had always been popular in the southern regions. However, there were also disadvantages. For example, it required a lot of manpower and resources. In addition, the nutrient bowl sowing seedlings and transplanting them could make the cotton seedlings stronger. Correspondingly, they could produce more cotton in the future. Therefore, not only did this method save on seeds, it also guaranteed a high yield. Moreover, the most important thing was that this method of growing cotton had not appeared in this era. Why was cotton only an expensive flower in the Tang dynasty for people to admire? Why was it not planted on a large scale? Because it was expensive. But why was it expensive? Other than the fact that there were very few people in the Central Plains who needed to import cotton, the most important reason was its low survival rate and low yield. Very few people were willing to plant it on a large scale. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the greater its value. Thus, this cotton could only be treated as a precious flower for people to admire. As for using it to make clothes, that would be too extravagant. Only a fool with a lot of money would do such a thing. Therefore, Li Zishuan planned to promote his nutrient bowl planting technology. First, he had to go to the workshop to build a nutrient bowl manufacturing machine. He planned to make a hand-pressed nutrient bowl manufacturing machine for cotton. At this time, Li Zishuan was thankful that he came from a rural family in his previous life. Otherwise, he wouldn't know about these things. It wasn't difficult to make this kind of handheld cotton nutrition bowl making machine. Its structure was similar to the pushrod honeycomb coal mold made by the workshop previously. That was used to shape coal blocks, while this one was used to shape fertile soil. Therefore, Li Zishuan came to the workshop and explained it to Faubert. Faubert immediately understood and promised that the hand-pressed cotton nutrition bowl machine would be ready and sent to Yunshan Mountain by noon. Only then did Li Zishuan return to Cloud Mountain in satisfaction. At the same time, dozens of Yamen runners ran out of Longtian County. Each one of them held a notice and ran to the villages in all directions. The people from the county Yamen came to put up notices? What's going on? The Yamen runners actually came to our Yu family manor to put up notices. It's really too strange. On the wall at the entrance of the Yu family manor, the commoners looked at the notice that had just been put up and gathered together to discuss it. In the past, if the Yamen needed to announce something to the commoners, they only needed to put up notices in key places in the city. It was very rare to see a notice directly sent to the village like today. It was no wonder that these villagers felt it was strange. However, it could also be seen that county magistrate he was very attentive to Li Zishuan's orders this time. Elementary Scholar Yu. Where is Elementary Scholar Yu? Quickly let Elementary Scholar Yu see what's written on the notice. He's coming, he's coming. Quickly make way, Elementary Scholar Yu is coming. Elementary Scholar Yu, quickly read it for us. What's written on the notice? Could it be that the county yamen is going to increase our taxes again? Amidst the numerous calls, Yu Deheng, who had met Li Zishuan a few times before, walked out of the Yu family manor. Uncle Zhong, Marquis is in charge of Lantian County right now. The county yamen won't increase our taxes, so don't make wild guesses. Can you let me see what's written on the notice first? Yu Deheng comforted Zhong Lijing and then looked at the notice on the wall. After a while, he was completely stunned. Elementary Scholar Yu? Elementary Scholar Yu? What's wrong with you? What's written on the notice? Could it be that I, old Zhong, guessed correctly? Zhong Lijing saw that Yu Deheng's eyes were wide open as he stood there in a daze without saying a word. Instead, he looked very surprised. He hurriedly pulled on Yu Deheng's sleeve and said worriedly, "That's right. Elementary Scholar Yu. What's written on the notice?" The commoners were also anxious and started to shout. Yu Deheng, who was in a state of shock, finally came to his senses. He swallowed his saliva and forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. He said, "The notice says that Marquis intends to promote the planting of white dye seeds within the borders of Lantian County. He has already asked someone to buy the seeds. From today onwards, as long as a farmer is willing to plant white dye seeds, you can immediately go to the county yamen to report. Before the seeds arrive, as long as a farmer is able to cultivate 1 mu of wasteland, they can go to the county yamen to receive a caddy of white dye seeds for free." Receive a caddy of white dye seeds for free? Elementary Scholar Yu, you're not mistaken, right? That's right. Elementary Scholar Yu. A caddy of white dye seeds is worth 7 or 8 strings of coins. Is Marquis really going to give it to us for free? Then wouldn't Marquis suffer a huge loss? Before Yu Deheng could finish speaking, the surrounding commoners immediately exclaimed in disbelief. "Everyone, please let me finish reading." Yu Deheng hurriedly shouted to maintain order. When the surroundings quieted down again, he said loudly, "This notice also says that when the farmers receive the free seeds of the white fold flower, they need to sign an agreement with the yamen. That is, when the white fold flower matures, they need to remove the seeds and hand them all over to the county yamen. Those who don't hand them over will be fined 10 strings of cash, including the principal and interest. As for the tidbits produced by the white fold, you can sell them directly or use them to make winter clothes. This way, you won't suffer from the cold during the winter. No matter what, the tidbits of the white fold belong to the farmers. The Marquis will not interfere with how you use them." As Yu Deheng's voice fell, everyone was shocked. After the shock, there was ecstasy. Marquis is actually giving out white dye seeds for free? And all the white dye seeds that are planted will belong to us? Marquis is really benevolent. If we can receive a caddy of seeds, we can at least earn 10 strings of coins. 10 strings of coins? Zhong Lijing, is there that much? Hey! As long as the harvest isn't bad, it won't be a problem to earn 100 strings of coins. What are we waiting for? Quickly go to the county yamen to register. Last time, when Marquis promoted the greenhouse vegetables, our Yu family village didn't get to see the white dye seeds this time. No matter what, we can't miss it. That's right. That's right. Quickly go to the county yamen to register. If we're late, we might not get it. Go quickly. Go quickly. Suddenly, the group of people rushed out like a swarm of bees. They didn't even have time to put down the shovels, hoes, and other farming tools on their shoulders as they rushed directly in the direction of Lantian County. Hey, wait for me. Yu Deheng called out twice and hurriedly followed. A similar situation also happened in the dozens of other farmsteads in Lantian County. These farmsteads were all in an uproar at the same time. They went to the county yamen to register and then reclaimed 1 mu of wasteland to get a caddy of white dye seeds for free. In the eyes of the farmers, wasn't this like picking up money? Moreover, they could pick up tens or even hundreds of strings of coins. How could the farmers not be tempted by this? This was especially true for the farmers who were incorporated into Li Zishuan's fiefdom later. When Li Zishuan promoted the greenhouse vegetables, they didn't belong to Li Zishuan's fiefdom. Naturally, they didn't enjoy the first wave of dividends. Now that the second wave of dividends was finally here, of course, they had to desperately grab hold of it. Of course, they weren't the only ones who wanted to grab hold of it. The farmers of the 8 farmsteads who had followed Li Zishuan in the beginning were even more enthusiastic. Because of the greenhouse vegetables incident last time, they firmly believed that following Li Zishuan would bring them benefits. As long as it was Li Zishuan's decision, they would unconditionally support it. They would definitely make a lot of money. Therefore, on all the roads and small paths in Longtime County, farmers could be seen running wildly everywhere. It was like ants returning to their nest. The black mass of ants came from all directions and rushed towards their nest, Longtime County. On the street in front of the Longtime County's Yamen entrance, 3 rows of tables had already been set up. 1 row of tables faced the street in the west, another row faced the street in the east, and another row faced the street in the south. The farmers who came from all directions could line up in 3 different directions to register. This way, they could save a lot of time. County Magistrate. They're here. They're here. The commoners are here. But why did they bring their shovels and hoes over? County Magistrate. He led a group of county officials and waited at the entrance of the county yamen. Suddenly, the county official became excited as he hurriedly asked County Magistrate he. But after seeing the equipment of the farmers, the official was dumbfounded. If someone who wasn't in the know saw this, they would think that these commoners were coming to the county yamen to rebel. County Magistrate he stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Let the bailiffs register properly and prevent commoners from other counties from mixing in. This is Marquis's kindness to our county's commoners. We can't let people from other counties take advantage of this. Understand?" The official hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Yes, County Magistrate." While they were talking, dozens of farmers had already run over. Seeing the tables that had already been set up, the farmers understood the rules and lined up. There were 3 tables in each direction of the street. There were a total of 9 tables, which meant that they could line up in 9 lines. "Sir, I want to plant white stack flowers. I want to register. What's your name? Which village are you from?" "My name is Lu Mang, from Liujia village." Good. "I've already registered for you. Marquis will be able to buy the seeds back in half a month. Before that, you have to cultivate a moo of wasteland. It's best if it's a hillside that's facing the sun. That way, the harvest will be better. Do you understand?" "Understood. Understood. Thank you for your reminder. Next." The quiet entrance of the county yamen suddenly became lively. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a boiling cauldron of voices. The commoners in Guangxing County who woke up early saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. What are they doing? Why are they all gathered at the county yamen? It seems that they are all farmers from outside the county. Farmers? What are they doing here at the county yamen? I know. I just saw the notice at the county yamen. It said that Marquis intends to promote the planting of white stack flowers in Longtime County. Those who are willing to plant can register at the county yamen. As long as they can cultivate a moo of wasteland within the stipulated time, they will be able to get a gene of white stack flowers seeds for free. What? A gene of white stack flowers seeds for free? Is there such a good thing in this world? No, I want to register too. Boss Wang, what are you so happy about? Do you have any fields at home? Don't tell me you want to take the seeds and sell them for money? The notice said that after receiving the seeds, you have to sign an agreement with the county yamen. When the harvest time comes, the white stack flowers will belong to the commoners. However, all the seeds must be removed and handed over to the county yamen. If you don't hand it over, you will be fined 10 strings of coins. Boss Wang, if you receive it now, you will have to pay 10 strings of coins in the future. So that's how it is. Then this old man won't receive it. I'll leave the opportunity to these farmers. Tisk tsk. This time, the farmers outside the city are going to be rich. With a gene of seeds, the white stackflower seeds can be sold for dozens of strings of coins. Sigh, what a pity. Who asked us to not be farmers? At this moment, these city dwellers began to envy the farmers. It was really strange. As time passed, the lines of farmers in the three directions grew longer and longer. The line in the south was about to reach the city gates. Tens of thousands of farmers outside the city suddenly flooded into Longtime County. This city that wasn't considered big suddenly became crowded. Those businessmen who came to Longtime County to do business or those who came to watch the football match saw this scene and began to inquire about what had happened. It didn't matter if they didn't ask, but once they did, they were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Everyone couldn't help but sigh at the good welfare of the citizens of Longtime County. From time to time, Li Zishuan would give red packets to the citizens. Furthermore, it was the kind of red packets that were worth hundreds of strings of coins. And the matter here quickly spread to the other counties. Chapter 1372. Have you heard? The Marquis of Yong and wants to give every farmer in Longtime County a caddy of white fold-flower seeds for free. What? Why is Marquis giving so many white fold-flower seeds to the farmers? Seeds. The Marquis said that the white stackflower catkins will belong to the farmers. The farmers can use them to make cotton-padded clothes or sell them for money. When the time comes, we just need to hand in the seeds. Oh my God! There's such a good thing? Can we get the flower seeds if we go? Tisk! In your dreams! We are from Xinfeng County. The Marquis of Yong and only gives them to the farmers in Longtime County. Longtime County. It's Longtime County again. Last year, Marquis only promoted the greenhouse vegetables in Longtime County. At that time, the farmers who planted the greenhouse vegetables earned hundreds of strings of coins. A few months ago, when Marquis was building the dam, he also prioritized the young adults in Longtime County. I heard that not only are there meat for every meal, but the wages are also high. Now, Marquis wants to plant white fold-flower seeds to make winter clothes for the people of Longtime County. Why didn't His Majesty give Xinfeng County to the Marquis of Yong and as a fief? Sigh. Who said it wasn't? Last year, matchmaker Zhao recommended a kid from Longtime County to my daughter, but my wife didn't agree. Now it's his turn to disagree. This prodigal woman. Old Wang, your wife has no taste. It's not that I want to criticize you, but this kind of woman needs to be taught a lesson. Yes, she needs to be taught a lesson. Serves you right for being unlucky. Look at my two daughters. They married to Longtime County at the beginning of the year. Now, they're living a good life. After the greenhouse vegetables and dam building incident, Li Zishuan came up with another benefiting the people policy, which caused a huge uproar among the people in the surrounding counties of Cheng. Although there were no newspapers to promote it, the current momentum of public opinion was even more terrifying than being on the headlines of the newspapers. Not only the people in the surrounding counties of Cheng and city were discussing it, the people in Cheng and city were also discussing it. At this moment, all the citizens only had one thought in their minds, and that was to regret that they were not Longtime people in this life. If he was also a citizen of Longtime County, then wouldn't he be able to enjoy the benefits of Li Zishuan's benefiting the people policy? In an instant, countless people had a strong yearning for Longtime County. Of course, the ladies of the prestigious families in Cheng and city finally understood who had bought all the white stack flowers in the West Market yesterday. The beauties couldn't help but sigh at Li Zishuan's generosity. He actually used them as ornamental white flowers to make winter clothes for the people in his fief. What? Little Xian wanted the people in his fief to plant white stack flowers? What's the point of growing this thing? Do you want to watch? Cheng Yaojin had just finished the morning court when he heard the news. He stared at his second son, Cheng Chuliang, and asked. Cheng Chuliang's forehead was full of black lines. He said, "Father, even if the Marquis of Yong and wanted to see white stack flowers, he wouldn't go so far as to let his subordinates plant them all over Longtime County, right? I heard that he wanted the commoners to make winter clothes out of white paper." Cheng Yaojin nodded and suddenly laughed. Hey, this kid's idea is really strange. Using white paper to make clothes for the commoners? That's too extravagant. How many seeds did he say he wanted to buy? 10,000 caddies? TSK 70 to 80,000 strings of coins, that's really generous. Cheng Chuliang asked tentatively, Father, then should we follow this time? Last year, when Li Zishuan promoted the planting of greenhouse vegetables in his fief, Old Cheng's and Old Qin's families also promoted it. Although there was a difference of half a month, their family's farmers earned a lot of money because of it. The Cheng family also gained a good reputation for being benevolent. Now that Li Zishuan wanted to promote the planting of white stack flowers, should the Cheng family follow? Cheng Yaojin frowned and said, White stack flowers are not easy to grow. Since little Xian dares to promote it, he might have a better way to grow it. As for 70 to 80,000 strings of coins, TSK, the Cheng family can't afford it. However, the Cheng family only has 700 farmers, and a caddy of seeds per family is only 700 caddies. After pondering for a moment, Cheng Yaojin gritted his teeth and said, Then we'll buy it. Chu Liang, get Butler Liang to tell the barbarian merchants in Shi City to quickly find a way to get me 700 caddies of white stack flower seeds. Otherwise, I'll smash their shops. Li Zishuan needed a large amount of white stack flower seeds, so he could only find sea merchants. However, the Cheng family only needed a few hundred caddies of seeds, so the barbarian merchants could find a way to get it themselves. In order to survive in Chang, and these barbarian merchants would definitely find a way to get Old Qing so many seeds. Cheng Chuliang quickly replied, Yes. Father, I'll go tell the butler now. Stop right there. Cheng Yaojin suddenly said, Kid, you have to go back to the study and study. In a few months, Yanhuang College will be recruiting students. If you can't get in, I'll teach you a lesson. Cheng Chuliang shrunk his neck and said bitterly, Yes. Father. What? Li Zishuan wants to plant white stack flowers on a large scale in Lantian County? Just after morning court, Li Er heard this piece of news, and it was even personally sent by Li Chengqian. Yes, father. Not only have all the white stack flower seeds in Chang and city been bought by the Marquis of Yong, and, according to what I know, he even sent a merchant ship to Guangdong to buy white stack flower seeds from Nanyang sea merchants. According to the notice in Lantian County, he wants to buy at least 10,000 caddies of seeds. Li Chengqian bowed and said, 10,000 caddies? This kid is really extravagant. Li Er muttered and sighed. After a moment, he said to Li Chengqian, No matter what, this is a move that benefits the people. In so many years, this is the first time I've heard of someone planting so many white stack flowers to make clothes for the people. However, isn't this kid afraid that the harvest won't be good and there won't be any harvest? I've heard that it's hard for white stack flowers to survive. Li Chengqian revealed a worried expression and said, I'm also worried about this. Ever since white stack flowers were introduced into the Central Plains during the Qin and Han dynasties, it was only used as an ornamental flower because of its low survival rate. The Marquis of Yong and has good intentions in wanting to use white stack flowers to make clothes for the people, but I'm afraid that he won't even be able to recover the cost. After all, 70 to 80,000 strings of cash isn't a small sum. Li Er frowned and then said in relief, Chengqian, don't you know that kid's personality? He definitely won't do things that he isn't confident in. Last time, he was able to grow vegetables in the winter. This time, he can grow a large patch of white stack flowers in Lantian County. I don't find it strange at all. Li Chengqian's eyes lit up and said, Father is right. Perhaps the Marquis of Yong and has a better method of growing white stack flowers? Therefore, I would like to ask Father to allow me to leave the palace. I would like to go to Yunshan to investigate. If it's really as Father thinks, then the people of Tang Empire won't have to suffer from the cold in the winter. Li Er thought for a moment and waved his hand and said, then you can go after lunch. Li Chengqian said happily, Thank you, Father. Marquis, Steward Fu sent someone to deliver a cart of farm tools. Pang Feiji came in to report when Li Zishuan had just finished his meal. It's done so quickly? Where are the things? Li Zishuan's eyes lit up as he quickly stood up and said, Marquis, it's just outside the door. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said, Han Yushi looked confused and said, "Husband, what kind of farm tools made you so happy?" "Ha. New farm tools. Wife, you'll know when you follow your husband." Li Zishuan smiled and then pulled Han Yushi out of the house. "Brother, wait for me. Lan wants to go too." Lana rushed out of the room and quickly followed. Outside the courtyard, Li Zishuan saw more than 10 hand-pressed nutrition bowls piled up in the open space in front of the door. They looked exactly like the slimmer version of the pusher used to make honeycomb briquettes. "Husband? What's this thing used for? Why does it look so much like the one used to make honeycomb briquettes?" Han Yushi looked at the hand-pressed nutrition bowls on the ground and suddenly asked curiously, "Brother, how do you play with this?" Li Zishuan was about to speak when Lan picked up a bowl as if she had gotten a new toy. Then she looked at Li Zishuan and asked. Li Zishuan shook his head and looked at Han Yushi. He smiled and said, "Wife, aren't you curious about what this is used for? Let your husband demonstrate it to you. Feiji, have you prepared the soil that I asked you to prepare earlier?" Pang Feiji pointed to a mound in the east and said, replying to Marquis, "It's already prepared. It's over there. It's all dug from the vegetable fields at the foot of the mountain. It's very fertile." Looks like Chang'e and I came at the right time. Just in time for a good show." After Pang Feiji finished speaking, a young man's voice suddenly came from the courtyard. Who else could it be other than Li Chengqian? As for Chang'e, after hearing that Li Chengqian was coming to Cloud Mountain, she quickly asked Li Er for a chance to leave the palace and followed along. "Greetings to your highness. Greetings to your highness." The servants and guards of the Li family had all seen Li Chengqian and Chang'e before, so they quickly bowed and greeted them. Li Zishuan, Han Yushi, and Lan also prepared to greet, but Li Chengqian waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite." "Xiao Xian, you don't need to be so polite either." Then he excitedly walked in front of Li Zishuan and asked, "Xiao Xian, these farming tools of yours should be related to the planting of the white stack flower, right?" Since Li Zishuan did not allow them to greet, then Li Zishuan would not be so bored as to do something unnecessary. However, after hearing Li Chengqian's guess, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He then praised, "Chengqian has good eyesight. You guessed right. This thing is indeed related to the planting of the white stack flower." Chang'e asked curiously, "Brother Xiao Xian, what does this thing have to do with the white stack flower?" Chang'e looked, "Why does this thing look like it's used to make honeycomb briquettes?" Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Let me demonstrate. Chang'e, you and Chengqian will know after seeing it." Chapter 1373. This thing is called a nutrient bowl. By stuffing fertile soil into it and pushing it out like I am doing, you will get cup-shaped mud cubes. These mud cubes are the nutrient bowls for the white stack flower seeds. If you press 2 seeds into the nutrient bowl, they will sprout in about 7 days. At the mound of soil next to the Yunshan residence, under the gaze of Li Chengqian, Chang'e, Han Yushi, and the others, Li Zishuan showed himself to explain. First, he poked the alms bowl with all his might into the mound of soil. After it was filled with soil, he stepped on the push rod, and the soil was pushed out in the shape of a cup. This was the nutrition bowl. Then, Li Zishuan took out 2 seeds and pressed them into the circular pit in the center of the nutrient bowl. The entire process was completed. This is fun. Brother, I will help you." Seeing Li Zishuan easily make a cup-shaped mud cube, Lan Er's interest was immediately piqued. She excitedly rushed over to give it a try. Li Zishuan was speechless. "You are just a little taller than the alms. How can you play with it? Go to the side and watch. Don't dirty your clothes." Lan pouted. "I won't. Brother, you look down on me. Lan, I will make one for you to see." After saying that, the little girl imitated Li Zishuan's previous actions. She picked up the alms and poked it into the mound of dirt. This thing is indeed interesting. I will give it a try too." Perhaps the innocent Lan had awakened Li Chengqian's childish nature. This fellow also eagerly picked up the alms and walked towards the mound of dirt. "Brother Crown Prince, wait for me. Chang'e also wants to try." It was rare for Chang'e to come out, so she naturally wanted to play to her heart's content. She followed closely behind Li Chengqian with the alms and walked towards the mound of dirt with the alms. Your Highness, you can't. The leader of the Eastern Palace guards who followed Li Chengqian hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to stop him. Li Chengqian waved his hand and said, "It's fine. I am just giving it a try. There is no danger." When the guard heard that, he did not continue to stop him. "Brother Little Xian, can you teach Chang'e one more time?" Chang'e carried the alms bowl and walked to Li Zishuan's side, smiling sweetly. Looking at this bright and beautiful smile, how could Li Zishuan say no? He nodded helplessly and said, "All right then. Chengqian, Chang'e, I'll demonstrate it to you again. First, push the alms bowl into the mound with all your strength. You must use all your strength, or else the soil won't be able to fill the alms bowl, and the nutrition bowl you push out will be incomplete." Bang bang bang. Li Zishuan, Chang'e, and Lan all followed Li Zishuan and poked the alms bowl into the mound. After a while, Li Zishuan continued, "When you think it's about time, step on this push rod and push the dirt out." "Yes, that's it. It might take some effort. Wow. I'm done. Brother Little Xian, take a look and see if this nutrition bowl is done correctly." Unexpectedly, Chang'e had finished it before Li Chengqian. The little girl held the freshly made nutrition bowl in her hands and came to Li Zishuan, asking excitedly, "Very well done. The shape is very standard, and the soil is very sturdy." Li Zishuan nodded and praised. Thank you for your praise, Brother Little Xian." After receiving Li Zishuan's affirmation, Chang'e's beautiful little face instantly beamed like a flower. At this moment, Li Chengqian's first nutrition bowl was also completed. However, it was a failure with a bumpy bottom and an incomplete exterior. It was obvious that Li Chengqian did not use enough strength when filling the soil inside. "Chengqian, this is about the same level as Lanus. I think you have to find time to train, or else your body will only become weaker and weaker. Look at your physical strength now, it's not even as good as Chang'e's." Upon seeing this, Li Zishuan immediately teased. Li Chengqian immediately blushed and retorted, "A Little Xian, what nonsense are you talking about? I just didn't do it seriously just now. If you don't believe me, I'll make another one for you." As a man, he could not tolerate others saying that he was weak. In order to protect his dignity as a man, Li Chengqian resolutely began the second nutrition bowl's production. Bam bam bam. This time, Li Chengqian peeled with all his might. From the looks of it, he could not wait to crush the entire cloud mountain. With a clang, a flawless nutrition bowl was pushed out from the bowl-making device. Li Chengqian immediately said proudly, "Hey, Little Xian, how was it? I told you that it was just a coincidence, right?" After saying that, he could not help but secretly take 2 deep breaths. Speaking of which, he had been learning how to rule the country from Li Er all day long in the palace. He indeed lacked training. Li Zishuan saw through him but did not expose him. He did not refute him. Li Chengqian put down the bowl-making device and asked, "Little Xian, you still haven't said why you want to plant the seeds in this nutrition bowl?" This prince feels that it's more convenient to just directly bury the seeds in the ground. Hearing Li Chengqian's question, Chang'e also stopped what she was doing and shifted her gaze to Li Zishuan. Clearly, she had the same doubts as Li Chengqian. Li Zishuan muttered to himself for a moment and said, "Simply speaking, for the white dye seed to germinate, it needs sufficient nutrients, water, and suitable temperature. If the seeds were directly buried in the ground, then there is a possibility that less than 1 in 10 will survive. This is because the nutrients in the ground might not be enough. Furthermore, the night is still a little cold. This is why the survival rate of the white dye seed is so low." Li Chengqian nodded his head as if he understood and then asked, "Little Xian, the reason why this thing is called a nutrition bowl is because the nutrients in the soil are very sufficient, right?" Li Zishuan nodded his head and praised, "That's right. The nutrients in the nutrition bowl are indeed very sufficient. This is because the soil inside is the most fertile soil and can provide sufficient nutrients for the germination of the white dye seed. Secondly, once the seeds are planted, I will instruct people to put the seeds together with the nutrition bowl into the greenhouse. This way, it won't be frozen at night and the moisture in the soil won't evaporate too quickly. This way, Not only will the survival rate of the seeds greatly increase, the germination time will also be greatly reduced. Once it germinates, it can be transplanted into the field along with the nutrition bowl. There were two advantages to using this method. First, it saved on seeds. This method only required less than a caddy of seeds to grow 1 mu of white stack seed. The other method, which was the most primitive method, required about 3 caddies of seeds to grow 1 mu of land. Second, it can increase the harvest. Because using this method, the seeds can absorb sufficient nutrients during the germination stage, so the buds will generally be thicker. In the end, for the same white dye seed, this method of growing white dye seed will increase the flower catkins by at least 30%. When Li Chengqian heard this, he widened his eyes in shock and said, "Before coming here, my imperial father guessed that Xiao Xian might have grasped an even more powerful planting method. I didn't expect it to be like this." According to Xiao Xian, this year's white dye seed harvest in Lantian County will definitely give everyone a huge surprise. Changel also nodded her head and said, "Brother Xiao Xian, if your method is feasible, then it will completely solve the problem of the low survival rate of the white dye seed. In the future, the other provinces and counties in Great Tang can also follow this method. This way, the white dye seed will be popularized in Great Tang and become the third most important crop after rice and wheat. When that time comes, the commoners really won't lack clothes to wear and won't suffer from the cold in winter." When she finished speaking, Changel's eyes sparkled as if she was looking at a hero. She looked at Li Zishuan with a face full of worship. Li Chengqian clapped his hands and said, "That's right. Once there are more white dye seed, it will naturally not be as expensive as before. When that time comes, the commoners will be able to buy some white dye seed catkins to make cotton-padded clothes. Xiao Xian, if this method is successful, your merit will be immeasurable." Li Zishuan smiled faintly and said, "Whether it will succeed or not, we will only know after we try it. But the final effect will definitely not be too bad." After saying that, Li Zishuan distributed the alms bowl utensils that Faubert had sent over to the servants and guards to make the nutrition alms bowls. Of course, this labor was not free. The wages were added to their monthly allowance. Speaking of which, he now had 200 jin of white dye seed. If he planted all of them, he could plant at least 200 to 300 mu. Therefore, the servants and guards of the Li residence would be very busy this time. Xiao Xian, did you notice that Changel's physical strength is really much better than before? Li Zishuan called everyone into the house. Li Chengqian dragged Li Zishuan to the back. At this moment he suddenly said sneakily. Li Zishuan looked carefully and saw that although Changel had personally made a few nutrition alms bowls, her complexion was still normal. Her face was not red, and her heart was not out of breath. Indeed, as Li Chengqian said, her physical strength was much better than before. He turned his head to look at Li Chengqian and joked, "What? Chengqian, do you admit that your physical strength is not as good as Changel's?" Generally, a weak body means a weak kidney. This kidney deficiency is not scary, but you have to pay attention to recuperation and exercise. Stop. Li Chengqian almost vomited blood. He hurriedly said, "Xiao Xian, you are the one with a weak kidney. I'm talking to you about serious matters. Don't interrupt. Get to the point." Li Zishuan put away his smile and said seriously, "Changel has my Taoist qi in her body now. Although she has not learned fighting moves, her physical strength is naturally much stronger than ordinary people. This is not surprising." A few months ago, Changel's qi disease flared up. Li Zishuan used his own qi to cure it. In addition, Changel usually practiced Tai Chi very seriously, so she had already cultivated qi. With Li Zishuan's help, she unexpectedly succeeded in drawing qi into her body. This was the main reason why her physical strength was much stronger than before. Li Chengqian suddenly understood, "Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Xian, is internal qi really so miraculous?" Li Zishuan glanced at him and said with a smile, "Miraculous or not, Chengqian, won't you know once you practice it? It can also cure your kidney deficiency." AI. Who has kidney deficiency? Who has kidney deficiency? Xiao Xian, stop right there. Li Chengqian said angrily. Chapter 1374. Li Chengqian and Chang'e stayed on Cloud Mountain for less than 2 hours before returning to the palace. After all, they could not leave the palace for too long. Li Zishuan called Pang Feiji over and said, "Feiji, bring some men and call all the farmers in Lantian County over. When the time comes, bring them along and learn how to make the nutrition bowl. After they learn it, go back and teach it to the farmers in the village. After a while, the white fold seed flower will be planted. All the farmers who receive the seeds must use this method to plant the white fold seed flower." Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said, "Yes." After saying that, he brought a dozen personal guards and rode down Cloud Mountain. Not long after Pang Feiji left, a woman came to the courtyard of Cloud Mountain and said that she wanted to see Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan brought Han Yushi out to meet her. Only then did he know that this woman was Ku Shiqing's mother. She was here to send a message to Li Zishuan, saying that Ku Shiqing had already left for Bashu in the afternoon. Ku Shiqing's father, because he was worried, also followed along. Li Zishuan and Han Yushi comforted Ku Shiqing's mother, telling her that Ku Shiqing would be taken care of by Gao Shilian when he arrived there, so she did not have to worry. Ku Shiqing's mother stayed on Cloud Mountain for a while before leaving. Her back view looked very bleak. After all, her husband and son had gone far away, and might even encounter danger. Of course she was worried. "Husband, you sent your students so far away, aren't you worried that they will encounter danger?" Back in the house, Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan and asked. Li Zishuan was stunned, then sighed and said, "Of course I'm worried, but what's the use of worrying? These children have to bear what they should bear. If they don't experience some things, they will never grow." Evening, Sweet Dew Hall. Li Zishuan really said that? Li Chengqian told Li Er everything he saw and heard on Cloud Mountain in the afternoon. Li Er could not hide his shock and asked Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian clasped his hands and said, "Absolutely true. Imperial Father," Li Zishuan personally said that if we use his nutrient bowl planting method, we can save at least 3 times the amount of seeds per mu, and the harvest can also increase by at least 30%. Hearing this, Li Er nodded his head. Although he did not show it on his face, his heart was in turmoil. If this method was really so magical, then that caddy of seeds would be able to harvest nearly 4 times the amount of white stack flower catkins. This wasn't a small improvement. It directly solved the key problem of the white stack flower's survival and low production. Let's let Li Zishuan give it a try first. If his method is successful, then the people of Great Tang will be able to afford to wear clothes made of white silk. This matter will end here. Chengqian, you don't need to worry about this. Yes, Father. Li Chengqian cupped his hands and said respectfully. At this moment, Zhao Song rushed in from outside the hall and bowed. "Your Majesty, something's wrong." Li Er's face turned solemn as he asked, "What's the matter?" Zhao Song replied, "Your Majesty, Tuli Khan has sent an envoy, requesting to surrender to Great Tang. The envoy has already been arranged to stay in the Honglu Temple's post house. They will pay respects to your Majesty in the morning court tomorrow." What? Tuli sent an envoy to the court? Li Er's face suddenly changed. He asked in a deep voice, "What happened to the Turks? How dare Tuli openly rebel against Xieli and surrender to Great Tang?" Li Chengqian's face also became tense as he stared at Zhao Song without blinking. Zhao Song bowed slightly and said, "Your Majesty, according to the spies, at the beginning of this year, Xieli suddenly recruited soldiers from Tuli Khan. Due to Tuli Khan's failure in suppressing Shui Yantuo, the Shi and the Guis, he was imprisoned and whipped by Xieli Khan. Tuli Khan held a grudge, so he did not lend any soldiers to Xieli this time. When Xieli Khan heard the news, he was furious and directly sent troops to attack Tuli Khan. Tuli Khan's strength was not enough. Seeing that the royal court was in danger, he sent an envoy to Great Tang for help. Tuli's son, Ashina Helyuo, is also in the envoy." Li Er's eyes flashed, and his expression gradually eased. He sighed softly and said, "The Turks are actually having internal strife? This is really a heaven-sent opportunity." Then he looked at Zhao Song and ordered, "Tomorrow morning, let Tuli's envoy enter the court for an audience." "Your Majesty," Zhao Song responded, then said, "Your Majesty, today, a student from Yanhuang College left the capital and is heading to Bashu." Bashu? Li Er's heart skipped a beat. Then he smiled and said, "This student is probably going to Bashu because of Li Zishuan's vanadium mine there, right? Don't worry about them. Li Zishuan students are always able to surprise me. Last time, it was Meng Wenhao and Han Li. Let's see what kind of surprise this child can bring me this time." "Oh, right. Immediately send someone to inform Li Zishuan to attend tomorrow's court." "Yes." "Sai. Why do you think His Majesty wants me to attend court for no reason? TSK, doesn't he know that I live far away? I'll have to travel through the night again today." The next morning, before dawn, Li Zishuan was already dressed and washed up with Han Yushi's help. Although he wasn't sleepy, he had to leave before dawn. Li Zishuan couldn't help but grumble softly. Pfft. When Han Yushi heard that, she couldn't help but giggle. She helped Li Zishuan comb his hair and said with a smile, "Husband, other people have studied hard for decades in hopes of being able to enter the imperial court one day. But why do you look like you have a deep grudge when you hear that you have to attend morning court?" Li Zishuan pinched Han Yushi's fair fingers and said with a naughty smile, "What does the poem say? Oh, it's the harem of 3,000 beauties. From then on, the emperor won't attend morning court. As for your husband, he only needs you, my wife, so he's too lazy to attend morning court. How can those fame and fortune be more important than the wife in my arms? My wife, don't you think so?" Han Yushi's tender face turned red. She hurriedly shook off Li Zishuan's big hand and said angrily, "Husband, you're talking nonsense again. Don't move. Let me help you comb your hair quickly. Don't miss the time." "But I'll listen to my wife." Li Zishuan knew that Han Yushi couldn't resist teasing. After saying that, he was no longer naughty. At this time, Han Yushi suddenly said, "Husband, you should think of it this way. With your current rank and status, you should attend morning court every day. It's His Majesty who saw that you have multiple positions and that the Yunshan residence you live in is quite far from the imperial palace. That's why he specially allowed you to not attend morning court every day. So, you should be grateful to His Majesty." "My wife's words make sense." Li Zishuan's eyes lit up and said with a smile, "If that's the case, then I have the motivation to attend morning court. Confucius was right. Behind every successful man, there's a good woman's." Han Yushi patted Li Zishuan's back and said unhappily, "Husband, you're talking nonsense again. When did Confucius say that?" "But, husband, your hair is done. Go and have some food. Otherwise, you'll definitely be hungry after standing in court for so long." My wife is so considerate." After coming out of the gentle home, Li Zishuan and Pang Feiji rode together and became a pair of brothers in distress. They held torches and rushed through the night. Oh, strictly speaking, this wasn't called the night road. Perhaps it should be called the dawn road, the last trace of darkness before dawn. Fortunately, the road from Yunshan to Chang and had been paved with cement. Otherwise, no matter how good one's horsemanship was, they wouldn't dare to ride on the rugged mountain road like before. Otherwise, they would definitely fall into the ravines. After rushing for a while, they finally arrived at the east gate of Chang and city before the city gates opened. The master and servant waited for less than a quarter of an hour outside the city gates before the city guards opened the gates. Li Zishuan and Pang Feiji hurriedly urged their horses to enter and then galloped towards the imperial palace. "Yo, Xiao Xian, why are you here for morning court today?" After entering the palace, they arrived at Taiji Hall. There were already many people gathered here, including Qing Yaojin and Qin Qiong. Seeing Li Zishuan, this rare guest, Qing Yaojin walked over with a face full of surprise. He patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed. Speaking of which, old Cheng was able to come to court so early because of his bicycle. Qing Yaojin could be considered an expert in bicycles now. He could even ride a bicycle with one hand. Sometimes, he could even use both hands to leave the handlebars. What's more, when Qing Yaojin rode his bicycle, it was even more ferocious than when he rode a horse. Everyone was afraid of him. Actually, he was not the only one who rode a bicycle. Among the civil and military officials, Those who were slightly wealthier had almost all bought bicycles. After all, bicycles were faster and more convenient than horse carriages. They could go wherever they wanted with just a pedal. Moreover, they did not have to feed the horses. It was worth mentioning that the palace was also keeping up with the times. They had specially built a parking lot outside the palace gates for the officials. When Li Zixuan found out about this, he felt a sense of accomplishment and was overjoyed for a long time. This was because he had brought a little change to this era. "Good morning, Uncle Cheng." Li Zixuan greeted Qing Yaojin and replied, "Yesterday, His Majesty sent someone to Yunshan to inform me that I must attend today's court meeting. I dare not come." "His Majesty sent someone to inform you?" Qing Yaojin's eyes flashed and his expression became serious as he asked. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Yes." "Oh, right, Uncle Cheng. Did something big happen in the court these 2 days? Is that why His Majesty asked me to come? Can you tell me what happened in the imperial court?" Qing Yaojin hesitated and said, "It's both a good and bad thing. Sai, you'd better ask second brother Qin." Li Zixuan was baffled. He turned to look at Qin Qiong and asked, "Uncle Qin, what happened? Why is Uncle Cheng being so secretive?" Qin Qiong sighed deeply and said, "Shili Khan sent troops to attack Tuli. Tuli came as an envoy and asked Tang Empire to send troops to help. He is also willing to surrender to Tang Empire." Li Zixuan was stunned when he heard this. He was puzzled and said, Then isn't this a good thing? Why does Uncle Cheng say that it's both a good and bad thing?" Chapter 1375. Little Xian. This Tuli Khagan is the son of Shibi Khagan, known as the Little Khagan of the Eastern Turks. But his Khagan title is just a title, and his strength is not strong. The power has always been in the hands of his father and uncle. In the second year of Wuda, Shibi Khagan died of illness. The one who took the throne was not Tuli, but Tuli's uncle Silafoshi, Chuluo Khagan. In the fourth year of Wuda, Chuluo Khagan died, and Tuli's other uncle took the throne aggressively. He is the current Shili Khagan. Shili appointed Tuli as the Little Khagan, in charge of the Khitan, Swanni, and other departments. Because Tuli Khagan did not have a fixed tax on his subordinates resented him. Because of this, many tribes submitted to the Great Tang, such as Shui Yentuo, Shi, and Swanni. Shili Khagan sent Tuli Khagan to suppress these tribes. Tuli Khagan was defeated, and his soldiers were scattered in disorder. It is said that Shili Khagan was furious and imprisoned him, whipping him for a long time before releasing him. Tuli suffered such a great humiliation, so he naturally harbored a grudge against Shili. From then on, the uncle and nephew of the Eastern Turks entered a state of open strife and covert struggle. Tuli suddenly sent an envoy to the court to beg for peace. He must be unable to withstand Shili's offensive and wants the Great Tang to send troops to help him out of the siege. But in this situation, if my Great Tang were to rashly dispatch soldiers, it would be tantamount to declaring a full-scale war with Shili. The Eastern Turks are currently at the height of their national strength, possessing 1 million soldiers. If the Great Tang wanted to declare a full-scale war with them and win, how could it be so easy? We must make sufficient preparations before we can start this war. Otherwise, defeat is certain. But there is not much time left for the Great Tang. Today, Tuli sent an envoy to the court, proving that his forces can no longer withstand Shili Khagan's attack. Being destroyed and annexed is only a matter of time. And the Great Tang cannot sit by and watch Tuli be annexed like this. Otherwise, Shili will become even stronger. So, it is difficult. Very difficult. Let's see what decision His Majesty will make today. In front of the Taiji Palace, Qin Qiong estimated that there was still some time before the court, so he told Li Zixuan about Tuli's envoy. "Oh, I see." After hearing this, Li Zixuan finally had a rough understanding of the current situation of the Eastern Turks. To be honest, before this, he didn't even know who Tuli Khan was or which faction he belonged to. He only knew Shili Khan. There was nothing he could do about it. Who asked this guy to be so famous? Now that he heard Qin Qiong's explanation, he had a good grasp of the current situation. The Eastern Turks were in internal strife, but the Great Tang was still not ready to go to war with them. As for Tuli Khan, in front of Shili Khan, He was but a small grasshopper, unable to resist for long. Morning court. All civil and military officials enter the court for an audience. At this moment, an old eunuch stood on the steps and shouted in a high-pitched voice. The civil and military officials at the foot of the steps immediately fell silent. They straightened their clothes, hugged their tablets, and walked up the steps toward Taiji Palace. Entering the Taiji Palace, after a round of greeting, a Turk stepped out from the crowd and bowed to Li Er. His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang, Xieli Khan has disregarded my late Khan's feelings, disregarded the relationship between uncle and nephew, and openly sent troops to attack my father Khan. I beseech His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang to send troops to aid my father Khan. Ashina Ilhind will be staying in Shang, and as a hostage. Hearing this, the civil and military officials looked at each other in dismay. Li Er asked in a deep voice, "You are Tuli Khan's second son?" The Turk cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, this one is indeed my father's son. I have come to the Great Tang to request assistance and surrender. In order to express my father's sincerity, Ashina Helyuo is willing to remain in Chang, and as a hostage to express my father's sincerity in surrendering to the Great Tang. Sending a son into the court as a hostage." All the civil and military officials sucked in a mouthful of cold air, thinking that Tuli was really going all out this time. At the same time, this also meant that Tuli Khan had been forced into a corner by Xieli. Otherwise, he wouldn't have staked everything and wholeheartedly submitted to the Great Tang. After a moment of silence in the hall, Li Er said, "Since I ascended the throne, I have ruled the country with benevolence and righteousness, and I have treated my friends well. Ashina Helyuoa, you don't have to mention the matter of a hostage again. My Great Tang doesn't need anyone as a hostage. This is really detrimental to my Huaxia's prestige. Furthermore, I have some friendship with Tuli in the past. How can I take advantage of this and take his son as a hostage?" Speaking of which, Ashina Helyuoa was also a straightforward person. How could he say, "I am here to be your hostage," in front of the emperor? Normally, this kind of thing was tacitly understood, and no one would directly say it. Old Li was the ruler of Huaxia, so how could he not care about his face? However, Li Er saying that he had some friendship with Tuli Khan was also true. In the 7th year of Wuda, the Turkic Great Khan Xieli Khan and Tuli Khan gathered all their forces and invaded the Great Tang's borders. At that time, the Great Tang Emperor Li Yuan sent Li Er out to defend against the Turks on the 21st day of the 7th month. On the 12th day of the 8th month, the two sides clashed at Wulongbin, which was known in history as the Battle of Wulongbin. Li Shimin used the strategy of sowing discord, working together with Tuli Khan to drive a wedge between Xieli Khan and Tuli Khan, and became sworn brothers with Tuli Khan, causing the Turks to retreat. It did not matter whether Li Er and Tuli's friendship was due to the situation, or whether it was feigning civility, or because of benefits, or whether it was sincere friendship, but in the end the two of them became sworn brothers. It was an indisputable fact. Although this kind of thing sounded inconceivable to other people. Hearing Li Er's words, Ashina Helyuoa was first stunned, and then he immediately wanted to refute. After all, when he left the Turks, his father had instructed him to do so. He had to complete the task his father had given him. Who knew that Li Er seemed to know what he was going to say next and spoke first, "Ashina Helyuoa, you don't need to say anything more. We will not take you as a hostage. However, if you like the prosperity of Chang, and want to stay in Chang, and for a while, we naturally have no reason to refuse." Ashina Helyuoa's wooden brain finally reacted at this moment. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks to the Great Tang Emperor for taking me in. Ashina Helyuoa is willing to stay in Chang, and for a while. I only hope that the Great Tang Emperor can send troops to rescue my father. When the time comes, my father will definitely remember your Majesty's kindness and lead his troops to surrender to the Great Tang Empire, joining the court and submitting to your Majesty." Li Er's eyes narrowed as he said in a deep voice, "In the past, the Turks had internal strife and relied on the power of the Sui dynasty to stabilize. However, Xieli Khan did not know how to cherish the situation left behind by his ancestors. Instead, he relied on his own strength to indulge his own desires. He was licentious and tyrannical, and his uncle and nephew killed each other. This is truly against the laws of nature. However, sending troops to the Turks is a matter of great importance. We need to discuss it with the court officials before we can make a decision. Xianxia, you have traveled a long way from the Turks and must be exhausted. Why don't you return to the inn and rest for a while? After we have discussed with the court officials, we will send someone to inform you. Hearing this, Xianxia thought seriously before finally cupping his fists and saying, "Yes, your majesty." Xianxia will take his leave. After that, he clenched his fists in front of his chest and bowed to Li. Then, he brought the two Turk emissaries and left the hall. After Xianxia left, Li's eyes darkened as he looked at the court officials and asked, "Dear officials, do you think that our Tang Empire should send troops to aid Tuli?" Regarding Tuli's request for help, Li himself was both happy and fearful. He was happy that the internal strife of the Eastern Turks had caused the Tang Empire's northwest border to have a rare moment of peace. However, he was fearful that if Tuli was destroyed and Xieli became the sole ruler, then it would be difficult for the Tang Empire to destroy the Turks in the future. The court officials were silent for a long time. Finally, Zhang Sunwuji could not help but step out and say, "Your Majesty, this old official thinks that it is not suitable to send troops now. 2 years ago, our Tang Empire had just signed an agreement with Xieli not to attack each other. Now, without Xieli Khan's invasion, if we were to go back on our word and send troops, not only would it be a waste of manpower and resources, but it would also not be the army of a king." Hearing this, Li's face instantly fell. Indeed, the Wei River alliance back then was the biggest obstacle for him to send troops to the Turks. The Tang Empire, as a dynasty in the Central Plains and a country of etiquette, had to have a reason for doing things. They could not be like the Turks, who could fight whoever they wanted to fight. Even if they killed their brothers, no one would blame them. The Tang Empire was particular about sending troops with a reason. Most of the court officials would not allow Li to do something as treacherous as going against the agreement. Duke Zhao is right, it is indeed not suitable to send troops now. This old official agrees. This official agrees. After Zhang Sunwuji said that, there were immediately voices of agreement in the court. Bulsh asterisk teach. Bulsh asterisk t. What Bulsh asterisk t agreement? Let me, Old Cheng, ask all of you, if Xieli is free now and has sufficient provisions, do you think he will care about the agreement back then? Will he send troops to invade our Tang Empire? Although Qing Yaojin also knew that now was not the best time for the Tang Empire to send troops, but seeing so many officials talking about the Wei River Alliance back then, he could not help but stand up and scold. The Wei River Alliance was not only the shame of Li's life, it was also the shame of Qing Yaojin's life. Duke Lu, why are you spouting such vulgar words in the court? Furthermore, our Tang Empire is a country of etiquette and etiquette. When we go to war, we have a reason for sending troops. How can this be a game? Zhang Sunwuji pulled a long face and reprimanded Qing Yaojin. Qing Yaojin immediately snorted and said, "Bulsh asterisk t, sending troops with a reason. According to what you said, we can only wait for that brat Xieli to bring troops to Chang and city before we can retaliate? Qing Jijia, don't be unreasonable in the imperial court." Zhang Sunwuji's eyes were dark as he said coldly, "Your Majesty, this old official thinks that although Duke Lu's words are vulgar, they are not without reason." At this moment, someone from the court officials' camp actually stood up and spoke for Qing Yaojin. It was Du Ruhui. Chapter 1376. Oh, Minister Du also thinks that I should send troops to attack Xieli? Inside the Taiji Palace, Du Ruhui walked out of the crowd. Li's eyes lit up as he asked with a smile. Li knew better than anyone that the Tang Empire was not ready for a full-scale war with the Turks. But it was one thing to not be ready and another to not dare to fight. As long as the decision was made to fight, the entire Tang Empire would take action and prepare for war very quickly. Du Ruhui cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I think what High Duke Lu said is reasonable. The Tang Empire does not need to be honest with Xieli because he will violate the treaty sooner or later. Now that the Turks are in chaos, it is the best time to attack. Moreover, attacking countries with civil strife has been the custom since ancient times. The Tang Empire cannot be timid because of the treaty and miss the opportunity. Fang Mao Dudun lived up to his name. Du Ruhui had sharp eyes and directly asserted that the treaty was a piece of waste paper in the eyes of the Turks. As soon as Du Ruhui finished speaking, Qing Yaojin immediately said excitedly, "Hee. Old Du, in the past, Old Cheng, didn't realize that you were also a tough nut to crack. Old Cheng, cherish you. Today, Old Cheng, would like to apologize to you for my blind eyes. When you get better, Old Cheng would like to treat you to a drinks." After saying that, he patted Du Ruhui's shoulder gently, looking very intimate, as if they were good brothers who had known each other for many years. Du Ruhui's mouth twitched slightly and then moved 2 steps to the side imperceptibly to keep a safe distance from Cheng Yaojin. Then he cupped his hands and said expressionlessly, "Hi Duke Lu, I am just talking about the matter. It has nothing to do with personal friendship. Please conduct yourself with dignity." Good. I conduct myself with dignity. Cheng Yaojin was rebuffed. He could only rub his nose and laugh dryly before returning to his original position. This was just a small episode. At this time, seeing that Cheng Yaojin was no longer making a fuss, Fang Xianling stepped out from the crowd and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, I think that Kemming's words are reasonable. Now that the Turks are in internal strife, it is a heaven-sent opportunity for the Tang Empire. When Xili's army was at the city gate, the reason why he signed the treaty with the Tang Empire was that he could not figure out the real situation of Chang and did not dare to attack the city rashly. He definitely did not want to be friends with the Tang Empire forever. The Turkic foreigners have been eyeing our central plains for many years. Once they are ready or our great Tang falls into internal strife, they will definitely disregard the treaty and attack the great Tang. Therefore, instead of waiting for Xili to attack us, it would be better to immediately organize our forces and attack Xili. Right now, our great Tang has many soldiers and generals. We have sufficient provisions and fodder. After 3-4 months of serious preparation, we will definitely have the strength to fight Xili. Otherwise, when the Tuli Kagan is destroyed and Xili's clan becomes the strongest, when my great Tang attacks Xili again, who knows how many of our men will die?" Li Er nodded. Just as he was about to speak, Kong Ingda stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I think this is inappropriate. The Great Tang is the highest country in the Celestial Empire, a country of etiquette and propriety. How can we commit such a treacherous act? Even if Xili secretly harbors evil intentions, as long as he doesn't take the initiative to attack and doesn't violate the treaty, then we can't rashly attack. Otherwise, where is the prestige of the imperial court? Where is your Majesty's propriety? In the future, who will believe the promises of our great Tang?" Zhang Sun Wuji also clasped his hands and said, "Chancellor Kong is right. Since the great Tang is a country of gentlemen, it must have the demeanor of a gentleman. This time, if we attack first, although we can win the initiative, we will also be spurned by the world. At that time, the righteous army will become an unreasonable army, and the other neighboring countries will no longer believe in the promises of our great Tang. To the great Tang, the gains won't make up for the losses. Moreover, even if we don't attack the Turkic Khaganate now, we can also secretly make preparations, recruit troops, and store up provisions. Once the Turkic Khaganates break the treaty or do something that violates the treaty, it won't be too late for us to attack them then. Even if the Tuli Kagan is destroyed and Xili's clan becomes the strongest, we have sufficient preparations and may not lose to them." Buzz. "I second the motion. The great Tang cannot lose its face. Your Majesty's propriety cannot be lost. The imperial court can secretly mobilize troops, but we definitely cannot take the initiative to break the treaty." Minister of Revenue Xiao Yu stepped forward and clasped his hands. "I second the motion." After Kong Ingda and Zhang Sun Wuji finished speaking, the civil and military officials in the imperial court seemed to have woken up from a dream, and more officials voiced their agreement. Cheng Yaojin, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui seemed to be a little weak and helpless. This point had nothing to do with factional struggles. In the early days of the Tang dynasty, there were basically no factional struggles in the imperial court. The reason why these officials didn't agree with the imperial court sending troops wasn't because they wanted to stand on the same side as Zhangsun Wuji, but because what Zhangsun Wuji and Kong Ingda said made sense. A country's promise. If the Great Tang went back on its word, it could gain a little advantage in the war against the Turks, but it would lose the country's prestige. This was something that couldn't be made up for. Li Zishuan, who was in the civil official camp, couldn't help but frown. Although he was also in the pro-war camp, he had to admit that what Zhangsun Wuji and Kong Ingda said made sense. As a country in the Central Plains, they naturally had to pay attention to the country's prestige and couldn't go back on their words. Otherwise, if they lost their prestige and caused other countries to no longer believe in the Great Tang, this loss would be too great. After all, although the Great Tang was strong now, it wasn't strong enough to contend against all the countries in the world and didn't need any allies. How could Li Er, who was sitting high above, not see the current situation in the imperial court? He knew that the Great Tang couldn't send troops to reinforce Tuli in the current situation. He frowned and pondered for a long time. Just as he was about to announce that they wouldn't send troops, a guard ran in from outside and bowed with cupped fists. Reporting, "Your Majesty, the envoy sent by the Khitan chieftain has arrived outside the palace." At the same time, the envoy sent by Khan Xieli has also arrived. The moment he finished speaking, all the civil and military officials in the imperial court were dumbfounded. What? The Khitans and Khan Xieli have both sent envoys? What are they trying to do? What is Xieli trying to do? A few minutes ago, Tuli's son and the envoy had just left the imperial palace. But now, the Khitan tribe under Tuli's jurisdiction and Tuli's sworn enemy, Khan Xieli, had both sent envoys. The morning court of the Great Tang had never been as lively as it was today. In truth, it wasn't just the officials who were dumbfounded. Li Er, who was sitting on the dragon throne, was also somewhat dumbfounded. Old Li closed his eyes and pondered for a while. Suddenly he ordered, "Let the Khitan envoy come in and see us." Understood. The guard cupped his fists in acknowledgement and then turned to leave Taiji Palace. Not long after, the guard led 3 Turks into Taiji Palace. When the 3 saw Li Er, they respectfully bowed to him like a Han. The leader of the Khitan tribe spoke in a clear voice with a broken Han accent. "Chimi Liangwu of the Khitan tribe pays respects to His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang. Dispense with the formalities." Li Er waved his hand and asked directly, "Why has the Khitan tribal chief Pyre and the others come to the court?" Chimi Liangwu bowed and said, replying to His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang, "Chimi Liangwu is here on behalf of our tribal chief to express our loyalty to the Great Tang court. Our tribal chief has already led his tribe from Yunzhou into the Great Tang several days ago and is now rushing toward Shang. He hopes that Your Majesty can take in the Khitan tribe. The entire Khitan tribe is willing to pledge their loyalty to Your Majesty." After Khan Xieli, the Khitan tribe of the Eastern Turks was also going to submit to the Great Tang? Everyone in the main hall widened their eyes and exclaimed inwardly in disbelief. In one day, 2 major factions of the Eastern Turks were going to submit to the Great Tang. Was the Turks really divided to such an extent? Li Er did not let the joy get to his head. His eyes darkened as he barked. The Khitan tribe can be considered a fairly strong tribe among the Eastern Turks. Why is your Khitan tribal chief leading his tribe to submit to the Great Tang for no reason? Chimi Liangwu hurriedly said, replying to His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang, "The Khitan tribe was originally under the jurisdiction of Khan Xieli, but this year, the conflict between Khan Xieli and Khan Xieli has been deepening day by day. Recently, they have even clashed with each other. Khan Xieli ordered my tribe to attack Khan Xieli, but my Khitan tribal chief was once greatly indebted to Khan Shibi, so how could I harm his descendant? Thus, my tribal chief did not accept the order, but to prevent Khan Xieli from sending his troops for revenge, he could only bring all his tribe to submit to the Great Tang. We implore Your Majesty to take in the Khitan tribe." Buzz. Everyone in the imperial court was pleasantly surprised. The strength of the Khitan tribe was not ordinary. Their tribal chief had led his tribe to submit to the Great Tang, weakening the strength of the Eastern Turks and indirectly increasing the strength of the Great Tang. For such a good thing to happen, it could only be said that the heavens were protecting the Great Tangs. So that's how it is. Understanding dawned on Li Er. After pondering for a moment, he sighed and said, "Your tribal chief can also be considered a righteous person. Since Shili cannot tolerate you, then as the emperor of the Great Tang, I welcome you to submit to the Great Tang. I will immediately send troops and horses to receive the chief of your tribe." No one objected to Li Er's decision. After all, it would be a waste to reject a surrendered army that had delivered itself to their doorstep. Qimi Liangwu was overjoyed. "Thank you, His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang." Li Er nodded in satisfaction and said, "All of you must be tired from the journey. Return to the post house to rest first. I will immediately send men to receive your tribal chief in a moment." "Thank you, His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang." Qimi Liangwu will take his leave. Qimi Liangwu bowed and then left the hall. Li Er narrowed his eyes and ordered, "Summon Xieli's envoy into the hall." Summon Xieli's envoy for an audience. Summon Xieli's envoy for an audience. The eunuchs passed on Li Er's decree one by one. Not long after, a burly Turkic man walked into the hall with two Turkic men of medium stature. Before that burly Turkic man could announce his identity, Li Er couldn't help but exclaim, "It's you!" Chapter 1377. Inside the Taiji Palace, seeing the burly man leading the Turkic envoys, not only did Li Er look surprised, but many of the officials in the palace also lowered their heads in discussion. "Your subject Eshina Simo greets your majesty." The burly man leading the Turkic envoys bowed to Li Er. The two Turks behind him raised their fists and bowed to the burly man, but they didn't say anything. They probably didn't know how to speak the Han language. "Your subject." Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. When Ashina Simo walked into the main hall, he noticed the abnormalities of the surrounding officials. Now that he heard Ashina Simo calling himself a subject to Li Er, the doubt in his heart deepened. After all, Ashina Simo was an outsider. How could he call himself a subject to the Emperor of Great Tang? As he was on the side of the civil officials, he wasn't familiar with most of the people around him. He was familiar with Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji, but these three were already standing at the front talking to Li Er. Thus, he could only suppress the doubts in his heart and quietly watch the situation develop. Simo, there's no need to be so polite. Quickly rise." Li Er, who was sitting on the dragon throne, said amiably. His attitude was obviously different from when he met the Tuli and Khitan envoys. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Ashina Simo straightened his body. Li Er asked, "General Simo, is there a matter for you to meet me today?" "Your Majesty, a few days ago, the Great Khan discovered that the Khitan chieftain was bold and dared to lead his troops to defect from the Turks and defect to Great Tang. He specially ordered Ashina Simo to come to Chang and ask for the Khitan chieftain from Your Majesty." Ashina Simo bowed and replied. Li Er narrowed his eyes, and his voice immediately became cold. He said indifferently, "The Khitan tribe has always been under Xieli's jurisdiction. I have never seen him before. How can I hand him over to you?" Ashina Simo said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, the envoy at the palace gate just now is from the Khitan tribe. The Khitan chieftain and his tribe are definitely rushing to Chang. At that time, Your Majesty only needs to send someone to capture him and hand him over to me. The Great Khan will definitely reward you handsomely." Li Er's face darkened, and he said in an unfriendly tone, "Impudent. Ashina Simo, are you ordering me?" "I wouldn't dare." Ashina Simo hurriedly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, this subject is only here to bring back the Khitan tribe. I have no intention of offending you. But Your Majesty, you seem to have the intention of protecting the Khitan tribe. This subject will remind Your Majesty that you must not forget the treaty from back then. The Turks and the Great Tang have a friendly treaty of non-aggression against each other. Now that the Khitan tribe has defected to the Great Tang, if Your Majesty can hand them over to this subject and bring them back, the friendship between the Great Tang and the Turks will definitely last for countless generations." The Great Khan will also remember your Majesty's benevolence and generously reward your Majesty. How dare you? As soon as Ashina Simo's voice fell, Qing Yaojin could no longer remain calm. The old man jumped out from behind and pointed at Ashina Simo's nose as he scolded. Bastard, how dare you criticize His Majesty? His Majesty treats you with courtesy today only because of the previous emperor's high regard for you and the past friendship. You actually don't know what's good for you, offending your superiors and threatening His Majesty? If you have the guts, then come out and have a good fight with me, old Cheng. Ashina Simo frowned and said, High Duke Lu, Ashina Simo did not threaten His Majesty. I only want to complete the mission given by the Great Khan and promote the eternal friendship between the Turks and the Great Tang. If I have offended you, I hope your Majesty and High Duke Lu can forgive me. Qingyang glared at Ox Eye and said angrily, Humph! Don't use Khan Xieli to pressure this old man. I, old Qing, am not afraid of him. Enough. Go down. Quarreling in the imperial court? What a scandal! Li Er, who was sitting high above, frowned and scolded. Unwillingly, Qing Yaojin immediately stopped and retreated. Li Er looked at Ashina Simo and said in a deep voice, We indeed have a non-aggression treaty with Xieli. The Khitan tribe is in the Turks and we can't do anything about it. But now that they have surrendered to the Great Tang, they are our people. We will not hand our people over to other countries, much less to Xieli. So, Ashina Simo, you should go back. Ashina Simo still clasped his hands and said unwillingly, Your Majesty, if you can hand over the Khitan tribe to me, the Great Khan is willing to use Liang Shidu in exchange. Your Majesty, please reconsider. How can a mere Khitan tribe be compared to the eternal friendship between the Turks and the Great Tang? Liang Shidu. Everyone in the imperial court was first stunned, then they burst into an uproar. Many of the officials and generals were tempted by the news. Li Zishuan was also tempted, because he had heard of Liang Shidu before. Liang Shidu was originally a general in the Sui dynasty's Inyang prefecture. At the end of the Sui dynasty, he was removed from his position and returned to his hometown. Later on, he took advantage of the chaos in the world to rebel and take control of the Shufeng. Later on, Liang Shidu officially declared himself emperor and submitted to the Turks. He was conferred the title of Magnanimous Vijaya Khan and Son of Heaven. Later on, with the support of the Turks, Liang Shidu attacked the Great Tang several times, but he was defeated by the Great Tang army, and his power declined day by day. Especially after the Tang dynasty destroyed the other separatist factions, Liang Shidu was in even more danger. Thus, Liang Shidu decided to rely on the Turks, relying on them to prolong his feeble existence. Because the Eastern Turks were very strong at the start of the Tang dynasty, after the Tang dynasty destroyed most of the separatist factions, they decided to rest and recover their strength. When they could defeat the Eastern Turks, they would deal with Liang Shidu. Thus, Liang Shidu was able to survive under the protection of the Eastern Turks for more than a decade, and he was the longest-lasting separatist faction at the end of the Sui dynasty. Today, in order to capture the Khitan tribe members who had betrayed him, Xieli was actually willing to use Liang Shidu in exchange. Hearing this, Li Zishuan's eyes flashed as he thought of a plan. Li Er, who was sitting on the seat of honor, was obviously shocked by Ashina Simo's words, but he quickly reacted and directly refused, It's not a big deal. Impossible. No matter what conditions Xieli gives, I will not hand over the people who submitted to the Great Tang. The Great Tang is a country of nobles and will not do such despicable things. Thus, Ashina Simo, you should give up on this idea as soon as possible. Li Er was not stupid. Although he also wanted to get rid of Liang Shidu, he would not use the Khitan tribe in exchange. Otherwise, who would dare to submit to the Great Tang in the future? Li Er would definitely not do such a thing that damaged the prestige of the country. When the officials heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, they all understood the current situation very well. Ashina Simo's eyes darkened, and after a moment he unhappily clasped his hands and said, Since that is the case, this official will take his leave. After returning, this official will report to the Great Khan. I hope that your Majesty will not regret today's decision. I have never regretted it. Send Xianxia out of the palace. Li Er angrily snorted and said, if not for the fact that the two countries were at war and envoys were not killed, he would definitely have someone punish this rude fellow. Xianxia glanced at Li Er, and then led his followers out of the hall. The hall fell into silence once more. This was because the situation was getting more and more complicated. Li Er had rejected Xianxia's request. After returning, Shili Khan would definitely be furious. Everyone could foresee that an all-out war between the Great Tang and the Turks would soon come. Your Majesty, Shili's request was rejected, and he will definitely be furious. This old official estimates that after he finishes dealing with Tuli Khan, he will definitely organize the army to take revenge for today. Thus, even if we do not take the initiative to send out troops, we still need to make preparations as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be difficult to stop the Turks' wolf cavalry. Great Tang's war god Li Jing stepped forward and bowed to Li Er. This official agrees with the medicine master's words. Since your Majesty has rejected Shili today, we must make preparations early. Whether to attack or defend, your Majesty, please make an early decision. Su Maogong of the past and Li Ji of the present also stepped forward and bowed. This official agrees. Your Majesty, please make an early decision. Qin Qiong, Qing Yaojin, Fang Shenling, Du Ruhui, and the other officials also bowed. Li Er nodded, and then he said, my beloved officials are extremely correct. Although the Great Tang and the Turks have an alliance, the Turks' ambitions are known to all. It is only a matter of time before they break the alliance. However, our Great Tang, as the Celestial Empire and a nation of gentlemen, cannot commit such a treacherous act. Thus, we have decided to postpone sending out troops. However, the generals of the various camps of the capital's 16 guards need to urge the soldiers to prepare for war and strengthen their training. The Ministry of Works, Ministry of Revenue, and Ministry of Works need to prepare weapons, armor, war horses, and provisions. Once the Turks violate the alliance, we will immediately send out troops to capture Shili alive. In the face of a national crisis, all officials must do their best. This official obeys your Majesty. The civil and military officials all bowed and accepted the order. Li Er nodded and was about to say, if there is something to report, please report. If there is nothing, the court is dismissed. Unexpectedly, Li Zishuan stepped forward. Your Majesty, this official has a plan to deal with the Turks. Li Zishuan, dressed in a purple robe, stood proudly at the bottom of the hall, looking as if he had a card up his sleeve. He was truly elegant and had an outstanding temperament. Many officials praised him in their hearts. The main thing was that this fellow had a good appearance. Marquion, and what plan do you have? Quickly tell me. Li Er's eyes lit up as he asked expectantly. The reason he had called Li Zishuan to the morning court was mainly to let Li Zishuan participate in the affairs between the Great Tang and the Turks. After all, when they attacked the Turks in the future, he still wanted Li Zishuan to contribute his strength. He did not expect Li Zishuan to have his own opinion on the current situation between the Great Tang and the Turks. When Xianxia left the hall, Li Zishuan had already been brewing a plan in his heart. At this moment, he had a card up his sleeve. Hearing Li Er's words, he clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, this official suggests that we immediately send troops to attack Liangshidu to get rid of the last obstacle in the Great Tang. Hearing this, Li Er was slightly disappointed and said, Send troops to Liangshidu? What does this have to do with the Turks? Li Zishuan said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, this time, the Turks sent an envoy to exchange Liangshidu for the Khitan division. It is clear that the Turks are in a state of chaos and are unable to protect Liangshidu. Why don't we take this opportunity to take him down? Back then, Liangshidu gathered troops to occupy the Liangshidu and established a country on his own, causing the Liangshidu land to become a natural barrier between the Great Tang and the Turks. This time, if we send troops to the Liangshidu land, he will definitely ask for help from Shili. Shili cannot bear to lose this barrier and will definitely send troops to help. Once Shili sends troops to help Liangshidu and fight with the Great Tang army, he will have violated the alliance agreement from back then. This will undoubtedly give your Majesty a reason to send troops to the Turks. Since he violated the alliance agreement first, why can't we take the initiative to attack the Turks? Therefore, the symbolic meaning of this battle is far greater than its practical meaning. It is not as simple as obtaining territory. Because during this battle, once the Eastern Turks rescue Liang Shidu, it will directly give our Great Tang a reason to attack the Turks. If Xieli sees through our plan and does not rescue Liang Shidu, it is also fine. Being able to get rid of the separatist forces that have occupied the Liang Shidu land for many years will also be beneficial to maintaining the stability of our Great Tang's rear. Coincidentally, we can also train our troops in advance for sending troops to the Turks in the future. Therefore, once this plan is out, no matter how Xieli responds, we will be in an invincible position. In the hall, Li Zishuan spoke with fervor and assurance. A perfect plan to deal with Xieli Khan was narrated from his mouth. The more the civil and military officials listened, the brighter their eyes were. Li Er was also pleasantly surprised and nodded repeatedly. When Li Zishuan finished speaking, Li Er could not help but pat the table and exclaim, "Good! Good plan. Dear officials, do you think that the Marquis of Yong's plan is feasible?" Qing Yaojin immediately walked forward and said with a smile, "He. Your Majesty, this old official thinks that the Marquis of Yong's plan is very feasible. Liang Shidu, that old man, has occupied the Liang Shidu land for so many years, he should have scrammed out of our Great Tang long ago. If your Majesty fights, I, Qing Jijie, am willing to lead troops to take Liang Shidu's head." Speaking of which, as long as there was a battle, this old fellow would be excited. Previously, he did not even have enough fun fighting Guanqing County. Now that he was going to fight Liang Shidu, he was even more excited. Furthermore, he also felt that the plan proposed by Li Zishuan was very reliable. Qin Qiong also walked forward and clasped his fist. "Your Majesty, this old official thinks that the Marquis of Yong's plan is feasible. Even if we cannot force out the Turks' reinforcements, we can still reclaim the Liang Shidu land and completely unify the Central Plains." Li Jing also spoke at this time. "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong's plan is brilliant. To us, we can attack or retreat, but to Xieli, it is a dilemma. This official also thinks that this plan is feasible." This official concurs. Li Zishuan's plan would not allow the Great Tang to bear the infamy of treachery, and it would also allow the Great Tang to take the initiative in the confrontation with the Turks. It satisfied both the desire of the peace-loving faction and the demands of the war-loving faction. Which of the officials dared to disagree? Those who did not agree could only be spies who were in cahoots with the Turks. Thus, when Great Tang's military god expressed his opinion, it instantly had a decisive effect. The civil and military officials all expressed their agreement. Li Erlong was overjoyed and said, "Good. Since that is the case, then it is decided. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, Xiao Yu, Yan Lide, Li Jing, Li Ji, Qing Jijie, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, Duan Zhishuan, stay behind to discuss the matter of sending troops with me. As for the rest of the officials, if you have something to report, if not, you are dismissed." Chapter 1378. After the morning court session ended, the officials left the Taiji Palace. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Rui, Li Jing, Li Zishuan, and the other core officials came to the Ganlu Palace to discuss with Li Er about attacking Liang Shidu. After all, this involved the specific battle plan. If it was directly announced to the public in the court, what if someone accidentally leaked it out? Thus, to be safe, Li Er would only gather his trusted officials for these meetings that involved specific military plans. This way, he could ensure that the plan would not be leaked out and also increase the efficiency of the meeting. Since we have decided to attack Liang Shidu, how do you think we should do it? Within the Ganlu Palace, Li Er looked at the trusted officials in the hall and asked aloud. Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, during the Wuda era, Liang Shidu had invaded our Tang dynasty many times and was defeated by our army. Many of his subordinates have already surrendered to our Tang dynasty. Furthermore, the 18 rebellious kings have all been wiped out. Today, Liang Shidu is unable to join forces with the rebellious kings and is weak. Internally, The Turks have political problems and it is hard for him to withdraw. Thus, I feel that Liang Shidu is no longer a threat. Why don't we send someone to ask him to surrender? Xiao Chun nodded and echoed, what Duke Xiao said is right. Now that Master Liang's fate is exhausted, he can't make any waves. If we can take him down without losing a single soldier, it would be for the best. Li Er nodded but did not say anything. Li Ji spoke, Your Majesty, I feel that this plan is not appropriate. In the court session, according to Marquis Yong and's plan, the best result would be to force Liang Shidu to ask for help from Xieli and lure him to break the alliance. If we do as Duke Xiao said and send a messenger to persuade Liang Shidu to surrender, what if that person really surrenders? Wouldn't Xieli not be able to react in time? Du Ruhui clasped his hands and said, General Li is right, but that's only one of the reasons. More importantly, Liang Shidu is a vicious person. Ever since the Sui dynasty, he has been seizing power from the Yu County. He's been at odds with our great Tang for more than a decade now. If he really wanted to surrender, he wouldn't have waited until now. Therefore, sending an emissary to persuade them to surrender is really a waste of time and effort. Li Zishuan nodded. Suddenly, he noticed Li Zishuan, who was lowering his head to count ants. His heart stirred as he asked, Marquis of Yong, you were the one who came up with this plan. Do you have any brilliant ideas about attacking Liang Shidu? Li Zishuan could not help but curse in his heart. He thought to himself, why are you calling me when the two big shots are arguing so fiercely? What do you want me to say? Agreeing with one side would definitely cause the other side to be unhappy. However, since Li Zishuan called him out, Li Zishuan had no choice but to put on a straight face. Replying to Your Majesty, this subject has no wise opinion, only a foolish one. In this subject's opinion, the opinions of Duke Zhao, General Li, and Master Du do not conflict with each other. We can bring our army to persuade them to surrender. For example, before the army besieges the city, we can send an emissary into the city to persuade Liang Shidu to surrender to Great Tang. Of course, Master Du also said that with Liang Shidu's character, he would definitely not surrender. At that time, when the emissary comes out, the army will surround the city and force Liang Shidu to seek help. This is called using peaceful means before resorting to force. This way, they would not offend either side. Li Zishuan added in his heart, in the royal court, only those who did not offend others would be able to live longer. After being an official for so long, Li Zishuan felt that his emotional intelligence seemed to have increased. What a good, using peaceful means before resorting to force. However, in this old man's opinion, why don't we call this killing the heart? Zhang Sun Wuji chuckled. This is good. To deal with that old scoundrel Liang Shidu, we should kill the heart. Cheng Yaojin agreed with a smile. Li Zishuan nodded and finally said, Good. We will do as Marquis of Yong and says. Order Chai Shao and Shui Wanjun to lead 50,000 right guards and 30,000 Xia province soldiers to besiege Liang Shidu. We must take down the city. I will send 2 Taichung temple officials to follow the army. Before the army besieges the city, we will let them enter the city to ask for their surrender. After they return without any success, we will attack. Chai Shao and Shui Wanjun stepped forward and clasped their fists. We accept the decree. These two people were fierce men. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, Chai Shao fought many battles with the Eastern Turks and Tuyuhun, and he fought them beautifully. In the first year of Zhengguan, Chai Shao, who had many achievements in battle, was promoted to the position of Right Guard General. Furthermore, this fellow had married Li Yuan's daughter, Princess Ping Yang, and could be considered as Li Zishuan's brother-in-law. Now that old Li had promoted Chai Shao as a general, it was very likely that he wanted to give his brother-in-law some military merits. After all, the battle to destroy Liang Shidu was one of the easier battles. Shui Wanjun was Shui Wanch's older brother. Back then, the two brothers were very important under Luo Yi and gave Dojenda a lot of problems. Later, they were shaved bald by Lu Heikua, but that could only be blamed on Shui Wanjun's incompetence. Seeing that Li Er only sent Chai Shao and Shui Wanjun, Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde instantly became anxious. Old Sheng immediately stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this old subject also requests to fight. Yuqi Jingde was unwilling to fall behind and also clasped his fists. Your Majesty, this old subject also requests to fight. Last time, this old subject missed the Battle of Guan City. This time, this battle is against Liang Shidu. This old subject can't miss it no matter what. Li Er thought about it and finally nodded. That's good. Send Jingde as the chief supervisor to destroy Liang Shidu, Chai Shao as the general of the left, and Xue Wanjun as the general of the right. Within 3 days, organize the troops and horses and head to the north. Yuqi Jingde was overjoyed and quickly clasped his fists. This old subject thanks your majesty. Chai Shao and Xue Wanjun inexplicably gained a superior, but Yuqi Jingde's qualifications were there, so they couldn't say much. They could only bow and say, this subject obeys the decree. But this way, Qing Yaojin was completely displeased. Old Sheng said unwillingly, Your Majesty, there's still this old subject. Li Er said unhappily, Liang Shidu's fate is already exhausted. Jingde, Chai Shao, and Xue Wanjun are enough. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Could it be that you want Zhen to send all of the Great Tang's generals over? Withdraw. To be honest, the current Li Er really didn't put Liang Shidu in his eyes. According to his initial thoughts, he only wanted to send Chai Shao and Xue Wanjun, these 2 generals. Adding Yuqi Jingde behind them was already the limit. If Cheng Yaojin was also added, then Old Li could only say to Liang Shidu, You're not worthy. Cheng Yaojin was deflated and didn't dare to resist, silently withdrawing. Li Er continued, The Ministry of Revenue needs to quickly mobilize the army's provisions. The Ministry of Works needs to prepare the army's weapons and armor. Beloved official Shao, beloved official Yen, I'll have to trouble you these 2 days. Shao Yu and Yen lied hurriedly bowed and said, Your Majesty is too kind. This is our duty. Li Er nodded and said, Since that's the case, then all of you can go back and prepare immediately. Everyone bowed and said, This subject will take his leave. Liang, and you stay behind. Old Li suddenly added, causing Li Zishuan, who had already taken a step forward, to helplessly withdraw his foot. Your Majesty! Cheng Yaojin patted Li Zishuan's shoulder, then cast a sympathetic look over and left in front of Li Zishuan. You brat, do you know why Zhen asked you to stay behind alone? After all the important officials left, Li Er stood up and walked to the bottom of the hall, looking at Li Zishuan and asking with a smile. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, Could it be that your Majesty wants to let this subject send a student to bring a telegraph machine, a celestial lamp, and a telescope to follow the army like last time when they attacked Guan City? Li Er shook his head and said, Of course not. Liang Shidu is just a grasshopper after autumn. Why would we need to use a divine artifact to destroy him? Besides, I don't want to let the Turks know about the telegraph machine, the celestial lamp, and the telescope so early. It's not bad to give Xieli a surprise when the final battle comes in the future. Li Zishuan instantly understood. It turned out that Old Li was looking down on Liang Shidu, and he even wanted to give Xieli a killing move. Then why did your Majesty ask this subject to stay behind? Li Zishuan really couldn't guess, so he asked. Li Er stared into his eyes and said, Let me ask you, how much iron can your iron smelting factory make in a day? And that steel smelting factory, how much steel can it make in a day? Li Zishuan's heart moved, hesitated for a moment, then answered, Your Majesty, if this subject's iron smelting factory goes all out, it can make about 2,000 jin of iron a day. As for the steel smelting factory, it can also make about 2,000 jin of steel a day. Speaking of which, his daily production of 2,000 jin was actually not high. It was only a few hundred tons a year. One must know that according to the original history, in the middle of the Tang dynasty, the annual production of steel could reach 5,000 tons. The Song dynasty was even more ruthless. The annual production of steel could reach 70,000 tons. Therefore, his annual production of a few hundred tons was not high. The main reason was that the scale of the iron smelting factory and steel smelting factory was a little small. But then again, his iron smelting factory and steel smelting factory could already be considered the highest production in the Tang dynasty. 2,000 jin a day? Li Er's expression changed slightly. and he let out 2 light breaths. He said to Li Zishuan, "You must have seen the situation in the imperial court today. The war between the Tang dynasty and the Turks is not far away. Although the Turks have made a decision now, their strength is still not to be underestimated. It is said that Xieli has more than 1 million soldiers under his command, and all the Turks are soldiers. Moreover, they live in the grasslands all year round, and most of them are brave and good at fighting. Therefore, this war with the Turks will definitely not be easy to fight. As the saying goes, if a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Before the war, I intend to transfer the elite soldiers of the 100 Cavalry to expand the Black Armored Army, and also upgrade the armor and equipment for the Black Armored Army. The steel used for this will be provided by your workshop. How about it?" Hearing this, Li Zishuan bowed without any hesitation and said, "This subject is duty-bound." Seeing Li Zishuan agree so readily, Li Er was surprised and said, "You have always been a person who does not move without benefits. Today, I have not promised you any benefits, so why did you agree so readily?" Li Zishuan said seriously, "Your Majesty must be joking. The country is facing a great enemy, not to mention offering some steel. As long as the enemy can be annihilated, even if you want the subject to give up all my assets, this subject is willing. Although this subject is usually stubborn and mischievous, in the face of such major issues, I can still distinguish between right and wrong." Li Zishuan was not stupid. He knew better than anyone else that only when the country was stable could he live a carefree life in the Tang dynasty. Li Er's eyes were filled with admiration. He smiled and said, "Good. Good lad. I did not misjudge you. You will probably be able to mine the vanadium mine in the Shu land soon. When the time comes, I hope that you can refine a batch of the vanadium steel that you mentioned earlier to make armor and swords for the Black Armored Army. I want to make the Black Armored Army, the sharp sword of the Tang dynasty, even sharper, and pierce Xieli's hearts." Chapter 1379. 2-in-1 chapter. That's right. Yesterday, I heard from Chengqian that you have a new method of growing white stack flowers. It can save on seeds and also increase the harvest. Is this true? In the Ganlu Palace, after giving orders on the war, Li Er talked to Li Zishuan about farming. Recently, Longtime County had been bustling with activity to grow white stack flowers. Hearing this, Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, this method was something that my master spent a great deal of effort researching. It is indeed exceptional, but as for how good it is and how good it is, it still needs to be tested. If your Majesty wants to promote growing white stack flowers throughout the Great Tang, why don't you wait until next year or the year after? At that time, you might not even need to buy white stack flowers seeds from the small Nanyang countries. You can just find me." Having his plan exposed, Li Er was slightly embarrassed. Immediately, his expression returned to normal. He smiled and said, "Oh? This means that you are quite confident in your method? That's good. My imperial plantation can also open up some wasteland. In a moment, I will have Chengqian send people to Guangdong to buy some white stack flower seeds. When the time comes, I will copy your method and plant white stack flowers in the imperial plantation." Since Li Zishuan was so confident, Li Er decided to believe in Li Zishuan and make a risky investment. When the time came, the white stack flowers he received could be used to make winter clothes for the imperial concubines and princes and princesses. Speaking of which, it was quite sad. Although he was the emperor, when he had just ascended the throne, the national treasury had been emptied. He and Empress Xianxia were used to living frugally. Many of the people with large wealth wore winter clothes made of white stack flowers, but none of his imperial concubines and princesses had ever worn them. He knew Li Zishuan's character very well. Anything that could make Li Zishuan so confident was basically a sure thing. Therefore, he planned to take advantage of Li Zishuan's east wind to make a small fortune. When Li Zishuan heard Li Er's words, he couldn't help but feel sad for Empress Xianxia, Li Chengqian, and Chang'e. Who said the royal family was happy? Looking at all of them being detained by old Li to the point that they couldn't even afford to wear cotton-padded jackets, they were truly a disgrace to the Great Tang Empire. If your Majesty has such intentions, then I will immediately write a letter and have my men bring back more seeds. When the time comes, I will directly distribute them to your highness. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. Li Er nodded and said, that's for the best. However, the following conversation between the two of them was a little unbearable to the ears. But your majesty, why don't you give me the money needed to buy the white fold flower seeds first? Scram. Bastard. Do you think I will go back on my word? After scramming out of the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Zishuan was silently criticizing Old Li for being unkind and wanting to cheat him of the seed money when he bumped into 3 people. Xiao, why did you stay in the palace for so long? If you still didn't come out, old Cheng would have gone in to get you. Cheng Yaojin slapped Li Zishuan's shoulder and said in a muffled voice. Li Zishuan said in surprise, why haven't you all left yet? I thought you all had gone back. The people waiting for Li Zishuan at the palace gate were Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and Niu Jinda, the 3 old generals closest to him. The 3 of us have nothing to do when we go back, unlike Yuqi Laohei who has to go to the military camp to deploy troops. Let's go. Let's talk as we walk. Cheng Yaojin said sourly. Then he smiled and said, speaking of which, Xiao, recently, there has been an uproar in Lantian County about receiving free white fold flower seeds. We old fellows have all heard about it. We also heard that you taught the farmers a new way to plant the white fold flower. You can't hide it from us. Li Zishuan asked in confusion, why? Uncle Cheng, Uncle Qin, Uncle Niu, are you also planning to plant the white fold flower in your fief? Qin Qiong smiled and nodded. We heard that Xiao Xian has a way to increase the survival rate and production of the white fold flower. We old fellows also want to join in. Actually, it was mainly because the greenhouse vegetables last time had let them taste this sweetness. This time, knowing that Li Zishuan wanted to plant the white fold flower on a large scale in his fief, Qin Qiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Niu Jinda also wanted to let their farmers follow in Li Zishuan's footsteps and make a small fortune. Speaking of which, they were all born in war. Usually, they did not have as many good ideas as Li Zishuan to make the farmers' lives better. Therefore, they could only follow whatever Li Zishuan did. Basically, it was as if Li Zishuan was indirectly helping them take care of the farms. Li Zishuan smiled and said, since the 3 uncles have this idea, then when I go back, I will send people to teach the new way to plant the white fold flower to the 3 uncles' farmers. At the same time, I will also send some new farming tools over. Moreover, to tell you the truth, His Majesty also mentioned this matter to me just now. In the end, His Majesty decided to plant the white fold flower in the imperial plantation. When everyone heard that even Li Zishuan wanted to use Li Zishuan's method to plant the white fold flower in the imperial plantation, they could not help but be filled with confidence in Li Zishuan's method. Niu Jinda smiled and said, then this time, we will have to bask in your glory again. Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, Uncle Niu, please don't say that. All of you have taken good care of this nephew on a daily basis. What does this small matter count as? Oh, right, since the uncles also plan to plant the white fold flower, then I will get people to buy more seeds from Guangdong. Hey, Xiao. No need. The number of farmers in our families can't compare to yours, and we don't need much seeds. I have already asked the merchants in Shi City to think of a way to get them. Xiao, you don't have to worry. Cheng Yaojin hurriedly said. A hint of awkwardness appeared on Qin Qiong and Niu Jinda's faces. Then they took 2 steps to the side at the same time, creating some distance between them and Cheng Yaojin. Li Zishuan asked doubtfully, Uncle Cheng, I have already sent people to buy all the seeds from the merchants in Shi City. Where else can you go to buy more? Cheng Yaojin chuckled and said, Hee. Those merchants naturally have their own methods. I have already told them that if they do not hand over 1,800 jin of seeds within half a month, I will go and smash their shops. They can go to the Abbasid Caliphate to transport more seeds, or they can send ships to Guangdong to buy from the Nanyang merchants. In any case, I, Cheng Yaojin, only need to pay for the seeds. Furthermore, the merchants in Shi City have all agreed. How about it? Xiao, isn't my method better than yours? Good. Cough. Uncle Cheng's method is indeed good. Li Zishuan was instantly speechless. He could not help but observe 2 seconds of silence for those who merchants in Shi City. They were truly unlucky to have met this old hoodlum, Qing Yaojin. Abbasid Caliphate and Great Tang were separated by 1,000 li. If those who merchants did not want their shops to be smashed by Qing Yaojin, they would most likely have to travel through the sea to find their enemies in the business world, the Nanyang merchants, to buy seeds. Truly lamentable. After leaving the palace and passing through the Vermilion Bird Avenue, Qin Qiong and Niu Jinda, because they were taking different paths, returned home. Cheng Yaojin, on the other hand, was still able to follow Li Zishuan for a while longer. At this moment, Li Zishuan recalled the doubts he had in the royal court today. Thus, he asked, "Uncle Cheng, what is the background of that envoy Shelley sent, Ashina Simo? It seems like many officials in the royal court are familiar with him, and he even addressed himself as a subject to His Majesty. What is going on?" Cheng Yaojin was stunned. After pausing for a moment, he sighed and said, "Ashina Simo. This person is actually also a man. He was originally an Eastern Turkic noble, the son of Ashina Tuliush. In the 19th year of founding Emperor, Chimin Khagan of the Turks fled to the Sui dynasty. The tribes of Mabe supported Ashina Simo as the Eastern Turkic Khagan. After the internal affairs of the Turks stabilized, Chimin Khagan returned to the Eastern Turkic Khagan, and Ashina Simo took the initiative to give up the position of Khagan. However, as Ashina Simo looked more like a Hu and not a Turk, Chuluo Khagan suspected that he was not from the Ashina race. Simo had been through the 2 generations of Chuluo Khagan and Shelley Khagan, and he was often a Genbi. However, in the end, he was unable to manage the military and set up a Genbi. In the first year of Wuda, Ashina Simo had been an envoy to Great Tang many times. Currently, many old officials in the royal court were familiar with him. In the 8th month of the 7th year of Wuda, Shelley Khagan and Tuli Khagan led their troops to invade Tang. The current emperor led his troops to defend against the Turks and explained the pros and cons to them. Thus, Shelley Khagan sent Simo and Tuli Khagan to meet the emperor and ask for peace. The emperor agreed to their request. In the 8th month of the same year, Ashina Simo came to Chang'an to meet the emperor of that time, who is the current emperor emeritus. The emperor emeritus summoned him to the front of the imperial bed and praised his sincerity and gave him the title of Hushuan Commandery Prince. Thus, in today's morning court session, Ashina Simo called himself an official, which is reasonable. After hearing this, Li Zishuan nodded his head in realization. He then sighed and said, "I didn't expect Ashina Simo to have such a deep relationship with Great Tang. Furthermore, from what Uncle Cheng said, he can be considered a righteous man." What Li Zishuan did not know was that according to the original development of history, in the 4th year of Xinguan, after the Tang army destroyed the Eastern Turks, Ashina Simo and Shelley Khagan were both captured by the Tang army. Later on, Li Er recognized Simo's loyalty and appointed him as the right Marquis General and Governor of Huazhou. Thus, Ashina Simo became one of the few Turks in the history of Great Tang. After bidding farewell to Cheng Yaojin, Li Zishuan brought Pang Feiji and rushed toward Mount Yun. Along the way, Li Zishuan could not help but sigh in his heart as he looked at the commoners who were struggling to make a living, the merchants who were hawking their wares, and the children who were playing around in the streets. The war between Great Tang and the Turks was about to arrive. The current peace would probably be gone soon, right? The Turkic Khaganate had over 1 million soldiers. The information he had obtained from Li Er had given Li Zishuan a huge amount of pressure. Millions of soldiers might not be much to modern people, but in the ancient times where there were few people, they were basically an invincible existence. One had to know that the total population of the Great Tang was only about 20 million. Not to mention that the Turks lived on the grasslands and on horseback all year round. The physical strength of their soldiers was more or less better than that of the Great Tang. This war was really going to be a fierce one. Although in the original history, the Great Tang had completely defeated the Turks, there were no absolutes in the world. Facing such a strong Turk, if there was a slight mistake, the Great Tang had the possibility of being overturned. Furthermore, the current Great Tang had already deviated from the original historical path in many areas. Who could guarantee that they would be able to win again? Once the Great Tang was defeated, Everything he had in this world would be destroyed. Li Zixuan would definitely not allow this to happen. Marquis? Li Zixuan, who was meditating, suddenly heard Pang Feiji shout. He could not help but frown and ask, "What's the matter?" Pang Feiji asked carefully, "Marquis, is there going to be a war again?" Li Zixuan did not want to hide it from him, so he nodded and said, "N. How did you know?" Pang Feiji replied, "In the morning, I saw 3 groups of foreign envoys in front of the palace gate. They all seemed to be Turks, so I guess that something must have happened at the borders of the Great Tang." Li Zixuan let out a faint sigh and said, "You guessed right. Our peaceful days are almost coming to an end right away. Let's go back to Yunshan." "Hiya." Pang Feiji looked worriedly at Li Zixuan's back, then hurriedly urged his horse to chase after him. As he ran, he asked, "Marquis, did His Majesty send you to lead the army to war this time?" "Not this time. But it might not be the next time. If Marquis goes to war, I will definitely follow by Marquis's side." The imperial court wanted to send troops to attack Liang Shidu, and the right guard camp in Chang and city was constantly being mobilized. The officials of the 6 ministries were also extremely busy, and the various government offices were still brightly lit even in the middle of the night. The war had just ended not long ago, and the people of Chang and city once again smelled the scent of war. Thinking back to the day when the Turk envoys appeared in Chang and city, the people could not help but talk about it. Was the crisis of the Turks 2 years ago about to happen again? Were the Turks going to break the treaty and attack the Great Tang again? In an instant, many people in the city were in a state of panic. However, this situation did not last long. The day before the army set off, the imperial court suddenly posted notices in the city, announcing that Liang Shidu had occupied the northern side for many years and did not practice benevolence, causing the people to suffer. The emperor could not bear to see the people suffer and decided to summon Liang Shidu to surrender. If Liang Shidu was not willing to surrender, the Great Tang would attack the northern side. After knowing that the imperial court was not going to war with the Turks, the people of Chang and city heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they began to sing praises for Li Er's compassion for the people. From this, it could be seen that the Turks were not only a huge mountain in Li Er's heart, but also an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of the people of the Great Tang. Chapter 1380. Husband, the army of the imperial court is about to set out on an expedition today. Are you not going to send them off outside Chang? The next morning, Han Yushi asked Li Zixuan, who had just finished practicing his swordsmanship. After returning from the morning court, Li Zixuan had told her that the imperial court was planning to move against Liang Shidu. Thus, Han Yushi had learned of this news much earlier than the people of Chang. A trifling Liang Shidu is nothing more than a clown. He won't be able to cause any waves. This expedition has nothing to do with your husband, so your husband won't be joining in on the fun. Li Zixuan wiped his sweat as he indifferently said. Then will husband participate in the next expedition? Han Yushi dazedly glanced at Li Zixuan and asked this question for no reason. Although Li Zixuan had not said much to her, her woman's sixth sense told her that the next expedition would involve Li Zixuan. Hearing this, Li Zixuan's hand movements suddenly paused. After a moment, he met Han Yushi's eyes and said with extreme seriousness, "If I were alone in this life, then even if the Great Tang was no match for the Turks, I would just go overseas. But in this life, I have my parents, my little sister, and you, my wife. Thus, I have the responsibility to protect all of you and the Great Tang. When the time comes, if His Majesty summons me, your husband will go and fight, and I will definitely win. My wife, you don't need to worry." Han Yushi frowned, and her beautiful eyes were about to tear up. She said softly with some stubbornness, "My husband has great ambitions and cares about the world. I will naturally not stop you. On the battlefield, swords have no eyes, but what I can do is that if my husband lives, I will accompany you for life. If my husband dies, I will be a widow for life." As their eyes met, the entire courtyard, the entire world, seemed to come to a standstill. He only had eyes for her, and she only had eyes for him. "Ha! Silly girl, what are you talking about? How could your husband die on the battlefield? Wife, your husband promises you that I will accompany you until you grow old, and I will definitely live one more day than you. I won't let you be sad and become a widow. Li Zishuan gently caressed Han Yushi's cheeks and smiled. Husband, you must keep your word. Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan with sparkling eyes and said, Of course. Chang and City. At 7 in the morning, Yuchi Jingde, Chai Shao, and Shui Wanjun brought 50,000 right Wei soldiers and Li Er's imperial edict out of the south gate of Chang. The army was majestic and their footsteps were orderly. The citizens who had woken up early lined the streets to send them off, praying in their hearts that the army would return victorious this time. 2 days ago, Li Er's reply to Tuli Khan's son, Ashina Heligo, was that the imperial court would send troops to the north, using Liang Shidu to pin down Xieli's army, thus reducing the pressure that Tuli Khan was facing. Ashina Heligo believed it. Naturally he was moved to tears by Li Er. On the other side, the imperial court's army received the Khitan troops in Bingzhou yesterday. In a few days the Khitan chief would arrive in Chang, and to meet Li Er. Since then, the wishes of 2 out of the 3 emissaries had been fulfilled. The remaining emissary, Ashina Simo, was already on his way back to the Turks. In the morning, Li Zishuan made a trip to the academy. Today was Saturday, and all the teachers in the academy had to take part in the confidential exam. As the person who set the questions and made the Yanhuang College confidential regulations, he naturally did not need to take part in the exam. He was here in the morning to invigilate the exam. As for the students of the academy, they had already finished the first confidential exam yesterday afternoon. There was a total of 1 hour of exam time, so Li Zishuan quickly carried a stack of exam papers and walked out of the academy. For the sake of fairness, the exam papers of the teachers of the academy had to be personally marked by him, the Yamacho. Not long after he returned to the study, Pang Feiji came in and reported, Marquis, the young master of the Zheng family wishes to meet you. He even brought a carriage of gifts. After saying that, he looked a little uneasy. Last time, the elder brother on the mountain back gave Li Zishuan a gift in a carriage. In the end, what was in the carriage was not a gift, but a living person. Oh, Zheng Qianjun? Let him in. Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows. He guessed that there must be new developments in the tea plantation and fairy tea in Jiangnan, so he nodded to Pang Feiji. Pang Feiji took the order and left. After a while, Zheng Qianjun was brought to the main hall. Li Zishuan also came out of the study. Zheng Qianjun hurriedly bowed and said, Qianjun greets Marquis. No need to be so polite. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Qianjun, why are you looking for me today? Zheng Qianjun saluted and said, Marquis, my father used your method to stir-fry the first batch of fairy tea in Jiangnan and ordered the servants to transport it here by water. There is a total of 50 kilograms. They are all in the carriage outside. Marquis, please take a look. 50 kilograms? Li Zishuan was slightly shocked. He thought to himself that Zheng Yinhong had gotten so many dried tea leaves in such a short time. In Jiangnan, only the Zheng family had this ability. It seemed that he had found the right partner. Feiji, go and get a box. I want to see the color. After thinking for a while, Li Zishuan ordered. He not only wanted speed but also quality. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and left. After a while, he returned with a box of tea leaves. The tea box was made of high-quality white porcelain. It was snow-white and had a very good texture. Li Zishuan opened the tea box and saw that it was filled with flat, smooth, sharp, tender, and heavy tea leaves. Li Zishuan couldn't help but nod his head and say, Not bad. Not bad. These tea stir-fryers are very skilled. It seems that Heights Lord Zheng has put in a lot of effort. Zheng Qianjun said with a smile, Thank you for your praise, Marquis. If my father knew that these tea leaves could be appreciated by Marquis, he would be very happy. Li Zishuan said with a smile, I have seen and remembered Heights Lord Zheng's efforts. As for these tea leaves, leave half for me. As for the rest, you can divide it according to the proportion of your shares in the tea garden. The next time the tea garden produces tea leaves, the Zheng family will keep your share and send the rest to Chang. He held 60% of the shares in the tea garden. Logically speaking, he should be able to get 60 gene of the 100 gene of tea leaves. However, he did not want to be so ruthless. Moreover, he did not lack the money for the 10 gene of tea leaves. So, he decided to give it to Zheng Qianjun as a favor. When Zheng Yinhong left Chang, he had told Zheng Qianjun about the immortal tea garden in detail. He was very clear about the twists and turns. Hearing this, he was very grateful and said, "Thank you, Marquis." Li Zishuan waved his hand. A large part of the 50 gene of tea leaves he wanted was to be sent to the palace. Recently, the palace had been in a shortage of tea leaves. When the concubines in the harem heard that drinking immortal tea could slow down their aging, they all wanted to sleep with the teapot every day. They tried to find ways to ask Li Er for some immortal tea. Li Er was very annoyed. If he did not send some tea leaves, old Li would probably come personally to snatch them. Therefore, there was no shortage of tea leaves in the palace. Li Zishuan planned to send 15 kilograms of tea leaves to the palace first. As for the remaining 20 kilograms, he would keep some for himself, give some to the academy, and give some to the old generals in Chang, and who had a good relationship with him. If there was any left, he would directly give it to shopkeeper Lu of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, so that the lucky customers in Chang and could also enjoy the taste of immortal tea. Alright. Because of the urgency of the time, the tea garden could only send this much tea leaves. There will be more and more in the future. So, I was thinking that during the football league in Chang, and the gathering of businessmen from all states and counties, we can promote our immortal tea. First, we can make a name for ourselves. Then, we won't have to worry about the sales in the future. Zheng Qianjun hesitated for a moment and then cupped his hands to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and asked, "How do you plan to promote the immortal tea?" Recently, he was more concerned about the situation in the north and the people's livelihood and farming in Lantian County. As for business, he did not want to be too distracted. When Zheng Qianjun heard Li Zishuan's question, he immediately became spirited and said, "Marquis, this is what I think. The Wind Thunder team of the Zheng family has not been defeated since the start of the competition in March. Only a few days ago, they tied with the ferocious tiger team of the king of Xianxia. Now they are in the limelight. I plan to customize a batch of clothes for the Wind Thunder team with the words, 'Immortal Tea,' embroidered on them. It can more or less create some momentum for the immortal tea. Marquis, what do you think?" Li Zishuan thought to himself, isn't this similar to the sponsors of modern football teams? It's really not easy for Zheng Qianjun to think of this. Very good. I didn't expect you to be so business-minded. Li Zishuan nodded and praised him. Then he said, using the team to promote the immortal tea is indeed a feasible way. In this way, if the Wind Thunder team can become a League One team, all the shareholders of the Immortal Tea Garden can take out 3,000 strings of money every year to keep the words, Immortal Tea, on the team uniform of the Wind Thunder team. If the Wind Thunder team can break into the top 3 of the League One, the Immortal Tea Garden can give 5,000 strings of money every year. If the Wind Thunder team can win the championship of the League One, the Immortal Tea Garden can give 8,000 strings of money every year. In short, the better the team's performance, the more money they can get in the end. Zheng Qianjuan's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "It can be done like this?" If what Marquis said is true, then the Wind Thunder team can be regarded as valuable. When I first saw the news in the newspaper that Marquis was going to hold a league tournament, I immediately had the idea of forming a team. At that time, my father thought that I was not doing my job properly. Now, if Marquis is really willing to let the Yanhuang Tea Garden fund the team with money, then my father will never say that I formed a team for fun. Li Zishuan saw that this child had a good temperament, so he wanted to give him some advice. So, he nodded and said, "The existence of a team requires the local merchants to fund it. The team can make a name for the merchants, and the merchants can provide the team with money. Everyone takes what they need. This is the normal way for a team to operate for a long time. Correspondingly, if the team wants to get more funding, it must have good results. If you want to have good results, you must spend a lot of money to train or poach some players with good skills. In this way, people will be willing to pay more money to fund you. Now, I'm using the Immortal Tea Garden to fund the Wind Thunder team to set an example for all the teams and merchants. I want to tell them that a team with good results should get more benefits while gaining glory. You are worth the price. Not only the Wind Thunder team, but also the ferocious tigers of the King of Xianxia or other teams eventually win the championship. I will let the tea garden fund them with 8,000 strings of cash in exchange for their future. In the next year, I will promote the Immortal tea. This is the relationship between the merchants and the team. Qianjun, do you understand? Zheng Qianjun suddenly understood and said, I understand. I understand. Thank you, Marquis, for your advice. After listening to Marquis's words today, I understand that there is so much knowledge in it. Marquis, don't worry. In the future, I will make the Wind Thunder team one of the best teams in the Tang Empire and promote the Immortal tea. Good ambition. I wish you success in advance. Today, the diners who spend 10 strings of cash in the restaurant will have the opportunity to taste a cup of Immortal tea for free. First come, first served, limited to 20 servings. The next day, the same notice board appeared in the lobby of the Drunken Immortal restaurant in Chang and City and Lantian County, which aroused a lot of discussion among the diners. Immortal tea? What kind of tea is that? Could it be a new tea product launched by the Drunken Immortal restaurant? It should be. Before, there was the Immortal Drunken Immortal, and now there is the Immortal tea. I wonder if this Immortal tea can be as amazing as the Immortal Drunken Immortal. Alas, I hate drinking tea the most in my life. It seems that this Immortal tea is not meant to be with me. Even if you are, you can't afford to drink it. You have to spend 10 strings of cash in order to drink a cup of it. Who can afford so much money in one meal? Yes. Shopkeeper, give me a liter of the Immortal Drunken Immortal, a pot of tenderness, a plate of gnawed chicken, a serving of meatballs, and a serving of braised pork. Let's eat here. It should be 10 strings of cash, right? When the crowd was looking around, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes came in and said loudly. All the diners looked sideways. When they saw the man's face, many of them exclaimed, Isn't that Boss Chow? Why is he eating at the Drunken Immortal restaurant today? I remember now. This Immortal tea is the latest tea from the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce, and it is a tribute tea from the palace. It is extremely rare outside. I didn't expect to see it in the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Tribute tea? This Immortal tea is a tribute tea? Brother Dongfang, are you serious? Of course it's true. Look, this Boss Chow obviously came to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to taste the Immortal tea. Alas, I won't talk to you anymore, waiter. Quick, give me 2 liters of the Immortal Drunken Immortal to take away. Remember to give me a cup of Immortal tea. Hey, shopkeeper, give me 2 liters of the Immortal Drunken Immortal too. Once the name of the tribute tea spread, many wealthy merchants began to fight for the 20 slots for the Immortal tea. Chapter 1381. Alright, Master Chow, the Immortal tea you wanted is here. Inside the Drunken Immortal Inn, the waiter brought out a cup of clear tea. The aroma of the tea filled the air, and all the diners in the hall were stunned. Why is this Immortal tea so fragrant? I've never smelled such fragrant tea before. That tea was clear and bright, not turbid. It's amazing. As expected of the Immortal tea. It's different from those ordinary tea leaves in the world. Tsk. If it smells so fragrant, it must be even more fragrant when it's drunk. No wonder this Immortal tea could become the Imperial Tribute tea. The Drunken Immortal Inn is amazing. They can even get their hands on the Tribute tea. Isn't that obvious? This Drunken Immortal Inn is owned by the Marquis of Yong. It's just that you have to spend 10 times before you can. So I wonder when this Immortal tea will be sold separately. It should be soon. Now that the Drunken Immortal Inn can take out a batch of Immortal tea for the diners to taste, it means that it's not far from officially selling Immortal tea. The 20 servings of Immortal tea had already been sold out. Chang and City never lacked rich people. Moreover, they didn't lose out because the Immortal tea didn't require any additional fees. They could taste the Immortal tea by buying 2 liters of Immortal tea. As for the 2 liters of Immortal tea, they definitely couldn't finish it here, so they could only bring it back. As for the diners who didn't get a spot, they looked on enviously as the rich people tasted the immortal tea. Boss Lin, you're here today too. Looks like we're thinking the same thing. It wasn't Chao Wendong's first time drinking immortal tea, but he still drank it very carefully and reluctantly. At this moment, he saw the back of the diner at the next table who seemed familiar. After taking a closer look, who else could it be other than Lin Wenyuan? He smiled. Yo, it's Boss Chao. Lin Wenyuan turned around and was shocked at first. Then he smiled and said, I can't help it. It wasn't easy to get some immortal tea from Marquis yesterday. I don't know where my friends got the news from, but they wanted me to give them some. So there were some favors that couldn't be ignored, so he had no choice but to give it to her. In the end, I didn't get much, so I might as well come to the drunken immortal inn to drink some immortal tea. In the first batch of tea leaves, Li Zishuan took 50 caddies. Of the remaining 50 caddies, the Zheng family took 37 caddies, which was close to 3/4 of the tea leaves. As for the first batch of members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce, each of them only received 1 or 2 caddies. Adding on some favors, there was not much left, not to mention selling it. Therefore, when they heard that the immortal intoxication inn had immortal tea to try, they all eagerly came over to drink it. Taking advantage of the fact that the commoners still didn't know about the deliciousness of the immortal tea, they still had the upper hand. Chao Wendong nodded in agreement and said, "Sigh. Brother Lin is right. Every bit of immortal tea I can get is good. With the little stock I have at home, it's probably not enough for me to drink for half a month." Sigh. Isn't that Brother Liao and Brother Zhang? Look, they're here too. In the first batch of diners to taste the immortal tea, other than Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan and the other members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce, there were also some other rich people in Chang, in City and Lantian County. But without exception, those who tasted the immortal tea were full of praise for it. The texture was smooth and the taste was slightly bitter. But with a careful taste, one could feel the rich tea fragrance and even a hint of sweetness. The elegant sweetness moistened the throat, making one unable to rinse their mouth for 3 days. This kind of immortal tea quickly spread throughout the entire Chang'an city, and even the big and small counties around Chang. The immortal tea was praised as a tea that only immortals could drink. Nobles, gentry, and tycoons were all scrambling for the immortal tea, sending people to search for the source of the immortal tea. There were even people who were willing to pay 10 strings of coins for a tale of immortal tea. The level of craziness was simply breathtaking. Of course, compared to going to the black market to buy, more people chose to drink the tea at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Many people secretly made up their minds to send their servants to the Drunken Immortal restaurant tomorrow to compete for the quota of immortal tea. The immortal tea brought a great sensation to the people of Chang and City. Li Zishuan's celestial bane had also been seducing the hearts of the young men and women in the world. When Celestial Bane was first published, its sensational effect was not as great as that of Mortal Man. This was because readers discovered that Celestial Bane was not like Mortal Man, which was a pure immortal cultivation novel. There were not as many fighting scenes as Mortal Man, and the world in Celestial Bane was not as grand as the world of Mortal Man. The plot only revolved around Grass Temple Village, Blue Cloud Sect, Sound of Heaven Temple, Fenxiang Valley, Ghost King Sect, 10,000 Poisons Sect, Hahuan Sect, and Longevity Hall. It was far inferior to that of Mortal Man. Moreover, compared to the hot-blooded pace of leveling up, slaying monsters, leveling up, slaying monsters in Mortal World, people discovered that although there were fighting plots in Celestial Bane, it was mostly about love and hatred. Readers who were passionate about leveling up and slaying monsters had abandoned the book midway. However, only a small portion of people abandoned the book. Moreover, compared to those who abandoned the book, there were more people who turned into fans because of the excessive love descriptions in Celestial Bane. This was because the ladies of the boudoir did not like to read novels about fighting and killing like Mortal Man. They liked romantic novels like Celestial Bane. After all, Celestial Bane was a romance novel in the guise of Xianxia. As the plot progressed, the stubborn, simple, and persistent Zhang Xiaofan, the righteous and talented Lin Jingyu, the cold and proud Lu Sueki, and the brave Bai Yao who dared to love, hate, and pursue love courageously. These characters, regardless of whether they were the main character or the supporting characters, left a deep impression in the minds of the readers. It was then that the readers realized that although Celestial Bane's worldview was small, the characters were much more vivid. At the very least, they were much more vivid than the characters in Mortal Bane. Every character in Celestial Bane had their own stories. They were unforgettable as though they were real. Many readers who did not like Celestial Bane at the beginning slowly began to like the story. Celestial Bane had been open for more than half a month. Due to Li Zixuan's fast update speed, the plot had progressed by about a third. The main character, Zhang Xiaofan, had just followed Lu Sueki to Kongsang Mountain to investigate the abnormalities of the demonic sect. During the investigation, he and Sueki fell into the abyss of dead souls. During the crisis, the two of them did not leave each other and developed feelings for each other. Later, they were separated by Blackwater Mystical Snake. Later, Zhang Xiaofan fell into the Blood Drop Cave. In the cave, he met the daughter of the demonic sect's Ghost King sect master, Bai Yao, and inadvertently learned the demonic sect's heavenly book. Yesterday, Tang Dynasty Daily updated that the righteous faction stopped the demonic sect from capturing Kuei alive. During that time, Zhang Xiaofan was forced to use both the Azure Cloud sect's Tai Chi Xianxia Dao and the Divine Sound Temple's Brahma Prajna to save Hidi. Although he saved Hidi, he was criticized by the righteous faction because they suspected him of secretly learning the Divine Sound Temple's secret art and using the most evil weapon, Bloodthirsty Orb. Today's update was about the Azure Cloud sect's interrogation of Zhang Xiaofan. Before the interrogation, Bai Yao quietly came to Bamboo Peak to visit Zhang Xiaofan. In the bamboo forest, Zhang Xiaofan and Bai Yao confided in each other and hugged each other tightly. Bai Yao asked Zhang Xiaofan about what he saw at Full Moon Well. Zhang Xiaofan promised to tell Bai Yao after the interrogation. After that, the three major sects masters interrogated Zhang Xiaofan. However, because Zhang Xiaofan promised Puji, he would rather die than say where he learned the Brahma Prajna. When everyone wanted to punish Zhang Xiaofan who held the evil weapon, the usually quiet Lu Sueki risked her life to plead for mercy for Zhang Xiaofan. She even used her life as a guarantee. After that, Lin Jingyu could not help but plead for mercy. Hidi, Qi Hao, Zheng Shushu, and other disciples who were close to Zhang Xiaofan also used their lives as a guarantee. Zhang Xiaofan was deeply moved. But at this time, Daoist Song Song secretly colluded with the demonic sect and plotted to take revenge on Reverend Daoxin. The demonic sect took the opportunity to attack Azure Cloud Mountain. Gulp. Reading till here, all the readers clenched their toes. Due to the weekend off, Sun Zifan who was reading novels at home was no exception. And because there was the word mortal in the middle of his name, Sun Zifan had always been paying close attention to Leather Knight's new book, Celestial Bane. Others felt that Celestial Bane was not as exciting as Mortal. He never felt that way. Since the release of Celestial Bane, he had been reading it all the way until now. Jade Clear Hall instantly fell into silence. The righteous sects looked at each other. At this moment, anyone could see that the demonic sect had a huge advantage. Although Azure Cloud Gate still had many elders and masters, reading till here, Sun Zifan could not help but curse, "Fuck. This son of a bitch Daoist Song Song is too damn despicable. It's over. This time the righteous sects should all be finished, right?" After cursing for a while, Sun Zifan nervously continued reading. Due to the cooperation between the demonic sect and Daoist Song Song, Azure Cloud Gate suffered heavy casualties. In order to salvage the situation, the heavily injured Taoist master Daoxian took out Zhu Xian sword and used Zhu Xian sword formation, causing the demonic sect to flee in defeat. The murderous aura in the hall had not dissipated. Everyone once again interrogated Sha Danan. Unexpectedly, Tian'in Temple's Fa Xiang spoke of a horrifying past. Who would have thought that the fatherly Puji was the murderer that Sha Danan had been searching for years to kill the entire village? Sha Danan received an unprecedented blow. He could no longer believe in the so-called righteous sections. At this moment, Bai Yao appeared. She wanted to take away Sha Danan who was persecuted by the righteous sections. And Sha Danan also regarded Bai Yao as the only person he could trust. Bai Yao. At this crucial moment, I still have to rely on my Bai Yao. Take away Sha Danan and live a shameless life from now on. Sun Zifan had completely immersed himself in Sha Danan's role. Now that Bai Yao finally made a move, he happily muttered. But before he finished, he stopped abruptly. Because at this moment, the situation changed. The defeated demonic sect turned back. They wanted to kill Azure Cloud Gate. Taoist Master Daoist used Zhu Xian sword formation for the second time. In the end, because he was worried that Sha Danan would be used by the demonic sect and bring disaster to the world, he used Zhu Xian sword to slash at Sha Danan. Zhu Xian sword's most classic, most shocking, most tear-jerking plot finally appeared. At this moment, above the horizon, the sky was filled with chi swords like mountains and seas. Zhu Xian sword formation has already started attacking the demonic sect. Taoist Master Daoist used all his spiritual power. In an instant, all the colorful chi swords in the sky shone brightly. Especially the main sword of the formation, it suddenly grew by half. With a loud bang, it shook the heaven and earth. Like an ancient god in rage, it rushed down and attacked Sha Danan. At this moment, Sun Zifan's body was really tense. His eyes were wide open in anger. He already had no time to scold Taoist Master Daoist, because he urgently wanted to know if Sha Danan could block this attack. Sha Danan is about to become a ghost under the sword, smashed into pieces. Suddenly, the world quieted down. Even the earth-shattering momentum of the sword formation of immortals held its breath for a moment. That once familiar, gentle and white hand appeared beside Sha Danan. There was a faint, crisp sound of a bell, pushing him to the side. As if a voice that had been sleeping for thousands of years, quietly sounded. For the beloved, softly chanting, "E'en spirits of the 9 underworlds, gods and demons of the heavens, with my blood and body as a sacrifice. 3 lives and 7 lifetimes, forever falling into Yama. Only for love, even if I die, I will not regret." Seeing this, Sun Zifan had already predicted the following plot. Suddenly, his heart was filled with grief. He could not help but cry out, "Bai Yao! Bai Yao! Don't! My Bai Yao!" At this moment, his sorrowful roar was like he was possessed by Sha Danan. He was in a state of madness. A dignified 7 feet man, at this moment he could not help but burst into tears. A man does not easily shed tears. Only when the heart has not been broken. If even he was like this, there was no need to talk about those sentimental young ladies of the boudoir. 3 lives and 7 lifetimes, forever falling into Yama. Only for love, even if I die, I will not regret. Woo woo, Bai Yao is dead. Bai Yao is dead. Woo woo. My Bai Yao. Give me back my Bai Yao. Today in Chang'an City, everywhere could be heard the cries of women and the angry roars and roars of young men. Passers-by who did not know what was going on were all dumbfounded. They did not know what happened in the city today. 3 lives and 7 lifetimes, forever falling into Yama. Only for love, even if I die, I will not regret. This Bai Yao is really brave. Fang Fian, the courtesan of 100 Flowers Tower, was muttering to herself while holding a newspaper. Unknowingly, 2 lines of clear tears had slipped out from the corners of her eyes. Ooh, how did Bai Yao die? How could she die?